grabs that outside rail as well, not to bounce off the foam, but to keep that traditional carve within it.
He was on more of a kind of single fin setup. There's the 5, there's the soul light. He's going to love that. He loves that.
Buenos dias. Welcome to El Salvador, to Surf City, the place where the waves are always firing and the people are so lovely. We can't wait to come back year after year. We're here again for the ISA World Longboard Championships, and day 1 and day 2 of competition were pretty unbelievable. We had really consistent surf. It was big, it was pumping, and now we're into day 3. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside the wingnut. And it looks like the swell has kind of tapered off a tiny bit. We're into the rapid charge rounds today as well, wingnut, which means we're going to be sending people home.
It's finally make or break day for a lot of the competitors here, and it's a lower tide this morning, and so that's kind of changed the shape of the wave. Some more speed sections in it, but there are still a few of those rogue bomb sets that I think will be surprising some of the competitors as the day wears on.
That's true. We did have one of those right at the end of yesterday when we kind of thought, you know what, it's quieting down. That swell's not nearly as heavy, and then it swept out every single competitor out in the lineup as we've got surfers getting ready to paddle out first.
What makes that so challenging, Shannon, is they're not on a very predictable time frame. A lot of times, the biggest sets are coming every 17, 18 minutes or your time, and they're even on a big south swell, let's say up in Santa Cruz. We know they're going to be 20, 22 minutes apart. Here, it's an hour between those bombs that clean up the lineup.
As we take a look at our current conditions and what we're looking at today, 4 to 6 feet, that south-southwest swell direction. Low tide is about an hour from now, and then it's going to be pushing through the rest of the day.
And take a look. The interesting thing there is the air temp. It's almost 80 this morning. The water is already 85. There's not a lot of refreshment when you jump into that water. And you'll see the competitors coming out of the water sweating profusely because of the extreme temperatures throughout the day.
It's pretty wild. The great thing is that the contest setup here is pretty amazing. There's golf. There is a rock climbing wall. Just some things to keep everyone active and busy if they're not competing that day or that morning or that afternoon. But there's also some ice baths here. There's 5 of them. All the competitors, even staff, are able to just jump in and cool off when they need to.
That's definitely been a help. And as you can see, this is earlier this morning as the competitors were warming up. And that's JR on the outside from the Philippines with a really nice nose ride. And again, that's going to be the challenge, right? We want to see the competitors use the whole board. We want to see, classic footwork, combining the maneuvers. You want to flow in and out of them with good footwork. And JR just put on a really nice display of that early this morning.
What a way to start things off. I did hear that the surf this morning felt a little extra crowded, maybe because it's just kind of a little smaller and it's a little harder to sneak in between things. But JR clearly getting the best of what was available this morning, getting some warm-up surfing in. For all those surfers that are still in the main round because they've made it through in that first or second place position, they get a bye today and they don't need to paddle out in a heat. We're just going to be running those rapid charge rounds. So I know a lot of those surfers that are through to the main round, some of those big names like JR that we've seen in the finals for this event before, they all wanted to get that early surf in because the rest of the day they're going to have to watch until about 5 p.m. when they can paddle back out. Thanks so much for tuning in to watch us. If you are using social media of any form, which is basically every person on the planet now, be sure to check out ISAsurfing, at ISAsurfing, anywhere that you're looking. If you're down here, if you're watching, be sure to tag ISAsurfing and in any of the posts that you put up about the event site, and you can click on the hashtag as well. And then you'll be able to see posts that a lot of the athletes are putting up this week and hear some more of their personal stories.
It is really fun checking in on the different nations and how they're posting, sending things back, and the comments that they're receiving from home. It's pretty great. And I think the nicest thing from what everyone's told me is that we still have sand. There is still a good portion of sand on the beach to come in at the end of a ride. I can't imagine it being all cobbles when the sand gets taken away by the next few swells.
I will tell you that within a couple weeks, likely, this sand is going to be gone.
So when the ISA Juniors, fires up in a couple weeks, it could be an entirely different beachfront.
It really could. You can check out on Instagram, team from Chinese Taipei. That's when they were just at the airport getting ready to travel here. They've got Lucas coming up in this first heat of the morning in the red jersey. Yon Chen Chi, also known as Lucas. He's up against Guatemala's Carlos Humberto Escobar, Panama's Agustin Carreño Vargas, and South Africa's Mbuso Zozi. this is going to be a really incredible heat. Each of these surfers qualifying for their national teams, whether that was through winning a national championship, through maybe being one of those standout figures that have been competing on other tours as well. And now they have that opportunity as well to put on their country colors, as the South Africans would say, to put on that green blazer, to show up in the hottest weather in the world and happily rock that heavy green blazer at the opening ceremonies throughout the event to show their pride in their country.
I think it's a fantastic look. I understand the challenge with the temperatures, but I so respect that uniform that they are able to put on.
And it is, yeah, it's such an earned thing. So for Mbuso, this is his very first time representing South Africa on that national team. He not only gets to wear that green blazer for the first time, but, you know, he walked away with that second place finish at the national championships, which is in Jeffreys Bay, right-hand point break to qualify for Worlds, which is also happening at a right-hand point break. That doesn't happen for every country around the world. It's pretty incredible that they have that opportunity to surf in a wave that has some similarities to this. Not very similar through a lot of the sections, but little moments and flares of it. And
but as you mentioned, the point at J-Bay is such a fantastic longboard wave.
It's the best wave in the world. I'll just go out there and say that.
Some of us are going to argue with you on that one. We all have our favorite right-hand point breaks. But, yeah, what a great place that you come from that. Think of the challenge. Like, I've got pleasure point disease, right? Trying to go left.
It's hard.
It confuses my brain terribly. The years that we spent in China, in Hainan, it was like practice sessions when I was just trying to get wet. It was like I get dizzy going left. So hopefully being younger, he won't have that problem. He doesn't have to worry about it today.
So Mbuso qualified in J-Bay, but he's actually from Cape Town and comes from a background out of the townships there, which are kind of a likeness to a ghetto or the slums in different parts of the world. And Mbuso grew up in a family that had a little bit of access to getting him in a surf program with a local organization. In South Africa, there's a lot of programs like that that run across the country that are engaging with youth, with kids, sometimes with adults that kind of have that disadvantaged background, that don't have all the opportunity that maybe some of their other peers would have. And he was able to get in and learn how to surf at around age 11 with one of those programs. He then, through that, his family got into surfing, and it changed their entire world. He now works as a surf coach. He's able to qualify for his national team to represent his country, and it's one thing that really helped him in his young years, through those teen years, to be able to avoid getting gang involvement, getting involved in crime, and some other things happening in the neighborhoods there where he was growing up. And to be able to see him now as an example for other kids in his community, for the kids that are growing up, around where he lived, is pretty incredible. And Team South Africa often has surfers with similar backgrounds that are representing on their national teams, and it's always amazing to be able to see that sort of, I guess, the positive influence that surfing has had within their lives.
And for a lot of parents, there were many generations where the thought of your child being a surfer was not a very good thing. But when you realize when kids get involved in surfing, it kind of changes their mindset. You now find teenagers that get up voluntarily at 5:30 in the morning so they can surf before school.
Yeah, there's a lot of them now.
They don't do anything bad in the evenings because they want to be able to get up early in the morning. So it kind of shifts their whole, psyche in a really good way. We can see some surfers scratching now. So it looks like the first waves that will be ridden will be happening very shortly.
It's a good indication when you see everyone starting to paddle.
Right, and there is no priority at the start of a heat, so it's going to be position that dictates who gets the first wave. It looked like UN was the first one to be making a strong move for a wave. Let's see what we see.
And we've got a paddle now from our surfer from Cape Town, South Africa, Adam Usenberg. Mbuso Zozi surfs a great longboarding wave back at home, and unfortunately goes down after that opening nose ride. But I love that moment of him just running to the top of the nose, being able to put that back arm up and find that poise.
He picked a really clean line for that nose ride and just didn't sweep wide enough to avoid that water, as we see our Panamanian taking off next.
Augustine now up and riding. Also just caught a little bit deep on this. And conditions shifting slightly from what we've seen through the first couple of mornings of competition. And I feel like being the first heat in the lineup is always a little challenging on positioning, especially without that priority. As we see Augustine now having another look on the inside. That first wave was great for repositioning. Now he's locked into a great hang five. flying down the line. A little bit of white water on the face of this wave, but he is not finding any trouble with that whatsoever. Walks back out of the hang 5 into that big S turn, sets himself up down the line here with a bit of cross-stepping. And now wanting that wave to stand up and reform on the inside, it's not really going to give him that much, so he's going to kick out with a clean finish.
But really opened with a nice nose ride, able to lock that in. Nice steep face, even though it was a whitewater face. And as you said, that first wave that he got, the quick in and out, that allowed him to reposition a little bit wider where the takeoff was going to be more functional.
Looks like we have another paddle here from our surfer in blue, Carlos Escobar. Out of Guatemala, has so much speed that you just can't hang on to it.
Went over the handlebars on that one.
So we'll have a little wipe off for Carlos. He'll be in a good position still, though, to get himself right back in the lineup. And Augustine will have the best wave of the heat to drop in. A 2.33 for that opening nose ride of Mboso. And so he's got that score on the board. And Augustine out of Panama. He's been surfing for a long time. He also coaches a lot, so I'm sure in his mind he's got a little bit of that, you know, that ability while he's wearing a jersey himself to be working out, maybe what he'd be sharing with another surfer out there. As we take a look at Carlos, so resetting. First fall, again, it opens him up for that smaller wave on the inside. Perfect hang 5 to start things off with. A little bit far out on the shoulder, but it's lining him up for this next section well, as he's able to find that second quick hang 5. A little bit of shuffling off the nose, which I will just make sure to clarify when we see that, because we want to see clean footwork, and clean footwork is cross-stepping. It's also the most functional way, the cleanest way, and the fastest way to move yourself up and down the board with the most control, which is why that's what we like to see. Couple little uses of the rail here as he comes through the inside wing nut, and we'll see if he's able to find this connection here. This wave continues to just have that corner on it just enough, and he's doing such a beautiful job of drawing that line through, not rushing anything here, and there we go. That's better footwork. Couple steps up, has to stretch out to that nose ride, shuffles back off, and he'll kick on the inside.
Yeah, he really wanted to get a nice complete ride. You know, that last nose ride where it was kind of out on the fat shoulder doesn't really count, you know, in a real, as compared to the nose ride that he opened up with. That was a screaming fast section. The wave was a little bit smaller. The way he set it up with that fade, I like the way he comes off the bottom there and started moving forward as his board was climbing in the face. And it looked like he was running he's way too far ahead of the pocket, but he could see how this wave was accelerating, and that's a nice forward speed trim 5. As you said, that he shuffled back to the tail. And the reason why cross-stepping is so valued and so effective, it's a smoother transition of weight, and it allows you to carry your momentum forward or back. It's not only more graceful, more functional, as you said. And here he is just staying busy, hoping the inside is going to present a little bit more. The shore break isn't doing what it did yesterday, where it's giving you those finishing maneuvers. At least when I was watching it this morning, it was getting kind of messy and really ripply because of the low tide. So we'll see whether the surfers on the smaller waves, whether it makes sense for them to ride them so far in.
If they might be kicking out just a little bit earlier.
Guatemala.
Flag.
The neighbor up north.
Flags flying down on the beach as we see Augustine up and riding on the nose in through that first section. Bright and early here in El Salvador for our opening heats of the day. Now remembering that this is an elimination round, and Augustine is doing everything he can to make sure he's in the top 2. Finds that second nose ride. Waves looking really playful out there. I love that little S turn, that whip around, tight footwork once again to get back to the nose. We're still waiting for his second wave outside that 0.43 to drop through, and this will be his third one. So he could be sitting on a decent heat total at this stage. Back into that hang 5, pedals off, and sets his rail here as he comes through the inside. That board's looking really lively and reactive underneath his feet as he finds this next section. Love that little jive with his knees and kind of the hips down as he finds another nose ride, sets it up, looking like he might almost have the connection and not quite.
And that wave, the second half of that wave did have a lot of fun and potential, as we see UN taking off on this one. Boy, that was quite the little elevator action right there.
That was a wild opening nose ride for Lucas. Sets himself up for a second long hang 5. He's been more patient about halfway through this heat before he's able to get his opening ride. And he's really hopeful to be able to keep Chinese Taipei moving forward in the draw, increasing those rankings as a team as well heading into next year's event. Some great variety within his surfing. He's a very tall surfer, and he's really using that posture to his advantage.
And again, choosing to kick out, not milking that any further. As the wave gets that much smaller, I don't know it makes sense, and I think that was a wise position to exit. Really nice board that he's riding there from Ian Zamora, sorry.
Boso now up and riding again, so into that second carve. Now cross-stepping up, gets a quick tap to the nose. He's sitting on that opening ride of a 2.66. This will be his second for the score coming in. Another quick nose ride, trying to put a bit of power into each of these cutbacks. And staying in that top third of the wave, just bouncing off the foam quietly here, and he'll kick out. So not quite those long locked-in nose rides that we were seeing from the other surfers. Judges have a little bit of work in front of them now, Wingnut. We know that there's multiple scores to come in across the board. For a couple of those surfers, it's more than one score to come through as well.
Well, at least there's more surfers up and riding again.
That's right. So, they won't be looking at replays right now. They'll be looking at live action with Carlos perched on that hang 5. Body weight positioned a little bit more on that back foot just to keep that weight where he felt like it would allow him to stay on that nose just a little bit longer. And beautiful looking carve, looking down the line, feeling what this wave has to offer, setting himself up as he links it back towards the foam, and might look for a little bit of cross-stepping here as he goes into that cutback once again, now into this inside section. We'll see if it offers him something to put in a little bit more of an explosive finish, or will it just be that clean kick out as well? Quick steps up towards the nose, and he'll eject just before the sand.
I think a little bit too much time spent out on the shoulder. And again, it's something we're going to be looking for, and the judges are looking for, is staying farther back in the pocket. So there, a little better posture there. That's a nice nose ride section, very relaxed. But then the footwork kind of falls apart a little bit there. You want to see the cross-stepping and then see the shuffling back, and that's really going to start costing you as we go on in this event, because those that will succeed, those that are going to win this event, are going to be cross-stepping all the time. There will be none of that shuffling.
Carlos flying through the inside section here. He's a great skater as well. Basically, anytime he can, he's on a board. Instead of using those feet to just walk, instead of using the arms to swim.
That's why the walking is falling apart here. He doesn't do enough cross-stepping on dry land.
That's right. Needs to start cross-stepping anywhere he's walking. Do a little bit more dancing maybe. As we take a look now at Lucas, up and riding, trims into that high line, finds that great nose ride, stands tall. This wave having a little bit more size to it, a nice stretched out wall in front of him as well. As he drops down to the bottom of that wave, starts to climb again, right into the curl. That bit of whitewater not even phasing him as it breaks in his face. Uses that drop knee cut back, and now just kind of going to quietly wait for this wave to stand up on the inside section. Nice that he was able to build from that opening nose ride. Auntie Megs has been talking about the importance of starting there, that you have all of these points available, and as long as you capitalize on that opening section, you're building on that score line. If you miss that opening section, you're kind of just taking points away from the potential score that you could have had.
Right, that became very apparent during the first days of competition, that you have to make your move at the opening part of the wave, the most critical part of the wave. And as you can see on the outside, one of those wider sets looks like it's going to swing through. We'll see who might be ready to take advantage. The biggest score so far that's up on the board is for Carlos from Guatemala, that 5.50. So a good start for him so far, but we're waiting for scores for everyone else still.
That's right. He was able to also back that up with a 4.43. So it looks like all scores are now in for Carlos. He's momentarily sitting in the lead, but we're waiting for scores still for red, Lucas, and for green, Augustine. Mboso's last wave dropped in as a 3.27, so he's got that to better his 2.33. He'll be sitting in second for a moment. As we can see, Nicolas Ayala out of Colombia getting ready to paddle out next. Proud father hitting the lineup. on a board with that nice wide tail. Looks like he can hardly fit his arm around it. It's often the problem riding longboards, is finding a board and having a shaper that's okay to go, all right, your arm is only so long.
Well, and the interesting for me has always been when you're trying to reach around the deck of a surfboard, the decks are domed, there's so much curve, and the bottom tends to be really flat. So you're adding an inch when you're trying to get your arm around the deck of a board as opposed to the bottom. And everybody's like, well, what about getting wax on your body? Well, you're actually not holding the board against your body. So again, we'll talk about that later.
Mboso uses his priority on this wave. He's now chasing a 6.66. As scores have dropped in for the rest of the field, he'll find himself in third. Nice rail turn. Sets himself up here, wanting to get back to the nose, stalls it for a moment, goes to that 5 to 10 combination, stands tall. Fantastic nose riding. And now looking for what other things he can do to build on the score that this wave has already given him. Setting it up here, and he's just going to kick out there. Smart decision.
Smart exit, very smart exit. That was a really clean, standing, tall nose ride. When I see it again, we'll see if there's, are 10 toes wrapped over, 5 were for sure. But I liked his commitment to that posture. Really well surfed wave. It's interesting at this lower tide, there's actually a little bit of a hollow section in there. I wonder if anybody's going to be able to try to figure a way to get into it, get a head dip. It's a crisper wave on those medium large waves right now.
Scores are starting to trickle in across the board. We're now only waiting for this last wave of Mboso. At the moment, it's Lucas out of Chinese Taipei in the red jersey. He's in first. He dropped a 5.33 for his opening wave. Now a 6.13 for his backup wave, which has improved it. Augustine out of Panama is sitting in second with a 4.33 and a 5.67. Let's take another look at this wave, which is the last score we're looking for. If he gets a 6.73, then he'll be sitting in that advancing position.
So a lot of waiting there in that opening part. I think there was some opportunity there to have increased his score, but it's here where he stands tall, gets that nose ride, critical, steep part of the wave, and he was rewarded well for that. Hopefully we'll be rewarded well for that as we're waiting for that score to come in. And then keeping the board moving here and deciding to exit, which I think was the right time to exit that one.
Well, scores are in. It's a 4.47, which is a great reflection of that kind of missed opportunity at the start of the wave. Well rewarded for that carve to nose ride section. And it has chipped away at his requirement. So he was chasing over a 6-point ride. Now he's chasing a 5.54, which is a big difference in the scale.
Right, 3 minutes left, and we know how long that paddle is, but I think he'll get there in time to be at least in the lineup and with fourth priority, hoping to get another shot at finding that 5.54 or better.
Now Lucas up in the lead for Chinese Taipei. He's a part-time professional surfer, a part-time English teacher, and a part-time dad. So he's got a few things going on behind the scenes.
I wonder how much you get paid for being a part-time dad.
Yeah, heaps. So much. Now he's got a great kind of setup running behind the scenes. Also awesome to know the development of surfing through Chinese Taipei, that there is now the potential for more surfers to be professionals, even if it's just in that part-time capacity. Lucas now up and riding, wanting to hold on to that leading position. His team will be down on the beach feeling, oh no, a little bit of anxiety as he's falling on that one.
Yeah, he got punched in the gut by the lip of that wave. That was a really fun takeoff to watch. That wave stood up really quickly, and he virtually airdropped out of that one. Let's see. Gets it. He's trying to build some speed. He's forward on the nose, gets that, and just as he was kind of moving back to accommodate that drop.
Taking a look now at his 6.13 wingnut.
The really clean nose ride right at the start. Steepest part of the wave. A lot of speed, really smooth, and then that sweeping cutback. Right there's a little bit of a section trying to explode on him, and he negotiates that fine, deep drop knee turn. Let's see how deep he cuts back. And again, it's trying to get yourself back below the whitewater like he does there. Projecting out of it is what is going to help you set up your next maneuver. And it's smooth. It creates the power. It creates your flow. This one had opportunity for more turns on the inside, and then it'll be a clean exit.
He's been surfing for around 10 years, mostly in the south area of Chinese Taipei. He says he's originally a high-performance longboarder, but he's loving nose riding and wanting to surf to a more traditional criteria like what we're seeing here from Augustine. Perched into a great, fast nose ride out the start. Has to do a little bit of pumping here to try and drive around the section and get himself into this next open face part of the wave. Does well to navigate it. He's looking for a 5.8 to take that leading position. Back into a hang 5, cross steps off of it, carves back into the foam, and now he's going to set up here off the bottom. Draws it through. Now waiting to see if this wave's going to give him the opportunity to go back to the nose. Right now it's just that nice corner, those pockets that allow him to really lay into those turns. One step forward, one step back. Reassessing as he comes through to the inside. And that little stall, that kind of locked knee stance for a moment helps him set up for this finishing nose ride. This will be the first one of the one of the waves this morning in this heat that we're going to see actually connect all the way to the shoreline. A lot of the waves have had that earlier kick out, and now Mboso up and riding. He was up before the buzzer. We can see that that time has ticked out, but we're now catching up about halfway through this wave. Couple steps up, finds that nose ride, and he's chasing at least a 5.54 right now. We could see that requirement even increased based off of the scores from the waves that we've just seen. We're not sure, but Mbosi with this last opportunity to represent Cape Town, South Africa, and to try and get himself through to the next round. He'll have his community, his friends and family tuning in across the nation to see how this wave will unfold as he comes in for this finishing section. Great bit of use of the entire board throughout this wave. A little bit of work on the tail, a lot of work on the nose. Just those taps, nothing really locked in, but really using the length of that board.
Definitely moving back and forth a lot, although his requirement to advance definitely climbed while he was on that wave.
Unfortunately, it was that 5.54. It's now essentially a 7, and it just will be a large requirement to be taking him through into the next round. And there we can see Roxy Davis on the beach, 9-time South African national surfing champion. She's competed for her country on an international level many times before across the WSL World Longboard Tour and across the ISA World Longboard Championships. And the team down there on the beach ready to just celebrate the performance that Mbosi was able to have out in the lineup. There we go with the official results. Unfortunately, that requirement just too high for the last of Mbosi, but a great effort. It is Augustine of Panama, inches away with the win on that final exchange. Lucas from Chinese Taipei drops into second. Carlos Escobar and Mbosi Zozi unfortunately eliminated from competition as we're into the rapid charge rounds now. We've got more action to come and more great surfing to watch, so stay tuned, and we'll be back to celebrate longboarding right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championships. We've got a set approaching, and Adam Torrey of Canada finds himself with priority because there's already been a couple waves ridden while we were in that commercial break. He'll kick out quickly of that wave. It doesn't look like anyone else is out in position yet, so he'll likely just gain priority back again, so that won't be a missed opportunity. And we've got waves and scores to come through for the rest of the field.
You can see the triangle of goodness right there. And he's just shifted over to the very tip of the triangle, right? So he realized he was a little bit too deep on that last approach, and he's now set up right at the top of the triangle, and hopefully this wave will fit that reef better and give him a better opportunity.
Adam now up and riding, representing Team Canada, and unfortunately gets clipped once again.
It's tough. He let himself get so far down the face, and again, being backside, it's a little bit more complicated in trying to project and get some speed down the line. This is what happened during the break. First wave for Rafael. Again, a little bit of a footwork question there. There was a little bit of shuffling going on. Really, I like the cutback. I like the use of the rail in that. Nice footwork going forward there. You can see some space under the nose, but again, he's so far out on the shoulder where where he was doing that nose ride. And that's what we're going to want to see a little tighter into the pocket as he works his way to the inside. You can see some lump and bump on the inside, but there's so much speed. I don't think there's a way to successfully nose ride with that lump and chop in the pocket. See, he went so far out on the shoulder and he was carrying momentum so that he could walk to the nose, but it gives him an opportunity for a nice finishing maneuver.
Taking a look now at the first wave from Nicholas Alaya out of Colombia. So a little bit of action for the start of this day with a layback thrown in the middle.
Little bit of flair in the cutback. Nice. He's a little wide on the pocket, but he had a nice steep face where he put that nose ride in, and that one was cleaner on the inside, and he was able to actually get out there successfully.
15 minutes on the clock, and we have an 8-point ride for the opening ride of Nicholas Ayala out of Colombia on a fantastic opening performance. We'll have more scores to come right after this, but at the moment we've got the winner of our opening heat of the day alongside Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Here with Agustin Cedeño Vargas representing Panama. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So the waves, it looks like it's still pumping. The forecast said that the waves might drop down. Were you expecting it to be smaller this morning?
Well, it's actually similar like yesterday with some sets. Today is a little slower, I think, than yesterday, but there's still a lot of fun wave, like really fun.
So as we were saying before the interview, it was jumping around. Everyone had a chance to be in first, it seemed like, at one point in that heat. And I guess you didn't really know your scores. You were just out there surfing for yourself.
Yeah, I took the first wave, wasn't that good. Then the second one was better. And then the third one was a lot better, but I didn't know the situation, well, my wave, until like the last 7 minutes. So I just try to relax and just surf another wave, even better to secure my spot.
Well, it's great to have more chances to keep surfing this perfect wave at the wave machine of Sunsol. How do you love this wave?
Wow, this wave is so fun. It's a ride and regular, so it's perfect. I would like to be a little smaller, so it would be better for longboard, but still it's really rippable, and we had a lot of fun and stoked to have another chance.
Yeah, this place is always pumping, but we will have some fun days through the comp. I'm sure you'll have plenty of tip time. Love your round tail with the big center fin. Is that like a 10-inch single fin?
Yeah, that's a 10.5 involvement fin. CJ Nelson design. He have been helping me a lot, so it changed a little bit. Better for this wave. I used to in the first hit I surfed like a round squash tail, more like squash, and then I switched it to this one. It feels a lot better, more control.
Right. Si quieres unas palabras a tus paisanos que están apoyando desde casa.
Sí, bueno, primero que todo, muchas gracias aquí a mi equipo, a mi mamá, a los compañeros que me están apoyando, y un saludo a mis patrocinadores en casa, a mi abuela, a los suegros, a mi novia y a todos los que me están viendo, a mis amigos de la Buena Vida Surf Team. Yeah.
¿Es tu mamá? Pensé que era tu hermana.
Mi mamá.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Well done. And just sneaking away that win on that final exchange for Agustin there out of Panama. Great surfing. And he's going to be feeling stoked to continue representing the Latin American contingency and Panama specifically, making it through into the next round.
And I love the thanking of the mother and the grandmother there. I don't think enough surfers thank their parents for making the world, a surf world, available to them. I think every kid should have a mom and dad sticker on their board, at least until they have paying their own way.
Yeah, exactly. What a great way. on that as that main sponsor. Right there up on the nose, it's always where the main sponsor sticker goes. And usually there has to be like kind of a foot around it where no other sticker can be present. Should just be saying mom and dad up there for a lot of the crew. We got a paddle here. Once we go through that, we will touch back on our current situation. Michel, 6, out of the Netherlands, unfortunately goes down on that opening section, that opening nose ride. And actually, funnily enough, in his profile, under sponsors, it says my wage slip for Michel. Adam Torrey now, goes down again. He is
too deep.
Charging.
But it was such a deep takeoff, and that wave is just going to unload in front of you. Let's see if somebody finds it and looks like Rafael. He realized the same issue. He was going to be too deep.
Nicholas now up and riding. He opened with an 8-point ride, now locking into that hang 5 to start, trims it back into the section. Tail goes a little bit shaky on that last turn, but finds that little S, that sort of weave through the top part of the wave. Couple steps towards the nose, drops back into that carving nature, and looking down the line, that wave just isn't going to offer him up too much more, or he's not quite going to be in the section to connect it at least.
Yeah, he got a little too far out on the shoulder. And, you know, the other reason why you should stay back in the pocket, that's where the power, that's where the energy, that's where your points are going to come from. And you get out there and you can get stuck because the bigger sets kind of push out and the water gets deep very quickly and the energy goes away. So there's your reminder, stay in the pocket. That's where your points are going to come from too.
So important, especially at this type of wave, where the wave actually, like, almost, even though you're going right, it curls back to the left the entire time. Rafael Cortez up and riding straight onto the nose. He opened with a 6.50. He's now wrapping back into this section and driving off the bottom, widening that stance to just navigate all of that bump in front of him or that white water coming down on his feet. Great work of cross-stepping up to the nose while climbing the face of that wave. Cross-stepping back again, throwing in that soul arch. That looked really fun. And he's looking to build on that score line now. Adds in that cross-step cutback. Adding in that bit of variety. It seemed to be quite functional in the way that he was able to turn that board as well. Back into that nose ride. And looking to put himself into the pocket once again. Setting it up on this finishing section, and he'll just duck out. So 9 minutes on the clock, a lot of action, a lot of opportunity for every surfer out in the water right now. Michel bottom turns as Adam Torrey paddles over that wave and finds himself straight onto the nose here for Michel. Setting himself up, just a little top to bottom surfing. Carves back, doesn't quite go all the way back to the white water, but sets himself up now for a longer locked in hang 5. Can see him kind of eyeing off this wave, having a little look back. This one, he really committed to going a little deeper on that turn, but...
Well, and again, I think the fail there was bringing that turn back and launching onto the whitewater where the instability came from. If he had carved below it and smoothed the turn around it, I think he would have, obviously he would have stayed on his feet. But let's compliment him for that second nose ride. He actually found a way to have a proper high pocket nose ride on kind of the second section of the wave. So I thought that was really well managed there. Again, we've seen too many people trying to, claim a nose ride out on the shoulder, not in the pocket.
Yeah, really important now as we see Adam Torrey, great cross-stepping. So he's put himself farther out on the shoulder for that opening takeoff. He's avoided getting clipped by that section. Now he's going to grab that rail just to make it around from that opening section. Ducks into the barrel, holding onto the rail. He makes it out, not super clean, but he'll punch through that whitewater. He'll be feeling stoked on that regardless of what happens throughout this heat. That's the first kind of real barrel that we've seen throughout this competition. And now looking to see if he can make it back around to the face of the wave. Doesn't quite get it, so he'll just kick out.
He got a little hung up in that cutback. So a little late bringing it around, but it gave him the opportunity to literally get covered up and blast through the wall. So that was fun.
That was great. Adam Torrey, originally from London, born in the UK, landlocked, and his Canadian parents eventually allowed him to move back to Tofino when he hit his adult years. They were okay with him living in a different part of the world, and then he was able to pick up surfing just like this.
That's where he got stuck in that bottom turn. Good use of pulling through the rail there to get him back on line. gets completely swallowed up there and gets spit out successfully. Yeah, that's where you're going to try and do battle. Can I get ahead of this? And we've seen almost nobody make it when you're that far back. Now we'll get to look at it a third time. The footwork, and watch the cut back here, and he just almost goes over that outside rail, and that's what cost him a little bit of speed down the line. Allows him to get inside of this, and after he successfully comes out, the ride's over.
Scores to come through now for that last wave of Adam. Judges watching the replay. His first 3 attempts were those big takeoffs where he couldn't really make it around the section and had a few falls, which means he's currently in a combination situation, but this will take him out of that combo requirement. However, to take away that second place position now, it's going to be a 12-point heat total that needs to get there. Well, that's a big requirement on both of our surfers in third and fourth place position. Rafael Cortez having a flip on this wave. He's already sitting with 2 6s on the board for the Chilean out of Pichilemu, a guy who is very familiar with going left rather than going right, and will be looking to continue improving his forehand while he's surfing out here this week. Can see the crew for him down on the beach, and Chile's got a long-standing history of surfing.
Definitely, and it's on my son's list of favorite places to go, being the goofy foot that he is, and I understand his desire, and I will not be accompanying him. I am not going to go that far to go to water that cold to go left.
Well, him and my husband Aaron can both go together because Chile is Aaron's favorite country. He absolutely loves surfing there. He loves everything about the culture, the weather, the cold, the desert, the ocean. I also happy to go ride on a tropical little point break and call it a day.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how I can get back here to El Salvador as soon as possible, as we see Nicholas from Colombia.
Well, he opened up with that 8-point ride, built with a 4 for the backup score, is somehow sitting in second, but a long cheater 5 like this will set him up well to be able to chip away at that 4-point ride. We've got another surfer up and riding out the back as this set is looking really solid. The surf seems to just be improving as we're approaching that bottom of the tide now. A couple cross steps forward into that tight 5, possible 10, and sets himself up again for another nose ride. A little bit of water kind of flaring off the tip, showing that there's that little bit of chop on the face of the wave. Pedals back, and we'll kick out.
That opening cheater 5 was really nice, and I think it could be almost an undervalued maneuver because you're not standing tall, but your speed and balance, you're taking the umbrella and shedding it by bringing your body down so you'll have more speed while you're completely screaming across with your toes over. I really like that move. I thought that was done really well.
Yeah, I really liked it as well. He's on a quick paddle to get himself back out to sea, into position. If he can find one more wave. There's only 3 minutes remaining. Let's take a look at some replays here. This is the last wave of Michelle.
And he took off in the back there, coming off the bottom really fast, generating speed, but not actually doing anything I think that's going to put points on the board. Those 3 long, drawn-out speed pumps, I think we're a missed opportunity to lock up and try to get a nose ride. Again, the more points are going to be scored on the outside, so you want to do that right out the gate. And let's take a look at here's that little stretch 5. See how he lowers his hips? He's got a low center of gravity. He's kind of tucked in the pocket there real nicely. I thought that was well executed. Could you have stood tall and really claimed that one? Maybe. But that one, I thought the style and the smoothness is worth some really nice points from that. And again, the inside gets another one, gets that back foot up for a 10. Really found some good opportunity with this lower tide. The inside on the medium set waves is really clean. And then again, a little on the shoulder for that last nose ride, and he gets out before the shore break.
The work really done on this outside section as we take another look at it here from the drone angle. I do love that positioning. I love the little hand drag to be able to manage speed.
And the toes were nicely wrapped over the nose. So again, lots of quality maneuvers in a very classic move. And then staying fluid, keeping the board moving, getting another nose ride. There's the 5, brings the back foot up for the 10, keeping that moving, able to get another nose ride again. Toes over on that one. Quality on that nose ride, and this last one just getting a little bit out onto the shoulder there before he exits.
So scores in, it's a 6.9. It moves him up into that leading position with the 8 and a 6.9 now. Rafael Cortez of Chile sitting in second with a couple of 6s still as his 2 high scores. He does have another score for the Chilean to drop in, but he'll need to be improving on a 6.5, which was his opener.
These 2 surfers, Nicholas and Rafael, have really dominated the heat with some strong performances. So less than a minute left, and it looks like these 2 are going to take the win out of Reprecharge Round 1 Heat 5. So a long day of Reprecharge heats. And as I am learning more, that even in the main event, as surfers get bounced out, they go into another, Reprecharge opportunity, which I think is one of the special things that the ISA format offers.
That's right. Everyone has 2 opportunities. So even into the kind of semifinals, or we would call it the main round final, those surfers that lose out as 3rd and 4th place there, they will then head into a Reprecharge final with the opportunity to come back into those medal rounds. As we take a look now at Nicholas, just on a victory lap here, having a bit of fun out in the lineup. Like you said, with it, that tide being so low right now, these waves are just hugging that cobblestone bottom so well. It's looking so rippable out there, and so far we've seen some really great surfing to start out our first 2 heats of the morning. And Nicholas just showcasing some great traditional surfing, adding that variety into his types of turns and having a bit of fun as he finishes off on the inside.
Definitely a nice finishing wave just to enjoy. Didn't make it all the way back out. No real reason to. He would have been 4th priority. So he found a fun one to bring himself all the way into the beach. I don't think it'll go into a scoring line, but I think it will be a fun way to end. Yeah, there's rocks underneath there. Be careful.
Yeah. There's sand, but there's also definitely some rocks out
at this tide, you can see that there, that little bit of water might be hiding some other. Fortunately, these are the smoothest, roundest cobblestones I've ever come across. There's not a barnacle on them. Look at every single one of those is perfectly shaped.
Well, results will stay the same. Unfortunately, Michel 6 out of the Netherlands will be falling out. His wife and new daughter Bonnie would have been tuning in to be able to see his performance. And Adam Torrey out of Tofino, Canada, the surf coach who loves longboarding, will be out of the main event here in El Salvador, but we'll be seeing more of them in the future. And coming up next, we've got more surfing from men's Reprecharge Round 1. Before we get into that, though, let's check out more on the judging criteria.
The longboard surfer must perform controlled, traditional maneuvers with the highest degree of difficulty in the most critical section of the wave to gain the highest score. Judges will reward the performance with reference to control, style, flow and grace, as well as commitment, variety of maneuvers, and use of the entire board. Nose riding, trimming, speed and power and footwork will be important elements in the judges' decision making. Variety highlights the need to present different types of maneuvers on one wave. Control, style and flow highlights the way the wave is presented and the manner in which the rider is able to link the moves together. Cross-stepping in and out of nose rides and turns, carving drop knee turns, and extended nose rides with weight directly over the tip are all indications of the quality of style and flow in traditional longboard surfing.
We're back to the cobblestones of El Sunzal here in Surf City, El Salvador, with Ecuador, Venezuela, and Spain sending surfers into the water, knowing that 3 will head out, only 2 will return to continue on their charge toward a gold medal here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. Out in the lineup, we'll have Oswaldo Borbor out of Ecuador, Jose Antepaz out of Venezuela, and Nicolas Garcia from Spain. These guys are lucky because there's only 3 of them, which means the odds are in their favor moving forward.
There are some interesting stacked heats in the Reprecharge coming up. This one is a little friendlier with only 3 surfers.
Paddle out the back as Shannon and Wingnut here to call the action. Jose cross-stepping up to the nose, finds that nice trim line. A little bit relaxed on his backhand and straight up into that hang 10 as well. Looks like he was able to connect those ankles together nice and tight. We'll see in the replays later on as we take a look now at a different angle into that next section with hang 5 opportunities, and just gets a little caught up there again, slightly outside the pocket, and won't be able to kind of find that projection through the finishing nose ride, but some nice work out the back wing nut.
That was an unfortunate end to a really, really good wave. There were a lot of high quality nose riding moments in the critical part of the wave outside of the top. So as I used to, tell Kalia, you made all that money, and he didn't quite put it all in the pocket. A little bit of it got sent into space because there was more to be made there. Real pretty here, and then you see him get relaxed. That's what I like. It's when you know that you're locked in, things are going great, able to bring that back foot up, a little off balance coming off of it, and as you can see, he's a little ahead of the section, but that's a screamer of a wave there. And I think the problem, the way this wave falls apart, is because he's so far out ahead of the pocket, the wave slows down and he's unable to anticipate it, and hence the pearl.
Hence the pearl, unfortunately, but what a beautiful way to start out that wave for Jose. 34 years old, representing Spain, but actually from Venezuela, a native to an island that's not too far from where we're currently sitting here in El Salvador.
Yes.
17 minutes on the clock, and a 5.17 comes through for the opening ride, which means he could have been looking towards that excellent range had he connected another couple nose rides and turns down the line. Nicolas Garcia of Spain now up and riding. Straight to a 5 to 10 combination. Beautiful, and able to hold on to that hang 5. Perfect line down the way. Now starts to pedal back. That was one of the longest nose rides that we've seen, even in, I would say, the competition so far this week. Pedals off, finds another hang 5 here, now driving through that turn. I love that you can see that big, heavy single fin in the face of the wave as he's coming out of that bottom turn. We can see it there again just for a moment. And this is going to be a great way to finish off on the inside section. Finds another locked in hang 5. The tide is really doing the wave some favors right now.
Absolutely.
It's giving so much scoring potential through the inside.
Really, some of the better shaped waves we've seen this week. Not as big as the monster sets that have come through, which really don't allow you as much nose riding as we just saw from Nicolas. I thought that was a fantastic performance throughout the nice big turns. Remember, we keep telling people to nose ride, and then you can put in your turns, and I think this was a great example of that. Solid, legs tight together with that hang 10, shifting his weight back for a speed 5, a high line there though, but he's not in that top 1 inch, he's in the top third, so there's a nice pocket that's making all this nose riding work. Now as he gets too far ahead of it, he starts to bring himself with a full rail turn back into the pocket, and that's where you're kind of running out onto the shoulder. Does the right thing, brings it back with a big sweeping cutback, and here's where you can just keep adding turns if you want, because you've done the good nose riding work on the outside. Stay together with this wave, collect all the points you worked so hard on, find a nice way to finish this wave, and put those points in the bank, my friend. That was a well-surfed wave.
Great way to finish off on the inside as we take another slow-mo look at this 5 to 10 combination.
Look at the way he brings that back foot up, stands tall, arms out, little balance work there, which is fine. And you can see that wave, the pocket of that wave, right behind the tail of that board, all the speed you can see underneath the nose of that board. The board's actually climbing as he's nose riding. He's going to have to shift his weight down to drop it in. Bringing that back foot up helps push that board down a little bit as it was climbing too much.
This is a real exclamation point way to start out your campaign. It's the rapid charge rounds, knowing that there's a lot on the line right now. We're still waiting for that score to drop in as we take a look at Oswaldo out of Ecuador on his first wave. Opening sections, couple of turns here, going in for that third one now, wrapping it around, just staying kind of friendly on that tail. Couple steps forward, nice tight footwork, speedy, fast, and sets him up here to try and now look for that opening nose ride. Finds that 5, is able to just pierce through the face of that wave and hold on to that nose ride, setting himself up down the line on the inside section here, and just kind of hugging that white water, wanting to stay with that power pocket to not lose out on the momentum that we've seen from quite a few waves throughout today. And looking now down the line as that water just splashes straight into his eyes, seeing if he'll be able to get any more scoring potential out of this wave through to the inside for our Ecuadorian. And as he kicks out on the inside section, we might have another wave here, and we've got a paddle from our surfer out the back in the green jersey. Jose had that opening 517, unfortunately falls off of this first wave, this second attempt on the opening nose ride, and he'll go down with an opportunity just behind it. We'll stay with live action here as the waves just keep coming. We'll keep talking about them. And now driving down the line, he's going to get clipped by that section, stays low and compressed, grabs the rail, might decide to hang on to this, but at this stage he's lost so much opportunity that he needs to just get out of it to be able to have a shorter paddle back. Here, you know, again, just no scoring opportunity so far. He's very committed to staying with this, though. He's going to find some opportunity through to the inside section. Well done for holding on that long. I mean, that's a lot of, you know, work through the legs. And now back up, standing tall, cross steps forward. Gets that kind of tap towards the nose, but would have been about 6 inches off of it. Throws in a bit of variety with the turns there. Grabs that rail under the lip and looking for one last hit here. You can see him just kind of lining it up the whole way. He'll have to kick out, unfortunately. And as we wait for scores to come through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way alongside Nicholas Ayala.
Thank you, guys. Whenever that last heat, I think it was number 5.
Yeah, it was.
This is Nicholas Ayala representing Colombia, not Columbia. So I loved your surfing out there. You started with an 8-point ride early on. One of my favorite rides was that long stretch 5 through that section. Explain to the viewers like what the function, besides just being fun, what the function of that stretch 5 is instead of standing and doing the kind of upright position.
Well, it's hard to explain because kind of you just do what the wave tells you to do. I felt like that in that section it just felt so comfortable to go ahead and lower myself and just stretch the 5 past it. Was a great way to maintain speed and also just trim down the line while keeping myself on top of the wave. Was really good.
It also brought you to that inside section where you snuck in a 10. I'm going to tell you to enjoy those stretch 5s while you're young, because when you get my age, it's pretty hard to come back up from those. Second, besides the opportunity to come out and surf this machine wave of El Sunzal for another round, what's the importance of bringing your country through and keeping it in the contest?
Oh, dude, it's more than important. Right now, Colombia is on a pivot point of his history. I think surfing in my country is just starting to pick up, and this is history just written right now in this moment. So it's great. It's great for Colombia.
Well, we're so excited to have so many wonderful countries like yours here with us here in the ISA, and finally some words in Spanish for your friends at home who are supporting you.
Claro que sí, un saludo a todos en Puerto Colombia, a todos los que me están viendo por las redes. Sé que todos están muy pendientes y muchas gracias. Un saludo especial a mi familia, a mi esposa, a mi hija. Las amo, las extraño. Estoy bien.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Best of luck in the next one.
Thanks, man.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thank you, Ben. I've got a quick story. I did a trip to Costa Rica with Paul Strauch 10 years ago, and you know, the Paul Strauch 5 named after him, and we were up at Ollie's Point, and he locks into this beautiful Paul Strauch 5, and it was just such a treat to watch, and he cruises over the top of the wave and then just tips over. And it was the point that Ben made, that at a certain point the knees just won't let you go back up.
They've locked and they're not going to unlock, as we take a look at now at Oswaldo. Locked into that hang 5. You can see those toes look like they're wrapped over the tip of the nose on that bright red surfboard, and driving back into the section here, looking to gain a little bit of speed and really put some power into those little cutbacks, setting himself up once again. So this wave he was able to open up with that great nose ride. He's now going to be able to build on that score line coming down the line, each of those turns, looking for another opportunity through here, just kind of trimming through that whitewater, a little bit of that whitewater just, running over the deck of that board as he comes back into that open face. Smaller size wave, couple steps forward, looking for another quick close to 5, but maybe not quite with those toes over. There we can see him really wrap those toes over the edge. And coming into the cobblestone, makes that decision to try and finish out on that inside reform, and he'll be looking to improve on that 4.60 that he opened up with. We got that 517 that was Jose's opening ride, and let's take one more look at this one with that opening nose ride.
He gets a really nice nose ride at the top. He's run a little bit out on the shoulder, as you can see, and then the footwork back wasn't quite precise, and you can see him really working the board around, using his upper body and the contortion there to turn that board, as opposed to being more balanced on the tail and letting the fin do the work. So not as clean here on the back half of the ride, as he opened so strongly with such a really nice nose ride. And again, that's where the better points are going to be earned, as we saw with with Nicholas, and that great score that he dropped for those beautiful nose rides out there. Getting an 8.33 really is setting the tone for this heat, and he's in a fantastic position to advance with Oswaldo. As we have 7 minutes left, there's some work to be done by Oswaldo.
Yeah, so Oswaldo was able to just drop in a 4.97 for the wave that we watched on that replay. It takes him up into the lead. However, looking at the strength of the 8.33 that Nicholas got, he also doesn't have a backup score yet, which we've seen in a few heats through the main rounds. Some surfers landing themselves into repecharge because they had a decent score and they couldn't get themselves that backup. Nicholas in a good position, though. He's got first priority. He's got 6.5 minutes on the clock, and he's got an 8.33. He'll be taking that advancing position, we would assume. Jose from Venezuela has that 5.17 on the board and only chasing a 3.17 to make a difference. Realistically, he'll be chasing something in that 4 to 5 point range to be able to take out the heat total of the Ecuadorian on that 9.5 point heat total right now. So really we're looking at kind of a 5 point ride to make a big difference within this heat. As we can see, our surfer in the white jersey now up and riding once again. So he's got that 8.33. He was patient to wait out this wave. He's already got a 5 to 10, back to a 5, back to a 10, back to a 5. Cross-stepping off, driving through that turn. Nice and deep on that bottom turn as well, wingnut, like you've been hinting at. Instead of hitting that whitewater, just driving down to the face of that wave, the bottom of that wave, staying more on that kind of open face of it, and now setting himself up through the inside. So a lot of really important work done on the outside section. Cross steps up back into that hang 5, keeping that posture back, those arms held high. As a goofy foot or any surfer that's surfing on their backhand, really important in that nose ride to be keeping that chest open, those arms wide, to be able to keep that balance moving forward. And just getting so much more opportunity here through the inside as those waves continue to open up, and he is feeling stoked.
Though he has found 2 waves already that offered fantastic second nose riding opportunities. Great nose riding work on the outside. I mean, that was brilliant. And then because of the shape of that wave on the inside, he was able to really score again. Look at the surface conditions, so beautiful this morning as he gets this long, speedy 5, really critical part of the wave there. It's when he sweeps through this turn, comes back. Unfortunately, I would have rather seen him trust himself and not put his hand on the rail. You take a little bit away from the performance when you see a surfer go down and grab the rail as he's coming back up. He does it a second time as well, and I want to go down to the beach and say, you are a great surfer. Don't do that to yourself. Trust yourself. Here he goes again, comes around. He's going to put a hand on the rail, and that's waist-high whitewater that you're going through. Trust yourself. You are such a good surfer.
Totally. In that section, totally unnecessary to drop those hands down to the rail. Just stay standing tall. He's got all of that ability. He's just 21 years old, out of Gijón in Spain, loves surfing at Salinas. And we'll take another look now at his 8.33. So the youngster in the lineup really showing him how it's done.
Really beautiful wave this morning. He found the great line, capitalized on it with some fantastic nose riding. Footwork was a little 50-50 on that one. Here we go, nice footwork again. He's a little out of the pocket, right? A little ahead of it there, but these turns, he keeps it flowing, cross-stepping nicely there, gets out ahead of it, puts himself back into the pocket, really smooth there, keeps his hands clean. That's what I wanted to see on the second wave, you know, not second-guessing himself. Smooth work on this wave to finish it out. It's bouncing, but he's staying smooth. Gets a little out on the shoulder there. Brings it back into the pocket. I don't know, Shannon, I liked both of those waves. I thought that was a spectacular performance
well,
from
the judges
Spaniard.
also liked both of those waves because he's now sitting on a 16.50 heat total. He's got the field comboed, and he's dropped a second 8 on the board. Only needs 2 waves to make it through a heat. Why not make them both excellent?
It's a pretty fantastic performance. I'm assuming, yeah, there he is. He did paddle back out because, again, it's as beautiful as it's been this entire week. There's only 3 surfers in the water. Why not get one more wave without any, you know, a practice wave at this point, something that you can really work on.
With the way the waves are coming through on this low tide today, it's really like we're looking at a mirrored image of the left off Cardiff, where you've got those cobblestone bottoms, you've got those kind of reefy sections out the back as well, a few fish swimming around. You can always check a Garibaldi when you're out at Cardiff. But the way that that left runs, where you've got that decent section and then it kind of hits the soft sections, it stands up again as it comes into the sand, and you're always a little cautious of finishing off really shallow because you could be in a sandy section, but you could be with all those little cobblestone rocks, just like what we have here at Sunzal. It's just that perfect opposite kind of wave to what we're seeing here from the right.
And it's similar to my spot at Pleasure Point, except when we get the low tide, we have some kelp issues. Just when you think everything's going great, you get kelped.
You get kelped, your fin hits it, and you just hit the brakes. As we take a look now at Oswaldo, out of Ecuador from Motanita. He's 41 years old. He's been surfing for many, many years across, you know, kind of all craft. Loves being able to perch on the nose like this. Into that second hang 5 stance tall, that more relaxed posture that you were mentioning. And we've got Jose also in a very relaxed posture out the back. Jose is currently chasing a 4.40 to get himself into the advancing position over Oswaldo, as this is an elimination round heat. So this exchange right now is very important. Oswaldo needs to improve on a 4.6 as his backup score, and he goes down on the inside section. Jose is going to see that happen, and he's going to want to really keep it together now to be able to build on that score line. He's looking to improve only on a 2, but he really needs about a 5-point ride now to make a difference. Goes for that little rail grab on the inside section. A little bit of footwork as he trims straight past where Oswaldo fell on the wave before. He puts up that quick claim. He's feeling good for the Venezuelan. Now remember, if he hadn't fallen on that opening 5.17, he could himself have been sitting on an excellent score already, because that opening wave was really solid. Now he's finally able to find a backup to it.
Yeah, that was a great backup, and he definitely needed it, as we're going to see Nicholas with, there it is. Feeling a little comfortable out there, are you, Nicholas?
Goes for that quick little, not quite a hang heels, but that turnaround spin, runs back to the middle third of the board, back in the pocket into that hang 5, quickly dumps down to grab the rail and just check things out here. Drives off the bottom, sets up that stall. He has so much style within his surfing. Unfortunately, just gets a little ahead of himself. There's a few little things to kind of iron out, Wingnut, would you say, for the 21-year-old?
Yeah, he needs to, let's say, think a little bit more about the overall performance, because he's got so many elements that he does so well. If he can just, drop a bad habit, and there's really only one that's been in that heat, and that's reaching down and grabbing the rail. It just takes away from, it's the mount, the dismount, the performance along the wave. Then all of a sudden you go into a safety squat and grab your rail. It's like that doesn't match the rest of the performance he put on those 2 waves.
The Venezuelan, currently living in Panama, Jose, waiting for a score to drop to see if he'll be able to sneak into an advancing position. It was a great exchange there on the finish of this heat to see where Ecuador and where Venezuela would finish respectively. We know that Spain's going to walk away with a great heat win out of Nicolas Garcia with a couple of 8s on the board. As we take another look at this wave for Jose, he's currently chasing a 4.40 to get himself into that advancing position.
Locks into a very relaxed nose ride. Arms are up. He's a little bit out on the shoulder, and that's why he had a little problem there, and finally cuts back down, get himself into a lower position in the face of that wave so the nose riding will be crisper. But but that's what we're trying to avoid, is being too far out on the shoulder. Yeah, he was in a battle with Oswaldo from Ecuador, and he can see at a certain point that Oswaldo has gone down, so that's going to make him feel better, give him the confidence that he can make it through this heat as he passes Oswaldo right there. And there it is. There's that little claim. If I can get this done, I think I can claim second place in this heat and move on in the reprecharge. Yeah, he feels it. He loved that ride. Let's hope for his sake that the judges agree.
Just get swallowed on the shoreline. Now, Oswaldo also had that final opportunity. However, he fell about halfway through that wave. He had gotten a little bit of work done, but he was looking to improve on a couple of 4s. We'll see if his score was able to go above those and put more pressure onto the Venezuelan, but we would have to say that the Venezuelan's final wave was better than that of what we saw from Oswaldo, so Jose has a much better opportunity of sneaking away with that advancing position.
I think Jose needs a bigger fin. I'm just looking at this shot on the beach. From this angle, it does look like it's a 14-inch fin.
It looks
it's not gonna be.
Does he need to go up to 20 maybe?
No, I think he put on a great performance. I'd love to learn more about, surfing in Venezuela and the breaks and the opportunities that they have there. Because of the situation, not a lot of people, I've never heard of any of the surfing in Venezuela. The Venezuelans I've met have all moved away.
Well, scores are dropping through now, and the judges loved the wave that they saw for the last of the Ecuadorian. It comes through as a 7.13. Even with the fall, he does enough, it looks like, to hold on to the advancing position. And Jose also drops a great score, his best score of the heat, a 6.43. But unfortunately, off the strength of the 7.13 of Oswaldo out of Ecuador, Jose would have then needed a 5.67 backup score. His backup was a 5.17, and it's just shy. And he'll fall just short of getting that advancing position over Ecuador in second. Nicolas Garcia out of Spain will hold on to that winning position off the strength of his 2.8s. And a nail-biting finish for the Ecuadorian team. Celebrations down on the beach as Oswaldo Borbor will take the advancing position. And unfortunately for Jose, we will see him fall out of the rounds here in El Salvador. Let's take one last look and celebration at the 7.13 that's come through for Oswaldo.
That was a really beautiful opening carve, a really nice nose ride out in a critical steep part of the face. Again, great body English, really performed well. Gets this cut back, putting himself back in. Again, back in the pocket, get yourself down where the energy is. He really did some fantastic work in that critical section on the outside. That's where those high scores came from. That was such a good nose ride in the steep critical part, and he was very relaxed. So the fact that he came unglued at the end, really, there's such a small chance to make points there.
Yeah, that was great to have that reminder. So much action through that heat, then to be able to see that once again. Well done to Oswaldo for getting through on that last wave. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we will have Sam Bleakley and Megan Godinez in to call the action. Two of the greats in the longboarding world on the call.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action, Longboard fans. An honor, a pleasure, a joy to have your company as we move into Germany against Puerto Rico, against Nicaragua. We got Philipp Kateksky-Glocker for Germany. We got Rio Donaldson for Puerto Rico, and we have got Wilbur Victor for Nicaragua. Sam Bleakley back in the booth with Megan Godinez. Megan, good morning. Lovely to see you.
Good morning. Aloha kakayaka, buenos dias. As you can tell, I'm kind of getting into my trilingual area right now.
Vibes for the day. Let's talk about conditions, energy out there.
Well, Shannon said it looked exactly like Cardiff, and I kind of had this picture in my mind of this one wave that I had at the Roxy Jam, and it looked exactly like it. I was watching everyone doing those top to bottom carving, and I was like, this kind of looks like Cardiff. And then you step outside and then the heat hits you and you're like, never mind, I'm in El Salvador.
Yep, absolutely. You know, low 30s Celsius, the temperature, also the water temperature the same. Low tide, you can really get to see the shape of El Sunzal on the low tide. You can see all those cobbles exposed. You can see that real A-frame shape of cobbles. That's why it's that perfect long right-hander.
Yeah, and I actually saw someone try to pull into a barrow earlier, and that got me excited with this low tide. So it should be some fun stuff happening today.
Slightly smaller than yesterday, but still some big sets.
Yeah, and I think it's going to play an advantage for everyone just because they're going to have time to paddle out. They're going to have time for that little breather. They're going to be able to they're not going to be in survival mode, especially with those really scary big sets coming in. So I think they're going to be able to think through their heat and kind of put things together for them.
Well, we've kicked off this heat number 7. It's our 4th heat of the day. Let's catch up on some rides. This is the replay of our opening ride for our surfer in green, representing Nicaragua. Of course, El Salvador, between Honduras and Guatemala, Nicaragua, a neighbor. But what about this 4.0 on the replay with a ride scoring a 1.0 behind for Rio Donaldson from Puerto Rico?
Yeah, so this wave here, he really wanted to get his heat started early. As you can tell, everyone was kind of on the early on in this day already. People are dropping 8s, high 7s. So I think he's feeling the heat from everyone. As we see Red up and riding on this replay here. Philip from Germany just working his way down this line, just trying to find that double up to be able to get this nose right in. And the thing with that low tide is that the whitewash will come at you really quickly. So you'll see a lot of the surfers kind of being more outside on that shoulder and then trying to find their way into that double up.
And Megs, my question for you is, what do you think is going to be the big difference between taking the risk out back on these sections compared to doing a lot of your high-risk surfing through the middle and inside?
I think that's going to be crucial, especially with the criteria of the judges. They're going to want to see exactly what, in blue here, Rio is drawing for us here as he's on the outside with that beautiful hang 5. Kind of almost gets a little wobbly there, but he is definitely working his way. Beautiful roundhouse carving cut back.
Really nice wave here. Big overhead wall. Kicked off with that 5 into 10. Nice roundhouse cut back, as you said, Megs, and then still working this through the inside with control, demonstrating a lot of variety. The 25-year-old goofy footer walks back up to the tip, touches the 5, representing Puerto Rico with flair, with style, rebounding off that foam there and coming through to that bouncy section where that current will just start to drain some of that wave energy back out, and that is going to be a keeper for our Puerto Rican.
Yeah, absolutely. He had, he ticked off all the boxes, style, flow, and grace. He definitely got busy on the outside, what the judges want to see, because that's where the impact zone, the scoring potential really sits.
Of course, Puerto Rico has recently hosted the World Surfing Games, the last opportunity for shortboarders to qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Of course, Tahiti, as a Polynesian yourself, what an opportunity that is to be going to Tahiti and going for gold.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Tahiti, Tehupo'o is a beautiful wave. A little scary, but it's going to be great.
So with that, let's go down. They call him Nicky Dora. It's Nicholas Garcia Andrade representing. He's with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam. Megs here with Nicky Dora, Nicholas Garcia representing Spain. Felicidades.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to the Spanish Federation, to all my team, my family in Asturias, and all my friends. Thank you very much.
So coming from Spain, I'm sure you surf in a wetsuit most of the time. How does it feel to come to Surf City, have the freedom of surfing without a full suit on, getting in your board shorts in this perfect wave?
Yeah, first days is too hot because It's difficult to me because I training with wetsuit, but the rest of the day good. With only a lycra is good. Yeah.
We've seen the surf kind of drop in size a little bit. To me, it looks perfect. Looks even better for longboarding than some of the previous days. And you got 2 scores in the low 8s, which is amazing. What did you do to kind of stay patient and pick out the best waves out there?
Yeah, this morning I stay so comfortable because the waves are very good. The wind is very good. And I try to do my best. Look good, that's it. Yeah.
Well, they don't have croquetas here, but they have pupusas. Have you tried the pupusas yet?
Yeah, maybe the last day because it's difficult to my stomach. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get you through all those rounds so you can enjoy some pupusas. Si quieres decir unas palabras a la gente de España.
Sí, un saludo, papá, sé que me estás viendo. Un beso para todos, para mi familia, para mis amigos de Cádiz, para todos. Os quiero.
The Spanish the cat. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. They call him Nicky Dora. He's a goofy footer. The great Mickey Dora was a regular footer, but that guy's got style. Representing Salinas, big shout out to his father, Fernando, his young brother, Martin, who also is a fantastic longboarder. Spain on a roll, but right now it's Puerto Rico out there in first position with a 7.5 just drop for Rio Donaldson. And Rio talking in his biography online at the ISAsurfing website. You can read all about these fantastic athletes, and he is celebrating that dream of hoping that he will represent his nation in Los Angeles 28 if longboarding gets to the Olympics. And the ISA has long recognized the potential value of longboarding in the Olympic Games, and now that shortboarding has been confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic program for LA 28, the ISA has submitted longboarding to the IOC and the LA 28 organization for inclusion, and the decision on that will be expected in the first quarter of 2025, Megs.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting, and fingers crossed to get in, you know, longboarding, surfing in general, just in the Olympics. It's exciting. It's one of the sports that it's a subjective sport. It's based off of, you know, we have a criteria, but it's based off of someone's opinion, and to have it as a team sport is going to be very interesting because, you know, as you know, traveling the world by yourself, but always trying to find that brotherhood, that sisterhood. So I think it's going to be great in the Olympics.
And talking of the adjective great, look at those beautiful waves on screen, longboard fans. I'm sure this is just whetting your appetite for travel out to El Salvador, the only Central American country without a Caribbean coastline, but this Pacific coastline is packed with some of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. And this particular spot, El Sunzal, is reputed to be the ultimate longboard wave for surfing here in Central America, as we can see our heat leader, Rio Donaldson, representing Peru, back up to the tip, right under the pocket there. High risk, high degree of difficulty, putting all on the line on a deep section, but that's the price you pay when you take that risk to nose ride so deep on the wall here at El Sunzal.
Yeah, and they know that this is their last chance. This is the repercharge, so they're gonna have to pull out some rabbits out of the hat, and you can tell they're kind of sitting a little deep, and I think he's really gonna learn from that mistake. I think he has room to kind of play around with the trying to find a good landmark to try and see where he's gonna sit in the lineup just to get that another 7, another 8. So,
and talking about that push for Olympic inclusion, the ISA does so much, not only holding annual World Surfing Championships, but of course lobbying and directing Olympic surfing and offering programs and certification for surf instructors, judges, adaptive surfing and international surf schools, and offering awards yearly for scholarships for underdeserved under 18-year-olds. So this really is a celebration of not only the great work of the ISA, but this long-term partnership between Surf City El Salvador and the ISA, the 6th event coming up in as many years when we shift gears to the shortboard event kicking off on May 3rd, as we see Wilber Victor for Nicaragua looking to replace that 3.57. He's currently in second position, carrying a 4 and a 3.57. Those top 2 scores combined each ride, scored out of 10 by a panel of judges. The high and low scores reduced and an average is taken from the rest of the scores. But what about this replay for this 7-5 for Rio Donaldson for Puerto Rico?
Beautiful wave. Like as you said, right, it's going to be crucial for these surfers to get busy in the beginning of that wave. That's what the judges want to see, that commitment, that style and flow. You see how he's just beautifully linking every single maneuver. Every single maneuver is setting himself up for the next. As you can see, as his walk back, he's already leaning into that turn just to get back into that whitewash where that power source is. And just nice high line here, beautiful stretch, hang 5, slowly walking back, just waiting, just trying to read the wave. This inside's a little tricky just because that low tide is setting in.
Beautiful locked in 10 on that opening wall there, stays on that soul arch 5, walks out of that, and then it's just the way he just down carves into this sweep here, but you can really get to see how playful that face is, Megs.
Yeah, super glassy this morning, really looking like Cardiff. Like Shannon said, he might be out there looking for some Garibaldi fish there, some bright orange fish, but he's just working his way down, just beautiful top to bottom, and that's what the judges want to see, utilizing the whole board as well as with the whole wave.
Yeah, absolutely. The entire board using all of the wave, that's so important. It's about those controlled traditional maneuvers with the highest degree of difficulty in that critical section of the wave to gain those highest scores. As we go live action back to our heat leader, now looking to replace that 3-7-7 with a score to drop that probably will replace that. So he's back on a locked 5, holds that 5 nice and tight, pulls in a little touch of the tighter 5, clean 6 cross steps back to the tail, off the bottom, grabs that rail with a high line, drops back low, sets himself up in the middle of the wave, a little bit higher now, back to a wide shouldered nose ride there, but staying locked on the 5, cross steps out of that 5, a little bit tangled in the old leash there, but he keeps his composure and his cool, and this guy is having an absolutely fantastic heat, Megs.
Yeah, and to do this, to try and navigate this wave on a backhand is very, very impressive. And he knows this repocharge is basically a whole nother competition, and he knows this is a restart. This is where I need to start from the bottom and really build my house back up again to get to that final.
And a tall frame surfer as well. I like the use of body language here. He stands upright when he needs to on the nose ride, flexes into those turns, and then he's hitting that papoose section, pressing the eject button.
Smart choice with that. I know, and now that it's a very low tide and that big swell has brought all that sand back out. There's a lot of rocks exposed right now as we see Red up and riding for Germany here. Just goes down, and you can tell that he's a little frustrated with 5 minutes left, but he still has some time to paddle back out, regroup, and reset.
Wow, here's the replay. Last of Blue is going to go big, Megs, I think.
I think it's going to be right up there with his 7.5. I mean, his nose ride out the back, and he was sitting even a little deeper, and he knew, I have to stay in this section. I really need to utilize the whole wave as well as with my whole board.
Do you think this is going to go higher than his 7.5?
To be honest, I think it's going to be pretty close. I mean, that hang 5 and little tap 10, it was longer than his first one, I believe.
So that 7.5 kicked off, though, with perhaps a more critical nose ride. So already this did start with a strong nose ride, but I felt like that halo nose ride on that 7.5 was maybe a little bit stronger. And the fact that he just lost a little bit of composure through that turn in the middle of the ride, do you think that could just keep that lower than the 7.5?
Yeah, it could, just because his hand touched the rail. That's not what the judges don't want to see. That they want to see full control as he gets into this pupusa section and dodges his board. And a replay up here for Red for Germany. Philipp just carving his way down, really trying to read this wave, trying to find those lines on this wave here. Beautiful rounding, cut back, roundhouse. And this is where on this inside he's looking for that face so that he can get that nose right in.
So he's in third position, and of course chasing an attainable score. Megs a 4.57, so he's already got a 3 and he got a 2.63 for that last ride. Nice little wall ahead there. 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Puerto Rico out there in first position. Wilbur Victor for Nicaragua out there in second position. Philip Koretsky-Glocker for Germany out there in third position. Looks like there's going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders now, because he's not out there in the lineup sitting with a priority position, but he's chasing a 4.57, hoping to keep the hopes of Germany alive. They've got other surfers still in the draw, but Philip will want to get that chance as we move into the last 3 minutes to get a wave. And here it is, a little bit of a paddle battle. We've got Rio, our heat leader, in blue. On the outside there, on the inside, you've got that surfer in red. That's the German surfer. So the first surfer to get into the what's deemed the lineup area will gain priority. Green has already got priority because we can see a 1 next to their name. If that surfer in green looks in, they'll see a board which will reveal to them also that they know they've got first pickings of the next set. But it looks like red was happy to hang back. He knows he needs a score, and it feels as if blue is confident to just go, be patient, build on those near excellent range scores, because he dropped a 7.9 for his last wave, Meg. So
it was that critical, that long hang 5, tap 10, and his control and his commitment on the outside.
Brilliant surfing from Rio Donaldson for Puerto Rico, who is dreaming of representing his nation in LA 28 if longboarding becomes included, and that's such a big part of the narrative of this event. But there are so many other things to celebrate. Record participation in the ISA World Longboard Championship, 129 athletes from 39 nations. France going for back-to-back team gold. Of course, big representation in the USA team, and El Salvador flying the flag yesterday with Cindy Portier, and there is that iconic flag with the blue representing the sky and the sea, and the white symbolizing peace, and that triangle emblem in the middle there representing the volcanoes and the culture of the island.
And the sustainability of the bamboo poles that they're choosing to use. I mean, it's great.
Driftwood for Germany there, that's looking pretty cool. As we can see, New Zealand behind. Jack Tyro is really been a standout for international longboarding in the last year. He's just come off the back of winning the single fin mingle in New Zealand, as well as not only the under 18 Noosa Festival of Surfing, but the Open, which is a big result. As we can see, live action, 50 seconds remaining. Our heat leader from Puerto Rico, Rio Donaldson, walks up to the nose, touches a 5, walks back deep on that section. He's going to take a fall, but he's carrying a 7.9 and a 7.5, and it's looking pretty certain that he's booked himself a spot in repechage round 2.
Yeah, I think that wave was more of just a playful kind of, all right, now I can relax. This is just a wave in, so I'm just going to kind of make my way in as the next heat starts.
So we've got 25 seconds remaining. We've got big names coming up in the next heat with New Zealand, Chile, and Mexico. That's going to be an exciting one to stay tuned for. But right now, is the German going to get an opportunity to get the score he needs? There was a wave ridden, so he's chasing a 4.57. The judges will be studying that video replay, and he leaves Wilbur Victor out there alone. It's not enough. It comes in at a 1.87. So as it stands, Philip Koretsky-Glocker will be eliminated if the situation doesn't change, and it doesn't look like he's out back. But this guy has had a brilliant heat. He's had his toes on the nose. He's picked the best, silkiest waves, and he's ridden them with charisma and control. And Wilbur Victor for Nicaragua looks to be safe, and he looks to be securing a spot in the second round of the repechage, as we can see that Nicaraguan flag flying high.
Yeah, it's so incredible how many 8s and high scores have been dropping. I feel like I'm in the main round almost, and I think they're starting to feel that pressure, right? They're starting to feel like, all right, I'm representing my nation, I'm representing my country. I really got to make it happen in this repechage.
And testament to the quality of surfing, the fact that down into the repechage, the level of longboarding is elite. As we see the confirmation of the results, it's Puerto Rico taking the win. It's Nicaragua in second. Congratulations, Puerto Rico and Nicaragua. Commiserations for Germany, but you've done well. Stay with us, surf fans, because very soon we'll have New Zealand, Chile, and Mexico.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back as we see Jonathan Melendrez from Mexico, nicknamed Gordo, with a sweeping cross-step takeoff turn. High degree of difficulty, 6 steps to a tip ride, back up for another nose ride, locked on that 5, sole arches, walks back in for a third nose ride, and then that section just steepening up. So opting to just have to touch the rail a little bit to gain control. Big carving turn there, almost snap that turn aggressively, but then elegantly comes back to the top of the wave. And look at this silky section ahead as the goofy footer absolutely unleashes back onto that rail turn. But going deep on that turn just takes a wobble on that final turn, but a lot of good surfing displayed throughout most of that ride as our Kiwi surfer representing New Zealand, Matt Nudick, is getting a score, and the judges will have an opportunity to set the scale with that kickoff ride from Jonathan Melendrez.
Yeah, this heat already starting off early, and I think we're going to see that a lot in these repecharge heats, that they're going to want to get things started. They're going to want to put the pressure on those other competitors in their heat, just to almost play that mental game of, all right, I'm going to start this heat, I'm putting the pressure, and I want to win this.
I've really enjoyed watching Matt Nudick surfing. He's been one of the first out in the morning and one of the last in each evening, every dawn patrol and evening session. One of his trademark maneuvers is that low rail grab bottom turn. Have you seen him do those?
Yeah, little Stevie Sawyer action.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, yesterday.
Super stylish. As we can see, our surfer in blue, it's Raimundo Aragada for Chile, up and riding. The goofy footer takes a trim line through the middle of the wave as we just got a little bit of the rainbow spray as that clean conditions just starts to demonstrate the beauty of this wave here in El Senzal. He down carves and he just sets himself up. Hesitant there, but a couple of cross steps out onto the shoulder and then cross steps back to the tail, readjusts his line, stays high in the wave, looking to stall it for a touch of the 5. There's the 5, pulls up for a tight 5 and cleanly, quickly walks out of that touch of the nose ride and then drops back down into that section, demonstrating the playful nature of this wave. Even at size, El Senzal is one of those waves that always feels good on a longboard as he gets back up to the tip, and he did a lot of damage through the middle of the inside of that ride.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this wave. There's so much room for you to perform progressive longboarding or traditional longboarding. It's really open, and this beautiful open face allows you to do basically everything.
The 31-year-old from Chile, his favorite break, El Claron in Chile. He rides CMZ surfboards, and he's the co-founder of a longboard club in the Valparaiso region. He has a background in visual arts, and he's going to be pleased the way he surfed that wave through the inside. He gets a 3.5, but what about this from Gordo? Jonathan Melendrez, Megs.
Former winner of the Mexi Logfest, and he is demonstrating why he is the former winner of the Mexi Logfest as he gets on this high line, beautiful over the toes hang 5, beautiful midline, just trying to find it, and he almost gets kicked off, but that little maneuver to just kind of stay on that board in the middle of the board really helped him push through that whitewash, setting up for another nose ride. Nice, beautiful high line, nice tap hang 5, and the way he lifts his body to really prep his legs to come back up and push against the water to really get those turns in.
And this is Matt Nudick from New Zealand. How do you think this compares to Gordo's opening ride, Megs?
I think if he got that nose ride in a little earlier, it could go up into the excellent range, but he had to opt out because that wave was kind of running away from him. So he had to kind of really find that power section. As you can tell, this wave is trying to create a face, and he does that little drag, stretch, hang 5 just to stay in that pocket. And he's just working his way in, trying to get this double up, because this double up can offer a lot. It's been, with this low tide, it creates this really beautiful wall for another hang 5 or a hang 10.
Cool that he uses the switch stance. You know, even as a regular footer, he's switching stance to go goofy through some of those turns. I really like this ride from Matt there. I think it's going to be a pretty decent score. You know, relative to Gordo's, you think they're kind of equivalent?
Yeah, I think, you know, this is the difference between the advantage of being a regular footer on this break and a goofy footer. But I think Green, Jonathan, won that exchange for sure.
And like you said, Megs, you're right on the money. He did win that exchange. He was rewarded a 5.93, so it puts him in first position with 1 ride scored. And Matt Newdick from New Zealand was rewarded a 5.17, so very similar scores, but Jonathan Melendrez, whose nickname is Gordo, he gets the edge. Rayamundo's got a 3.50 new pole update there for Team Wales. There's Tom Fisher there. He's gone for the bendy pole, actually, which is very good in the northwest European climate where we have a lot of wind. You know, you don't want something too static. You need to kind of absorb the wind energy. So that's very Welsh. That's very European, to choose a pole that will bend with the wind breeze.
I mean, that totally makes sense. The last thing you want is a pole coming straight at you, ricocheted from the wind.
Absolutely. Gordo up and riding straight to the tip, holds the 5, locked in that 5, beautiful nose ride there, nice pull up for a tight 5, and stays strong and true and crisp and clean as he walks out and puts that board into a down rail. I watched him win the Salinas Longboard Festival last summer. Also a great surf skateboarder, goes into a 5, into a 10, and then goes low here and doesn't touch the rail, which is really nice to see. He just goes into a bit of a penguin stance and then back to the natural goofy foot stance, widens those feet as he cuts back again for a second cut back through the inside, a third cut back, and here it is, eyes up that pupusa section. Decides, is it nose rides, is it turns? He's stalling, getting behind the 8 ball, looking to just see if he can get that fin and that tail locked back in for one more touch of the nose ride. Megs, what's your money on for the end turn?
Wow, that was beautiful. I think he's gonna, let's see, he's gonna hang 5. I think is he gonna hit it? I think he is. Wow.
Yes.
And to do that on a single fin is not easy, to drive that. And I bet there's some weight on that board, so you know his legs are strong.
What a performance. We'll look forward to seeing the score of that. But right now, let's go down to the Puerto Rican Rio Donaldson, because he took the win and he's with Benway.
Thank you so much, Sam, Megs. I'm here with Rio Donaldson representing Puerto Rico. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it, man. A little out of breath, but good.
So a little piece of intel. Rio was working on our lifeguard team in our recent Paris 2024 qualifier in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, under boss Lisette with Pepe Retro. And what I wanted to ask is, how does working as a lifeguard help you with your connection to the ocean and also with your surfing?
Oh man, well, being as working as a lifeguard, you're staring at the waves all day, kind of checking it out, and I feel like it definitely helps. You can tell when the sets come, what's the best wave, and yeah, it helps with the cardio too.
You displayed excellent style. We love your tight stance. I loved those back 5s and just always just really getting upright, not crouching too much. What would you say the challenges, but maybe some of the benefits also of being a goofy footer approaching this right-hand point break on your backside?
I don't know about too many challenges. I guess the benefit is you're a little more on your heel side and be able to put a little more pressure, I believe, on the heel side, so you're staying on the face of the wave a little better. And I just like surfing backside, you know. Puerto Rico is full of rights and a lot of nice right point breaks, so I felt like just like I was back home.
And finally, a word of mention. I guess you guys lost a member of your community, Tom Ferguson, who was one of the first people to teach surfing to all of you guys. Gave lessons for $1 back in the 60s. You guys brought flowers down before your heat, and do you think he powered you up?
Yep, it did, man, and I definitely dedicated that last heat and the rest of my heats to him. His family, you know, my heart goes out to them. Yeah, Nene, El Nene, long live El Nene, man. Yeah.
Y finalmente, un saludo a toda la boricua que te está apoyando en casa.
Claro que sí, un saludo a todo el mundo, mi familia, todo el mundo en Luquillo. Gracias por el apoyo. Gracias a la comunidad puertorriqueña que nos ayudaron ayer aquí por donar y el apoyo. Sin ustedes no pudiéramos estar aquí. Así que muchas gracias.
Y que me guarde mofongo y pitorro para el año que viene. Thanks so much, buddy.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
Back to the live with you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben, and congratulations, Rio, and a big celebration of the legend Tom Ferguson, a pioneer of surfing in Puerto Rico, passed away as we see Matt Newdick for New Zealand into a lock 5 and into a bolt upright hood ornament 10, all cool, all sleek, all style, staying on a super long smooth nose ride there, walking out cleanly, getting nice and low as we see Raimundo for Chile, wiping out on a bigger wave out back, and there's that trademark turn where he goes low and just grabs that outside rail, and look at that style and pizzazz as he just deals with this sucky soupy section. It gets bouncy, but he keeps his cool, and he's kicked off with a very strong critical long 5 into 10 and holding that 5 again through the inside as he walks out of that nose ride. It just sets one more high line with clean footwork back up to the tip, and then a little down carve for the Kiwi as he sets himself up once more with a couple more cross steps, finds the 5, considers the heels, recognizing that he's right there in the shallows, and that was a splendid display of longboarding.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. I mean, he really read that wave. He was stuck behind it, and he was sitting a bit deep, but he stayed calm, he stood tall, he used the board to really plane himself back into that, in front of that whitewash, and did all that work.
Big moment for Team Colombia. That's Leonardo coming up very soon. He had to have a surf off with Simon Salazar to get his spot in the national team, and he did earn that spot. So that was really exciting that Colombia decided to do it that way, where they decided their second spot based on people's skills surfing this fantastic wave at El Senzal, as Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez, drops an 8.2 for his last wave, and he's looking now to replace a 5.93, so already up into the excellent range, and then widening his stance and just sweeping back here, riding his Bing 9.6 Izzy Rider model, loose and lively off the tail. This board's got glide, momentum, weight, but he loves the mass behind it, and he moves that board on rail brilliantly, as you could just see the way he's kept the heel edge side on that inside rail, and now he'll go to the toe edge, and you really get to see the nuances of the footwork, the way not only do you keep the feet over the stringer as you walk in and out of the nose rise, but when you go into those rail turns, you will switch sides depending on whether you're turning back into the curl or away onto the shoulder.
Yeah, and exactly what Rio was saying when Ben asked him how it was for him to ride backside, and he said, you know, I felt pretty good. He loves riding right, and it was because he could really push the weight. He said he was always on his heel edge and really push the weight. As we see Blue here, I think he might have broke his leash.
Absolutely. So there's the water safety team just checking he's okay. He will not be able to continue competing in the heat if he opts to take the skis. So if he wants to swim in, then that will allow him to keep the heat going. But with 6 minutes remaining, he's recognized that he wants to call it quits, keep it safe, leash is broken. I believe it was that bigger wave that we saw him wipe out on while Matt Newdick for New Zealand was up on the nose on the tip. It was a heavy, juicy one, and goes to show for surfers coming up, you know, that yes, there are still some very big sets out there.
Yeah, and it's with this low tide that it's creating. Like I said, I saw someone try and pull into a barrel earlier. So with that 9-foot longboard, you have that's a lot of space and a lot of board to try and navigate with a set coming on your head.
So there it is. He's getting the water safety team just assisting him to bring him back inside, so he won't be paddling out now to continue his heat if he opted to swim in. But just a little bit of that signaling could just display that he could have had maybe a kind of a potential bit of concussion there.
Yeah, I think it also means that he is okay. He's talking, he's lively, but you can tell he's very winded.
Great intel. So is that a known signal just for the ski driver to indicate like that? You think that's...
Yeah, that he's okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. I love to hear that, Megs. That's great insight. And he looks okay. Of course, he's exhausted, but he's got 4 minutes remaining, so he recognized that it wasn't worth the swim and continuing the heat. As you can see there, that leash is broken, and wow, testament to the athleticism, the fact that it's extreme conditions. As you can see, the local lifeguard team and the ISA water safety team collaborating, interacting, manager of Team Chile making sure that he's going to be okay. And here's the replay of what happened.
Yeah, he was sitting really deep, and he kind of had this late takeoff. He's really high on the wave, and you can tell as he's walking back, he just kind of falls into that wave. But because he falls into that wave and didn't puncture through the wave, he ended up probably going over the falls and getting dragged.
Wow, and you know, and that's going to cause some nerves for some of the surfers who are going to be coming up this morning, who might be a little bit anxious of the wave size of the conditions. You know, seeing that happen, you know, how will that affect some of the more nervous surfers who've got to compete later this morning?
I think I think that's why it's really important to watch heats before you, just so that you can really read and understand, okay, where was this person sitting? Was he sitting really deep? Where was his lineup? Okay, if I know that's where leashes are breaking, that's where boards are breaking, I'm not going to maybe sit there. I'm going to sit a little bit more wide, maybe fade into that wave more than just dropping straight down.
Yeah, that was one of those waves where he needed to get to the bottom of the wave to accelerate out onto the open face, or take that high trim line. The stalling maneuver of a nose ride is not always the right thing to do at the beginning.
No, not at all, especially with the waves being really straight up and down, meaning that is creating that force to throw the curl of the wave over into the flats, and that's what creates a barrel. And I think he really just got kind of stuck and didn't get to penetrate the wave. That's why when you watch surfing, you see a lot of the surfers really just pencil dive in, and that's so that they can get below the undertow of that whitewash.
Up and riding right now in second position, Matt Nudig with a 5, with a 10. Behind the section, demonstrating again the risk of going to those nose rides early, but he's already dropped a fantastic 6.4, backed up by his opening wave of 5.17. So he's got that combination of those two scores combined. It's 11.57, but out there in first position, Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez, representing Mexico with an excellent 8.20 and a 7.07. We use the word excellent. Once a score goes 8 or plus, we call that the excellent range. You know, that they're the scores that the big names really go for.
Yeah, and I think every surfer from here on out is going to want that. They're going to need to really turn that up. They're going to want to be surfing. You know, yesterday was the first round, or the first day and the second day were more of the first rounds. They could breathe a little bit, study their competitors, maybe study the wave a little bit more. But now, today, it's crunch time. This is their last chance in the repercharge, so they are going to need to get scores into those excellent range.
And so many factors when you have an early morning heat. You talk about crunch time, you know, when you're surfing this early with long paddles in the tropics in this heat, you know, how do you nourish yourself? How do you gain energy? Do you eat a lot, or do you have to eat less, knowing that you're going to have to paddle hard early in the morning?
For me, I think it's a good, you know, everyone is different. You know, everyone's body is also different, reacts different to food. For me personally, I like to fast. I like to really be alert in the water. As soon as I start to eat, I kind of go into what we call in Hawaii kanak attack. Is we got the crew on the beach checking on Raimundo, just trying to see if he's okay. He's got his jersey off. He's gonna go get checked out, I believe, just to make sure he doesn't have a concussion. He makes sure that he's still breathing.
Yeah, and we have great facilities with an ice bath and a spin bike set up for competitors, and an incredible medical tent offering world-class attention. So great to see Raimundo is going to be okay. As we see live action, Matt Nudik 6 steps into a 5, locks on that 5 on a beautiful clean wall. What a joy to surf these conditions with just 2 other surfers as he walks out of that opening nose ride, gets low for the bottom turn setup, back into the footwork. Again, a nice low 5, cool, using the hand drag, locked in that nose ride, and then just moves back to the tail as Jonathan Melendrez on that second wave does a big sweeping roundhouse cutback and all cool and style, and stees as Nudik there soul arches off the bottom and sets up a high line, so he'll lock in another 5 and then go back to the super cool cheetah 5 and into a 10 with lift, lifts that back arm and then goes into a nice little look back turn there with some spray. Switch stances now for Jonathan Melendrez, who's gone from goofy to regular, as we see another nose ride for Matt Nudik, already carrying a 6.4 going into a heels and a walk back, done with control, has to untie that leash and then hits that pupusa section. As we can see, our attention switch to our Mexican with a big drop knee coming out of that carve back up to the nose, and an incredible display of 2 world-class longboarders riding perfect conditions at Elson Zal, and potentially both those waves will go into their top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they knew with that heat ending, you know, I think they also wanted to come in and check on their competitor, and that was a kudos to the safety team. He tapped his head, meaning, you know, heads up, but he's okay. He's as we saw on the screen, he was up and awake. But yeah, beautifully ridden waves from Matt and Jonathan.
Riding the Bing boards, that's the 9.6 Izzy Rider, wide point back. We have got the women coming up very soon. We move into heat 9. This is the last heat of men's repechage round 1. But this is going to be our local El Salvadorian who is going to be surfing in the first women's repechage round. So it's going to be fantastic to see Claudia Marcela Tamasas, who's going to be coming up in about 20 minutes. But what about the style of Matt Nudik for New Zealand? He gets a 7.4 for this last wave. Keeps him in second position because Jonathan Melendrez got an 8.2 and a 7.07, but both of these surfers from Mexico and New Zealand really put on a great show. They loved it.
Yeah, amazing surfing as he finds this high line here, getting that hang 5 high on that wave, just waiting for that wave to really just push him down. He's not trying to rush anything. Beautiful cutback turn just to set him back up for this hang 5, dragging that hand in that water just so he can hang up there on the top of that wave. Beautiful cutback as we see Green up and riding in the back. And this is what makes the judging criteria or the judges work really hard. It's because this right point break is like a wave machine. So the judges got their work cut out for them, and they're constantly always looking out into the ocean. So kudos to the judges.
And great display of different techniques there. I love the way Matt used the hand drag to get the stall and then came into the 10, and I love the use of the switch stances from Gordo, but there's one moment where he really uses the drop knee to come out of his turn, which was really great to see.
Yeah, and I think that's crucial, especially for now. It brings in that traditional kind of surfing right there. Beautiful. I mean, the way that his body, his posture, his composure, all he's using is his legs. As you can see, his muscular quads really going to work to get that wave.
Yeah, one of the real clear features of Gordo there is leg strength, but also style. But this guy, so much style. What a joy to witness. We're going to take a short break coming very soon. We've got Colombia, Puerto Rico, Wales, and Panama. And in the meantime, you can enjoy the steez style and flow of Matt Nudik representing New Zealand.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And there it is, the Duke's dream fulfilled, thanks to the incredible work of the International Surfing Association, the ISA, bringing surfing to the Olympic Games. And the dream for many of these longboarders would be to represent their countries at LA 28 if longboarding is included in that program. As we move into heat number 9, the last of men's repechage 1, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Wales, and Panama. It's a big one. Leonardo Herrera for Colombia, Antonio Pagan for Puerto Rico, Evan Rogers for Wales, and Edwin Perez for Panama.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting heat. As we already see, every surfer has caught one wave just trying to get their campaign started in this repechage heat number 9.
Here it is. Evan Rogers represented Team Great Britain last year here in El Salvador on his 9.6 double scoop single fin Ben Skinner board, and somebody in the way there, Leonardo Herrera for Colombia, just looked to be a little bit in the way. Megs, instant reaction, do you think that could be a paddle interference?
I think that in my experience, I would say that would be, because that did hinder him getting a potential score. He spent all that time trying to get past that whitewash, and because his competitor was sitting right there, he kind of hindered him from getting into this lineup. But he does work on this inside, doing that beautiful just hack off the top.
Wow, nice work for Evan Rogers. Gets the 5 right through the inside. Unfortunately, doesn't ride out of that nose ride there. Of course, representing Saltburn up in the northeast of England. Big shout out to his dad, Gary, a pioneer of surfing in the UK, and founded Saltburn Surf Shop. As we can see the replay here of Evan Rogers up to the nose, and then definitely that really did adjust his line, having to get round red.
Yeah, and when a surfer has to adjust their line, they usually see that as an interference. So we'll see what the judges got to say about that.
So what about watching this replay, Megs, through to the inside as Ev really starts to unleash once he gets back on the open face?
Yeah, he does this beautiful drop knee just to stay in that power source. Beautiful carving turn up the top. Just trying to find that wall again for this double up inside. I love that beautiful drop knee kind of stall on the top. That's him really reacting to what the wave is giving him.
And he takes a fall on the inside, but someone who just put on a clinic representing Mexico. His nickname is Gordo. It's Jonathan Melendrez on the glass with Ben Wade.
Thank you guys very much. We're here with the winner of that heat number 8 representing Mexico, Jonathan Melendrez. Felicidades.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
So I loved your surfing, man. Beautiful style, just connecting and looking so natural. You're on that Bing, I think it's an Easy Rider. How long have you been riding the Bing boards?
I've been riding like 2 or 3 years already. And actually this time I bring a new model that they just get onto the line. And it's a hard name for me, but the Derringer. It's Miguel's model from a friend from Mexico. He's really good surfer too. Couldn't bring the Easy Rider this time, but it's a super fun board, that one. I love it, that board. And yeah, just that.
I noticed the gigantic fin you have on that thing. Is that like an 11-inch?
That's a 10 and a half Takayama fin. Super good. And oh yeah, I love that. So it's easy to tune, and you know, it's really stable when I got on the nose. But yeah, it's really, really good fan.
And you come from a place that has gotten put on the map of this whole longboard world and longboard community. How is living at Saladita with the Mexi Log Fest and having all of these amazing surfers come to your home break helped your style of surfing?
Sorry for that. I'm from Punta Remita, but yeah.
Completely different. Completely different. Right on the other side of Sayulita.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anyways, the contact was there. I went in over there, and I was super fun and super happy to have that contest out there, and you know, it was such a really good experience to be with a lot of competitors out there, and really good, and you know that that made me to be more really motivated, you know, like get better surf and be such a great person. I chose that. I don't know.
Amazing. And last question, enchiladas de pollo or pollo al mole?
Pollo al mole.
All right. Congratulations, man. Unas palabras a tus amigos que están apoyando desde México.
Claro que sí. Quiero saludar a mi mamá principalmente, que me ha estado apoyando muchísimo. La quiero mucho. Le mando un fuerte abrazo, y también a toda la familia de Tranquilo Surf, donde trabajo, y obviamente también a mi novia que me está viendo desde ahorita, y al suegro. Muchísimas gracias a todos los que han estado pendientes a estarme viendo por acá y mandándome mensajes. La verdad, muchísimas gracias. Y vamos con todo. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
Muchas felicidades. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Excellent surfing from Gordo. Great to hear their family thank yous, and also great to hear how good Gordo's English is. It's really improving year by year, as we can see live action. Leonardo for Colombia up and riding, 2 steps, 4 steps, locks into the 5, walks back on the drone clip there. You get to see him in the pocket as he sets himself up high in the wave, drops back down lower, bottom turns, and then sweeps that turn again, staying on rail, on tail, just putting that foot on that inside rail, using the cross step turn, so some variety in the rail turns as this wave just foams up for him a little bit, staying poised, nice and tall. 2 steps, looking for the nose ride, but recognizing he needed to cut back. You could see that he was eyeing up the opportunity for a steep enough section to do the nose ride, but that wave just not quite cooperating for him as Evan Rogers kicks off with a 3.63 and Leonardo kicks off with a 3.60, so this will be his second score, and if he gets something higher than a 0.24, which he most likely will, he's going to go up into first position, and he gets a nice little touch of the nose through the inside.
Yeah, beautifully ridden wave. He's a little smaller as we see this exchange of waves here. Green on the front, Evan Rogers, blue out the back, just kicking out, so we'll stay on green here.
Nice drop knee turn from Evan there, Meg.
Yeah, very impressive for the Welsh surfer here.
That's his trademark turn, the drop knee there. He represented Team Great Britain here, Team GB last year, but now able to surf for his native Wales. His father, Gary Rogers, absolute pioneer of British longboarding, runs a fantastic surf shop in Saltburn, which his son Evan is just now taking the helms of. So the older team rider will be very pleased to paddle out there, waiting for that score to drop, because he's kicked off with a strong 3.63, so he's looking to just replace that low score of a 0.83. So red and green sitting in good positions here with decent scores coming through.
Yeah, especially with the waves coming in, that exchange, the judges are working hard to deliberate on, everyone rode their wave, so they rode one wave, so they're gonna be really watching those replays, really, and like I said, this is repercharge round, so they're really gonna be breaking down every single part of that wave.
Evan was telling me about his grandfather who has written a fantastic book about his travels. It's just simply called From Morocco to Iceland. And I know that Evan and his dad, Gary, very well-traveled surfers. And, I was saying to Evan the other day, as he now takes over his father's surf store, he needs to get shots of all the lineups he's ridden around the world on the wall, because it's great talking points for a surf store. Because Evan has traveled all over the world. He's surfed a lot of the most famous longboard spots on the planet.
Yeah, amazing. I love, you've got some travel time in your books, huh?
Yep. And what about this? Coming up soon, we got Chinese Taipei represented, a place I've loved to surf at over the years. I've had the great pleasure of traveling extensively as someone growing up in Europe, looking out to the Atlantic. All I wanted to do was experience other coastlines.
Yeah, and that coastline is great. I haven't been there either, so maybe we got to do a surf trip.
Welcome to stay anytime in Cornwall, where I live in southwest UK. It's better than you think, Megs.
That's what I heard. Ben Skinner has told me a lot, and it's he always tells me it's cold. You're gonna have to wear a wetsuit, but I think you're gonna do great with the way that you surf.
Absolutely, you'll get a warm welcome anytime as we get the replay of our Colombian looking to add to that 3.6. What do you think of this, Megs?
I think he did a beautiful job at navigating, especially on the outside. He did do that hang 10, that high line hang 10, and he's just working his way. And you can tell he's staying relaxed. He's not trying to rush anything. You know, a lot of the surfers right now, they're trying to really catch that breath. Yesterday, they got that bad news that they got third and fourth. But the great news is that they're in this recharge, and they're really trying to take their time through every wave.
And this comes in at a 4.10, so it's higher than that opening 3.6, so it's a strong position, but we've just got some other scores dropped for our surfer from Panama and our surfer from Wales. So Leonardo stays in third, live action. Our surfer from Puerto Rico, Antonio Pagan, up and riding up to the tip, locks into a nice 5, good posture on the nose, in the pocket. He's going to walk out of that nose ride, but he's now on the shoulder, so he wants to use that cut back, takes a high line, doesn't go close to the pocket or the curl on that cut back, but he's staying safe out here as he stands tall once again, and he's looking to add to that 2.50, controls that board, and that wave just fading out. He will replace his low score of a 0.4 and add to his 2.5, but he needs a 5.93 to move up into second.
I think that'll better his chances. I think that wave will even maybe get up past that 2.5, so it will cut his needs of a 5.93 down.
So 5 minutes 40 seconds remaining. As it stands, it's Panama in first place, Edwin Perez with a 5 and a 3.83. In second place, it's Wales, Evan Rogers with a 4.8 and a 3.63. In third place, it's Leonardo Herrera for Colombia with a 4.10 and a 3.60. Up and riding right now, it's our Colombian. Nice bottom turn, smooth setup, 4 steps to a nice touch of the 5, and then just shuffles his feet back, widens the stance for a sweeping turn. As we can see, our heat leader, Edwin from Panama, out back as the Colombian takes a fall, and Edwin has a nice clean section ahead, but also takes a nosedive. So opening up opportunities for Antonio Pagan to paddle out for priority, and Evan Rogers, who will be also on his way out, hoping to replace his low score of a 3.63.
Yeah, and I think with that fall, he's actually White, Edwin, is going to be able to paddle back out and gain priority, which is a really good tactic to have with 5 minutes left. And he just dropped down to second, so he's going to want to get better his 3.83, and I think he'll be able to do that as long as the waves will come in.
And our Puerto Rican has just dropped a 5.67, so Antonio Pagan moves up into first with his last 2 rides, both in the 5 range, a 5.43 and a 5.67, and he looks to be fairly close to third priority. It seems as if Edwin or Green, so either Panama or Wales, is going to get that first priority. There it is, it's White, Edwin for Panama. He's just been deemed first priority. It looks like Evan Rogers for Wales has got second priority, and you'd expect Antonio Pagan for Puerto Rico in blue to get third priority. And then when Leonardo Herrera for Colombia reaches the lineup, the priority judge will deem the opportunity for him to have fourth priority.
Yeah, and this is a time where 3 minutes and 45 seconds can feel like the longest 3 minutes or the shortest 3 minutes. But I think for Edwin, knowing that Evan only needs a 4.04 and he's already got a 4.8, Edwin is going to want to play that defense with that first priority. He's going to want to make sure Evan doesn't catch any wave. He's going to take all opportunity away from him.
Great insight, Meg. So Evan chasing a 4.04, but the situation is that Edwin Perez from Panama in white is got the priority position over Evan Rogers in green. So he has that opportunity to play that chess game, but right now it's our heat leader, Antonio Pagan, up and riding. He was in third priority, so he did have the freedom to choose the wave he wanted. He's got a 5.67 and a 5.43. Is this going to go into his top 2 based on those high 5s he's got, do you think?
I think it'll get pretty close. I think right now he feels comfortable with those 2 5s up there. I know he wants to better that 5.43 and just opts to kick out here. But as in the corner of our screen, we saw as they're playing defense right now, White knows he has priority. Does he? And he knows there's waves in this set. Is he going to let him go? And he does. Ooh, we're going to see if this was a good choice or not for him, as Green takes a high line to that hang 5, swooping down. Just beautiful drop knee turn for the Welsh surfer. Ooh, this is going to be tricky.
Back up to the middle of the board there, kicks off with the 5, gets that down carve, goes into his trademark roundhouse drop knee turn. Evan Rogers chasing a 4.04, leaving Edwin Perez out back, looking to replace a 3.83 as we see Evan loose and lively through this inside section with a nice drop knee turn and a good control off the foam. Again, lively off the tail, throwing in that drop knee. Can he get a section here that he can get some footwork in? Maybe a nose ride, a third drop knee turn off the top. Here's the stall. Eyeing up that inside section. There's more scoring potential through this inside, chasing an attainable score of a 4.04. There's the 5, holds the 5. Can he walk out of the nose ride? He can. He walks out into the section, and Evan Rogers for Wales is going to feel strong about that ride.
Yeah, he does. He knows he used every bit of his breath for that one, as we see Red up and riding Colombia, just trying to work his way onto this inside. Beautiful turn, just trying to stay in that pocket, because every wave so far he's kind of been out in that shoulder, so he's really learning from those lessons here, just staying in near that whitewash.
And he's chasing a 4.74. We didn't see what he did out back. I noticed that Antonio Pagan really got those scores in the high 5 range from those opening nose rides. It was that commitment, that risk to lock in those 5s out back. But let's see the replay here from our Colombian, chasing a score of a 4.74, Megs.
Yeah, just trying to find this high line for this nose ride, but it looks like he's had too much speed for too little of a wave. There was really no face, so again, it's going to come down to the decisions of even just trying to catch the perfect wave for these high scores.
And what's so interesting is Green, Evan Rogers for Wales, waits for the score and he gets a 5.63 and moves up into second, and it was Edwin Perez who had first priority over Evan Rogers, but he let Evan go. But is this going to make a difference, this ride for Leonardo Herrera?
With him needing a 6.33, we'll see. It's going to be up there. I think it's going to be probably the best of his scores. But he's really trying to milk that all the way in there.
So we're moving down into the dying seconds now. Edwin Perez up and riding just in time on a 5, holds that 5, staying true to that nose ride. It's a big, smooth, long wall, and he's been locked on that 5 for at least 5 seconds as he walks out of that nose ride, shuffles to the tail on the big, wide shoulder now, out of the pocket. He's got to get himself back into the power source. There it is. He's staying composed, but this wave looking like it might disappear from under
he
his
just
feet,
needed to
and he
finish this
needed
wave.
a 5.44. So can he get that on a short wave like that?
I think it'll be really hard. I mean, that long nose ride, that was already the points to added to his score. And
he went so far out on the shoulder that by the time he cut back, the wave just had gone through.
Yeah, and you can tell he was really thinking about it, and his hang 5 was very kind of just, it was also very stretched out far, so judges want to see him.
It's all come through. He hasn't got it. He got a 4.63, heavily rewarded. Would have got the score if he stayed with the wave, but it's not enough. So Antonio Pagan takes the win. Evan Rogers for Wales. Representation for the Welsh. Stays in the event. What a fantastic performance. Wow, that was a good one. That was a nail biter.
This is why we love surfing.
Love. Congratulations to Team Puerto Rico, Team Wales, commiserations to Panama and Colombia. A short break. We'll be right back as Shannon Hughes and the Wingnut come in to call the action.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
Like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. The sun is shining. It's a little bit warmer today than what we've had the last few mornings, at least. It's been really cooking up during the afternoons, but with that sun bright and early, that humidity has risen, and so has the surfing. In the rapid charge rounds, we've just finished out the men's. We're now into women's rapid charge round 1. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through. Anyone outside of that first or second place position, unfortunately, will be eliminated from competition. As we can see, Chinese Taipei, El Salvador, and Canada with surfers in this opening match. We have Lu Huan Hussein from Chinese Taipei, who will be wearing that red jersey out in the water, affectionately known as Tiffany for Chinese Taipei. Claudia Marsala Tamakas of El Salvador in the blue, and Claire Parsons out of Canada in the green jersey. And we've got a small score on the board so far for Tiffany out of Chinese Taipei, a 3.5 to start off with. And for Claire Parsons, we also have a score to drop, so we know both of them had a wave, and that priority is now sitting with Claudia in the blue, first pick of the lineup. Shannon Hughes alongside Wingnut to call the action.
Hi, Shannon. And I just got a quick update from our surfer in Heat 8 in the men's rapid charge, Raimundo. He's resting comfortably with our medical crew. He seems to be fine. Great work from our water safety team bringing him into the beach. And again, the whole medical staff here was on the sand ready to take care of him, and he walked himself into the shade and some hydration, and he will be fine.
And that is such an amazing report, just to know that he's doing okay. And just that big reminder to everybody that's down on the beach. If you're surfing in this event, even if you're not surfing in it, staying hydrated if there's the potential to get actual electrolytes in the system. Very important, being that this heat, this humidity, the amount of sweating that's happening, even in the water where you kind of don't notice something like that, but it's so hot out there, you'll be sweating anyways.
And I do want to say that here at Club Salvadoreno, Sweet Sunzal has been built up so nicely. It's very comfortable in the judging and broadcasting. Let's take a look at Claire's wave while we're waiting for that score to drive through. It is one of those nicely shaped medium-large waves. She's negotiating that top third really well. I'd like to see her get all the way to the nose on that one, very close. Beautiful cut back, puts herself back in the pocket, gets out there, touches the nose real briefly, and then the wheels come off right there.
Unfortunately, it just slips off the back as we take a look at the opening wave here from Tiffany.
And so Tiffany, nice smooth turns, pauses there, not rushing the nose ride, cross steps back to the tail when she realizes she's too far out on the shoulder, out of the pocket, goes again, gets a quick tap. Again, running a little fast. I mean, that is the challenge on a quick point break like this, that you can get so far out of the pocket. And it looks like this wave will finish up with her going off the side.
Well, a 3.5 for the opener of Tiffany. And let's go down to the beach to catch up with a very stoked surfer from that last heat alongside Benway.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Here with Rep 1 Heat 9 winner for Puerto Rico, Antonio Po Pagan. Felicidades, congratulations.
Ben, thank you, man. I had a shocker of a first heat on my first day, and I only caught one wave. So today was very important just to pick that line. The waves are beautiful right now here in El Salvador. Riding good boards, our team's united, which is probably the most important part of this. And just can't wait to keep moving along on a couple of heats.
So seeing Rio win the first heat, how does it help you when you have someone from your team starting that momentum and just kind of opening it up for you for your confidence?
Oh man, that is just it builds so much momentum coming into that heat. Even those last minutes, you are really tense. But once you see him on the right waves, doing his tricks, doing his thing, we surf all the time in PR. So just that motivation fuels us, and I hope it keeps fueling out Emmy and Jasmine on their next heats as well.
Seeing you got a beautiful board, fresh board from Mika, grandson of Pelicano, son of Wiley, who's here. How's that board where he looks amazing?
That board was made in around 8 days to come here to El Salvador. I think I rode it once in really windy wilderness, big wilderness, so I felt it good. I've been playing around with the fin a little bit, moving a little bit forward for those like sort of flatter sections on this wave, but it felt really good. I've been alternating with that and Kai Sala's tsunami model, but I'm sticking with the machete shapes. It's been the bread and butter for the contest. And the free surfs as well.
Just showing that Machete doesn't only make shortboards, he's got some sweet longboards as well.
I got to keep him motivated to keep doing some more logs.
Good job, Mika. Finally, we mentioned earlier that we've lost someone very important from the surfing community, Tom Ferguson. Did you feel he was sending you the best waves out there?
We did a small ceremony before Rio's heat started. We brought out some flowers and did a small, everybody said a couple of words, spoken or in their minds. Ferguson was a really big part of the surfing community down in Puerto Rico. Like many other expats, he's been, quintessential in motivating us and showing us the way and competitive and free surfing, and just his knowledge was really brought down. I know Rio's been feeling it a little bit more than all of us. So yeah, we've definitely been channeling those vibes today, and hopefully we stick with it for the rest of the competition.
Sure, he'll stick with you. Y finalmente, unas palabras para toda la boricua que te están mirando en vivo.
Bueno, mi gente, los quiero mucho. Para mi familia en Puerto Rico, los amo, los adoro. Mis papás están ahora mismo en Japón, no sé si me pueden ver, pero, mano, seguimos para adelante y Puerto Rico libre, mi gente. Los quiero.
Muchísimas gracias. Suerte en la próxima.
Gracias.
Back to you guys.
Y gracias al Salvador.
Thanks so much. Claire Parsons now up and riding. Unfortunately takes a stumble. She's had a couple of those where that wave has started out really nice for her and then she hasn't been able to capitalize on the finishing section. We're down to 12 minutes on the clock, but a couple of heartfelt wins today for Team Puerto Rico as they've lost a friend, a fellow surfer back at home. So we are feeling with them and it's been really special to see them come out on top. Thinking back to the World Surfing Games that we had in Puerto Rico just about 6 weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago now, as the last qualifier for the Olympics, the local Brian Toth put together the most incredible run to try to qualify. He was so close to getting across that line and being in those top few surfers that would get Olympic qualification out of Puerto Rico. It was really exciting to see the whole nation, it felt like, would down on the sand, down on the beach every single time that he was in the lineup, as we would have for the El Salvadorians down on the beach this week. But we've got a lost board out in the lineup, and the unfortunate thing about losing a board here, Wingnut, is that the paddle and the swim is very long to go collect.
And this is one of those waves that actually sucks the board back into the shallower rocks. At a lot of point breaks, you'll get them pushing out into the channel. So we can see Claudia there swimming in. We'll see if the water safety crew goes and gets her. Looks like it was just a leash failure, and we'll see where that board is going to end up. But this makes a heat with a long paddle out very difficult to succeed in. It was already a 3-person heat, so a little bit lucky there for Tiffany and Claire. But you want to win a heat by out surfing your competitor, not having them have lost their board. So let me ask you this. What are the rules as far as a board caddy goes? I'm not familiar with the ISA.
So from what I would know for this event right now, they're not allowed to bring that board back out to her in any way. Same rules as normal. Board hits the sand. Surfer's got to go all the way to the sand to collect it. They can make sure that board's not going to keep rubbing up against the rocks and get damaged, but they're not actually allowed to send it back out to them.
And just the same, the water safety is there to check on her, but can't lift her out and deposit her on the beach.
Right, unless she really needs the actual help. As we take a look now at Tiffany on her backhand, goes to carve back into that section and she'll take a spill. Now the kind of good and the bad about the situation is that the surfer who's lost her board is Claudia. She is from El Salvador. She is from El Sunzal. She surfs here all the time. So she's going to at least have that local knowledge of knowing exactly what to do in this scenario. The thing that's going to fight against her right now is the fact that it's only 20-minute heats and she's got less than 10 remaining on the clock.
Right, so she's running out of time. That was Lola Bleakley getting ready for her next heat. She's got teammate and coach Ben Skinner there with her, and we see Claudia also there from Peru.
Team members collecting their jerseys for the next match. Lola, Claudia, Hannah, and Amelia will be paddling out. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through to the next round. Bottom 2 surfers will be out of competition. And in the lineup right now, we have Tiffany sitting in that leading position, a 3.5 and a 2.5. We've got Claire Parsons sitting in second with a 2.67 and a 1.53. Now Claudia, with a long swim still ahead of her, she actually is only chasing a 3.20 because there's been some missed opportunity from both Claire and both Tiffany, which means I think there's still absolutely potential for the time of Claudia to get that board and get back out there.
Right. This is when your ocean skills really become important. You know, the ability to maybe finding a wave that you can body surf in on, because the ISA rules state that if the surfer that has lost his board touches the ski, they're done for the heat. That's automatic. You're out. They do not have the option of using it and being dropped off, let's say, behind a buoy and paddle back from there.
Right, so no actual jet ski assist within it. It's more that actual surrender going, all right, I need the help. I'm getting out of the situation, and I won't be able to paddle back out again.
If she had 2 minutes left, she might as well, because you couldn't get to the beach and back out. But with 8 minutes, I think there's still plenty of time to put your head down. In the spirit of Duke Kahanamoku, the Olympic champion swimmer, I think that's an important ocean skill, and that's another thing we can talk about. In a situation with these waves and this rock and the rocky coastline here, I can see why everyone wears leashes, but you have to be prepared for when your leash fails.
You've got to be prepared for that swim, as Claire is now up and riding out of Nova Scotia on the east coast of Canada. Typically surfs in a 6-mil wetsuit and is really enjoying the opportunity to surf without that neoprene. This week, little cross step there in that middle section of the board as she cuts back into the section, and she'll kick out. Nice smooth surfing from Claire.
Looked very composed and relaxed on that one, shaking off those earlier falls. So yeah, I think considering, you know, surfers need to be aware of equipment failure, whether your board breaks, your leash breaks. How do you respond to that? What is your exit plan in those situations? Usually with plenty of surfers in the water, you'd keep your eye on them, see if they need any help. But it's, you know, get yourself in position to body surf a wave in and see how far you can go. I grew up as a body surfer before I ever touched a surfboard, and surfing without a leash where I live is very common. I'm a great body surfer because I have to chase my board.
Because you're constantly swimming after that.
Not constantly, but every
once in a while.
and then, yeah.
And I was just thinking about that and how helpful it is when you're competing at a beach break and your leash breaks, because you can typically just get straight into a little bit of whitewater, get into a wave, and body surf your way in. On a point break like this, with that current, she would be swept outside of that wall of whitewater. It's going to kind of work against her the whole time. And unfortunately, that ocean's not going to be doing any favors right now with the current ripping her out, and she's trying to swim against it.
Yeah, it's almost counterintuitive, but you do want to swim back into the whitewater and let that energy, even if you can't body surf that wave, all that other energy is coming in will help push you to the beach. There is a way to take off in whitewater when you're body surfing, and it really involves trying to fill your body with as much air as you can, so you are as buoyant as possible when you kind of try to pull yourself into the whitewater to get yourself in.
Taking a big deep breath, inflating yourself a little bit like a balloon, Wingnut.
Inflate yourself like my ego, and you have a better chance of catching the whitewater.
There we go. Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and at the moment it's the race for first between Tiffany and Claire, as Claire is up and riding once again. Her last score did improve her heat total of a 2.27 and makes a smart decision to kick out of that.
I think that was wise. You know, realized that she was just behind the peak. There we see the leash change has occurred, and now Claudia is going to have to put her head down and get those arms moving.
Big paddle, big swim back in. Now she's got 5 minutes on the clock. That's enough time, especially if she kind of lucks into there being a lull right now. There's a set out the back. She'll have plenty of time on the inside for this to kind of clear away before she gets hit by it. Tiffany now with a long stretched out wall in front of her, just carving her way back now. A little S-turn kind of set up, not really a major maneuver, but it does line her up well to get to that first hang 5. Cross steps back to the tail again, that pressure on the heel over that fin to be able to line it up here for another hang 5. Doubles back off the nose into that middle third of the board, readjusts, and she's sitting in a great leading position with that sort of freedom now to feel comfortable to want to build on the score line. Her whole team was down here bright and early because her teammate Lucas was in the water in one of the first heats of the morning. He did a great job to be successful in making it through to the next round. And now Tiffany is really just following suit behind what Lucas performed this morning.
It's fun seeing this team from Chinese Taipei, and it always brings to mind the queen of surfing in Chinese Taipei, and that would be Bei. And I know that she is going to be heading to the Mexi Log Fest for her first experience at that event, and we wish her good luck in that. But whenever I have a chance and there's an opportunity to go into Asia, I always figure out, can I run into Bebe, or can I at least ask her some advice? Because she has traveled and surfed through that entire region and has some little nuggets of special information, not only just about the waves, but oh, there's a restaurant you got to try, coming into town this way, not that way, it's so much better. So having those friends that have that experience, and that's one of the great things about an event like the ISA, where you're meeting people that have experience in waves and locations that you possibly want to go to, and you can make those connections and share that information.
Yeah, she's such a solid figure coming out of that Asian surfing contingency, especially as a longboarder, as a woman there who has just excelled so far kind of beyond where her generation was at, really setting that foundation for what longboarding and good surfing was like for both men and for women. And it's great to hear that she's still getting good waves around the world. I'm stoked that she's going to have an opportunity to compete in Mexi Log Fest, because that's just something that I feel like she should have been a part of for so many years at this stage. And that Chinese Taipei community just continuing to grow. And we'll have more of these surfers likely starting to follow in her footsteps with those kind of events, especially with the traditional style that they're really weaving into their surfing here on the longboard. Now there we can see the flag for Team Canada standing on the rock. The bright red maple flag there for Claire Parsons, who's sitting with priority. And you can see the use of the flag. Holding it straight up will mean one thing. Holding it to the right, holding it to the left. All of those are communication tools to the athletes. Most teams will be doing something similar like that throughout the week, depending on, if the surfers are comfortable with kind of receiving some input from the beach. As Claire is back up and riding. Now her requirement has just jumped to a 5.66 because Tiffany's last wave was a 4.83. So Claire, with that opportunity in front of her, this is where she just needs to put that bit of commitment into the nose ride. And she crouches down to try and ride out, but a little bit challenging.
I think that was the right approach to get through that section. And you just have to anticipate what that water is going to do when it hits you. And she was reaching down for that rail, absolutely the right thing to do. But all that water wants to throw you over that outside rail, so it's pick up that rail and lean into that so you can kind of fight, and as the lip breaks more on top of you, it'll keep you on your board. But if you're leaned a little bit outside, it's going to flip you over like that one did. Great approach. That was the best wave for me that I saw Claire ride so far in this heat. So that's going to put a little bit more pressure on Claudia when she gets out. Can she get into the lineup in time to get a performance wave here at the end of the heat?
She's got 1 minute remaining on the clock. Team El Salvador down on the beach. They did a great job to, grab that board off of the Canadian team member who grabbed it away from the rocks, got it into position for where she was coming in at the shoreline. Again, they weren't allowed to run that board out to her. They weren't allowed to even put it in the water and push it to her. She had to come all the way to collect it on the sand. She's now on her way back out. We'll see where she is in the lineup, if she's going to have an opportunity. However, there's only 30 seconds on the clock. There she is, so she could be in position. Needing a 4.17, but now Claire, again, sneaking into this little curl. Beautiful hang 5. Gets those toes fully locked over. You can see the smile on Claire's face now as she's found that opening nose ride, connects with a second one, and this could be pretty game-changing for her position. Trying to stay with it. She did that same grab again, tried to lean into it, but unfortunately got flipped. And now with 10 seconds on the clock, it's Claudia from El Sunzal, the local surfer.
Great effort.
Such an incredible effort after losing her board, a broken leash, to get herself in, to get herself back out, and now to have an opportunity to catch this wave. Unfortunately, a little bit late on the takeoff to it and couldn't quite capitalize as the timer finishes out.
Probably a little gassed out from the swim and the paddle back out. But I love the fact she was able to get to her feet before the buzzer ended that heat.
Yeah, that was an incredible effort in itself. There's, some surfers that in that moment may have given up and not even tried to get themselves out to backline. For her, she knew there was an opportunity. She knew there was a chance. It's like Kelly Slater losing his last heat just now at Margaret River. In his post-heat interview, he said he needed a big score. It was flat. He said with 1 minute on the clock, he still had hope the wave was going to come and that he was not going to be sort of forced into retirement in that moment. The champions will always go back out. They'll always look for that next opportunity.
Absolutely. And Kelly is one of those athletes through his entire career. The ocean has produced for him more in the last 30 seconds than I think anyone else in the history of the sport.
There's due well-deserved hope within that sort of situation.
You wouldn't bet against Kelly getting a wave in that situation. That is for sure.
Well, great surfing across the board within this heat. Claire Parsons dropped in a 4.63 for her last wave. Those two nose rides together, the judges loved it. She wasn't quite able to get herself into that leading position, but she did close the door on second, as Claudia would now be chasing a 6.30 for that last wave to take her into an advancing position. Unfortunately, that's not going to do it, but again, stoked that she had the opportunity for El Salvador to catch one more wave. And celebrations on the beach for Tiffany out of Chinese Taipei for getting the win in this repechage round. A 4.83 was her high score with a 3.5 to back it up. She'll be moving on to surf later today, as we will have the second repechage rounds happening on both the men's and women's side. And we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more action as the women hit the lineup. Lola Bleakley, Claudia, Hannah, and Amelia in the water right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
And we're back in sunny El Salvador with an opening ride here for Amelia Huminski out of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's had a great showing this morning in the repechage rounds, couple wins on the men's side to be advancing through. And now Amelia with an opportunity to continue the campaign for her country. Couple nose rides on the inside section, and she'll have a long paddle to get herself out to backline once again. Lola Bleakley of England in the water up against Claudia Hinostroza from Peru and Hannah Cohn of New Zealand. Hannah with that third priority, and we do have a score to come through for her and for Amelia. A 1-point ride quickly on the board for Hannah, as she was just having a quick in and out on the opening exchange. And now Lola Bleakley, the daughter of our co-commentator Sam Bleakley, and an absolute stylish surfer coming out of England, setting her line here on an opening couple cross steps and beautiful bit of tail work, setting it up for that outside hang five. Important to be able to capitalize on those maneuvers. And now the 16-year-old weaving her way here to the inside section, looking really solid on this wave so far, driving around, setting it up, now looking for that connection to make sure she really hugs the power pocket of this wave, stays with that whitewater with that foam so that she doesn't lose out on more scoring potential through the inside section. Great hang five, and with this tide now starting to push, it's still offering those great inside nose riding sections. As the day moves on, it might get a little bit harder, but for Lola right now, plenty of scoring potential through the inside.
Composed. That was a very composed wave. Really liked seeing that. Looking forward to seeing the score.
Claudia now up and riding, as she had priority for this wave out of Peru. It's her very first time representing the nation here for the ISA World Surfing Games, and she's got her family alongside of her this week, which is really exciting for them to just celebrate the opportunity to fly the flag. Couple cross steps forward now as she comes through to this inside section. Looking for that quick nose ride, quick tap. She's a lifelong longboarder, has never ridden a shortboard, has been stuck to that longboard for her entire career and absolutely loves it.
Let's just call it a surfboard. She's chosen to ride a surfboard. And as Shannon knows, it's one of my favorite gripes, that there's no such thing as a longboard. Surfing was created on boards of great length, and then in the mid-60s there was the shortboard revolution. So there were surfboards, and then there are shortboards. And she rides a surfboard her whole life, and I love that. No, I
love that.
It was great. Nice performance. A little nervous, not quite as balanced and smooth as Lola was. So I will expect Lola's score to come in above that one.
Yeah, great comparison between those two. Both getting a lot of length of ride, but length of ride is not actually what we get scored on anymore.
Yes, and I liked the way that Lola kept her board moving so smoothly, constantly flowing from turn to turn, setting herself up to get to the nose and then going back into the turns. And so that's that momentum and flow done gracefully that I think should be rewarded well.
Scores to come through now for first of red. Let's take a look at some replays here as we saw the first wave of Amelia just as we came out of that break.
Nice cross step. The toes aren't quite wrapped over the nose, but she got out there very early on in the wave where it's bigger. She's a bit out on the shoulder. Again, we're going to point out a few of the things that need to be improved on for everyone's benefit. I like where she's cut herself back here to put herself in a position to be close into the pocket. Again, another smooth cut back, 3 in a row right there, keeping herself low in the face of that wave where she can take advantage of the power. What you're hoping for when you make that cut back below the white water is that as you're coming ahead of the wave again, you can start walking your way to the front of the board while you're still in the pocket. That was a nice nose ride, but a little far on the shoulder again. Smooth though, I will give her composure, and that is a well-surfed wave.
Just 15 years old out of Rincon in Puerto Rico.
And here's Lola's wave right from the top. And again, smooth, controlled, flowing. I think an opportunity out there to nose ride is really important, and she puts one in here, gets those toes over the nose for just a second, swings the rail in the water smooth. It's really, you know, as a surfer, you can spot someone's style and it becomes very recognizable. And the way that she swings those shoulders around and that leads into that cutback, you can spot Lola from 100 yards away when she makes one of those turns. I think she's surfed this wave really well. A little bit out on the shoulder, but still in the high, crisp part of the wave, so that nose ride was very nice. Did a great job collecting points throughout this entire ride.
Yeah, incredible performance from Lola on this one. We're still waiting for the judges to drop that score. For the rest of our surfers, everything is in. Hannah, with that 1-point ride to start off with, is now up and riding once again for Team New Zealand. And stalls here with a couple steps forward, not quite able to get to the nose as that wave's kind of tapering off on the shoulder. So good reading of that wave not to force anything. Couple cross steps back and forward as we can see now Amelia out the back. Hannah now finding that hang 5 on the inside. She has really beautiful tight footwork.
I really wish she was able to have stuck that landing coming off that nose ride, because that was a nice steep critical nose ride and it would have added to the score had she completed it.
Amelia getting a piece of the action as well. Her opening ride was a 5-point ride. Now she began surfing at about 6 years old on a boogie board with her mom, getting into the ocean. It's the way so many of us as surfers, that was my story as well. Boogie boarded for so many years as a kid, and the shore break eventually started being big enough to make it out to backline. And
I was actually old enough to have one of those air mats, the yellow and blue ones, and I learned my first surfing skills or wave riding skills from a 65-year-old woman in Corona del Mar, Mrs. Harberman. Taught my
way
brother
to go,
and I
Mrs. Harberman.
how to body surf and to ride our air mats.
And you're riding a surf mat before they were the cool thing. Now people just are all riding them around the world because it's the cool
Kevin
thing
brought
to be
one
doing.
all the way down here for that. Okay.
Well, in that last heat, we saw a beautiful performance from Tiffany out of Chinese Taipei. She's down on the beach now.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the women's round 1, rep 1, Chinese Taipei's Lu Quan Xuan, also known as Tiffany. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. The waves were so fun out there.
It looks really, really fun. So you grew up in Taipei, moved to southern Taiwan to kind of work on your surfing. You surf Jialo Shui, which there is a left point, but then across the little river there's that nice, powerful right. Do you think practicing at home helped you here?
Yeah, for sure. I think sometimes the waves here are kind of similar to Jialo Shui, so moving there definitely helped.
And also coming from a place that's really warm water usually, do you think that helps in kind of conserving your energy, not getting dehydrated? Because we have people coming from very cold places, and the impact of the heat is a lot on their energy.
Yeah, I think I deal with the heat pretty well, but El Salvador is really hot. Like, I have to take shower like 5 times a day. It's really hot here, but I love it here. Like, it's a really beautiful place.
And how's traveling with Rory and Lucas? Because they're pretty wild guys. They're pretty crazy.
Yeah, Yeah, they're fun and it's just interesting. I mean, it's my first time competing overseas, so they're more experienced, so they definitely helped and they gave me some advice like on surfing and competing, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And would you like to send a message to people that are watching you at home in your own language?
Yeah. 大家好，好紧张。谢谢，感谢台湾的家人、朋友、爸妈，然后 New Events 台湾 COTT， 还有谢谢大家熬夜看我比赛，谢谢。
Shay Shay Tiffany.
谢谢。
Back to the live with you guys.
Oh, that was so sweet. So excited to see Tiffany get that heat win in this morning. You know, they have a great team down on the beach. Kiki, that's here traveling with the crew. Keenan has put in so much work behind the scenes. He's worked as the head judge on the Longboard Tour before. He's been coaching the team from Chinese Taipei across juniors, across the Opens division, and across the longboards as well. And Kiki is another great crew member behind the scenes that have been really facilitating the growth into this competitive space for these surfers to try and really help ease that kind of transition into finding that comfort in competing internationally, which can be a big challenge in itself. As we've got 10 minutes remaining on the clock, it's Amelia that's sitting up in the lead, a 5 and a 2.33, and we've now got that 6-point ride that's dropped in for Lola Bleakley, taking the best of the opening exchange.
I thought that was the best that I had seen ridden. I'd like to see the reward that she got for that. Speaking of the young woman from England, there she is again.
Now up and riding for Lola. Great quick steps up to a fast 5. And now just readjusting through the inside section. Great use of that rail to just power back into that curl of the wave. So a nice bit of variety here. You can really see her surfing starting to loosen up in comparison to what we saw in her opening round heat. Finding herself a 6-point ride would be that huge confidence boost to going, all right, she's right here, she's right in it. And at the moment, it's the two young surfers in the lineup between the 15-year-old of Puerto Rico that's sitting in the lead and the 16-year-old for England, that next generation that's coming forward who are taking control.
She has done a good job with that wave. I liked, again, how she turns and maneuvers that board. And of the two boards she brought, that's the bigger one. It lends more to drawing her to the nose, whereas the other one being a little lighter and looser, she finds herself just turning too much. So I like her choice for this. Look at the set looming on the horizon. I wonder if anyone will be in position to take advantage of it, or will they be taken advantage of?
Yeah, we haven't seen a set like this in the last couple of heats.
That's how leashes break.
That is
right there. Yeah, I'm glad that board stayed connected to the surfer.
Claudia from Peru, who's the 2013 national champion, so a decade on now competing for world championship. A long history of surfing on a longboard coming out of Claudia back at home. She's sitting on that 3.17 with a 2.84 that she'll be chasing to get herself into an advancing position. And that's without really a strong backup score for either of our top two surfers. Now a 3.93 has just dropped in for Lola, and that changes the situation a little bit. She jumps up into the lead and now puts 4-point requirements on both Hannah out of New Zealand and Claudia from Peru.
And you can see the surfers on the outside scratching for the horizon as they went over that wave and saw the bomb coming out the back. Will they get to it in time and be in position, or have they drifted too deep? Looks like they're going to get over that one, no problem. But will anyone be on the corner able to take advantage of it? I think even Lola's a little too wide paddling back out from her last wave. And it's interesting, Shannon, when we watched Claudia, let go of her board just as she was about to go under the lip of that wave, there's a point there where I think she was close enough to the top of that wave that when you turn turtle with a lip like that, the rocker of the board actually pulls the board through. You're not in so much of a risk of being flipped back over. I think it really helps you because the curve of your board gets sucked in underneath the curve of the lip. And I've found myself almost being pulled all the way out through the back in a nice way. So that's, again, practice it on a slightly smaller one, but having the confidence that in that situation she would have been better off hanging on to it.
Coming up in that next heat, Puerto Rico is sending out another surfer. We've just seen, we've got Amelia in the water right now. We've got Jasmine Dean paddling out next. So the team's got back-to-back heats, back-to-back surfers, and she's got a pretty interesting tail design on that board.
Yeah, that's that Luffy, and he spoke with her when they were in the Philippines earlier this year, and he told her that he was going to make a board and bring it to her here, and she just jumped on it and loved it right out the gate. There's some interesting tail features on that board. She doesn't think about it much. She just rides it and likes it. And sometimes I enjoy that disconnect. Don't overthink what your board's doing. Just figure out how that you like how it works.
Yeah.
And then maybe later on talk with Luffy and what did this board do well for me? What did it not? And then that's again that shaper relationship where he can make those changes to improve the next one that he makes for you.
That's right. Being able to share with what she might be struggling with or what she finds really easy, and how to just change those little details on, if you're struggling to nose ride and certain types of waves, maybe in a beach break it's a little harder, but on that nice running wall point break it's easier. You can make adjustments to equipment based on those sorts of things. Yeah, Luffy he's like Johnny Appleseed. He's been sprinkling surfboards around the world and different surfers everywhere. They're all sprouting up now. Yeah. How did you get a Luffy? 5 minutes on the clock. Lola Bleakley holding down the lead so far, but still reasonable numbers by the other competitors to get themselves into second place, and only a 5 really needed by Amelia to steal first place from Lola. For Hannah, she's got an okay requirement in front of her of a 4.17, very attainable at this stage. Anything that gets into that 6 range, you really got to start thinking pretty intently about wave selection as well as performance on it and that height to it. For Team New Zealand, Hannah coming out of a small town called Gisborne. It's the place that gets the sun the first in the world for where it's located on the coastline. And it's kind of that they refer to it as the sunniest place in New Zealand. And for Hannah, she grew up surfing after her brother got into it. Started shortboarding, but when she discovered longboarding, she said it's been the thing that's added some grace and some finesse to her otherwise very clumsy life. So love that she's been really rediscovering longboarding in the last couple of years and learning how to just kind of dial in those things. And grace is such an important, I think, all-encompassing word when it comes to longboarding, Wingnut. Really, especially when we're talking about the criteria and what we're looking to see, taking something that's very difficult and making it look very easy. And, correct longboarding, there's a lot of flow and smoothness. And again, this all developed because the original boards were so heavy and so cumbersome, so that if you couldn't muscle them around. Yeah. So you really had to have your timing and all the mechanics in place for everything to work together smoothly. A little bit of a lull out in the water after that big set that kind of cleared everybody out. And as we spoke about earlier, those sets are so inconsistent, you can never really plan on one happening in your heat. I've tried to put a clock to them this morning, and I've been unable to figure out what the interval is on those closeout sets. 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Everyone's got waves. Looks like we do need a second wave for Claudia, though, to put herself back in this game. She has a 3.17 for her first wave, so that's a good number. As we look at this replay of, Lola, and this is that wave that gave her the 6, really opening up the heat for her. Did not rush that nose ride. She let the wave get steep enough in front of her so that it would support her. There's the swinging of the shoulders. Smooth and stylish, looking around, trying to figure out where she wants to be, putting another cut back, getting herself back where the pocket, where the energy is. She's going to go even a little deeper there, and just keeping the board moving, but not in a frenetic way. That wave set up for that nose ride, gets the toes wrapped over again on that one. A really smooth wave for Lola, and that's going to be a great confidence builder as she fights her way through the Reprecharge round here at the ISA World Longboard Championships in El Suenzal. Here's the 5-point ride from Amelia. Great opportunity to have some comparison. And it was a nice nose ride, but a little far out on the shoulder, and the toes didn't wrap around the nose. So she needs to keep herself back, which she's doing now. Keep herself lower in the face, closer to the pocket, where the nose ride will have some lift, some levitation, as the wax head likes to say. And those turns, those are all in the pocket. They're really smooth, controlled, graceful. I like all the work being done in here. It was the outside where the opportunity for that score to go higher was in the opening part of that wave when she had that bigger face and she was just a little ahead of
the perfect scoring position.
Yeah, if she had just been a little bit deeper in the pocket, judges pay really close attention to those things, especially on those outside sections. A couple quick taps to the nose as well on the inside, but again, nothing that was really in the pocket or locked in on that real critical nature.
With a minute left, it looks like Amelia is in position with last priority and snuck this one out right here.
Right there on her way back out, able to sneak in underneath the rest of the crew. So far, again, not a lot of scoring potential on this wave, but she only needs to improve on a 2.33. It's a small score to be building on. A couple of turns, if she can find that connection to the nose right on the inside, she could be looking even at, a 3-point ride.
I thought that was a really smart choice
Yeah.
because of how little time was left, and she would have had fourth priority anyway. So whipping around on that one was good. Let's hope the inside gives her a little more scoring opportunity. It's a tiny wave, but again, we've got one of the smallest surfers in the heat, so it doesn't look that small with her riding it.
Oh, it looks like such
There
a
we
fun
go. Look at
little
that beautiful
opportunity.
little inside section for a finishing nose ride. Too bad she couldn't stick the landing on that one. 15 seconds left. Are we going to get another wave or two ridden by our competitors?
Paddle now for Claudia, who had priority for that wave. She's out of position. She's not going to be able to get into it. Big set coming. She's going to lose her priority, and there she goes down to third. Lola now sitting in second priority, but this is a big set, and it looks like the timer is going to work against them. Every one of them is just going to be caught out. If this set had approached 10 seconds sooner, then they could have been in position to be able to get some great rides. And the team supporting the Puerto Rican as she has landed on the sand. Her last score, 2.5, did just slightly increase, which did change the requirements. But we saw with that big set approaching that both Hannah and Claudia in third and fourth were unable to get themselves into a last opportunity. And so it will officially be Lola Bleakley out of England with a heat win, and Amelia Yamuski Canales out of Puerto Rico with that second place finish. Great surfing from the 16-year-old and the 15-year-old, the Grommets, taking it through. And we're going to hear from Lola shortly when we return from the break. What a great moment, and those cheers down on the beach wing nut.
I just love seeing the teamwork, camaraderie, the cheers after their athletes come out of the water. And they're going to be so stoked. Going forward, good work, Team Puerto Rico.
Great consistency from the Puerto Ricans so far this morning. They've got another one paddling out in the next heat. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, can Jasmine Dean be the fourth Puerto Rican of the morning to take a heat win? We'll find out right after this.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Another exciting heat underway here at the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships. We're in the rapid charge round, which means it's elimination. There's a lot on the line now. With only 2 surfers able to advance through, this heat only has 3, so it means one will be heading home, or not home so much, but just to the shoreline to support their teammates for the rest of the week. And that's one of those beautiful things about the ISA events, is that it's a teams event. And so these surfers will be sticking around. They'll be wearing their team colors. They'll be flying those flags and cheering on because they want to see their nations do well, their nations perform this week.
It is a great event, you know, mirroring what the Olympic tradition is. And hopefully in 2028, we will have longboarding in the Los Angeles Olympics. We should be finding out early in 2025 whether we get the nod or not, as we see the first wave being ridden here in this heat.
Here we go. Out of Chinese Taipei, crouched low, really deep behind the section. maybe too far behind for Minami.
I think that was a good choice right there, too.
Yeah.
Great takeoff. Nice thought that she could make it, but that was one of those bigger sets that swung a little wide. Do we have a leash broke? We got another situation here.
A repeat situation of what we had in our first repecharge heat of the morning, where the Salvadorian Claudia Tamakas lost her leash. Now that one, she lost around the 10-minute mark. This one, there's still 16 minutes on the clock.
And we'll see if she gets lucky. Sometimes.
Oh no.
That's the problem with a really well-shaped board. They're so hydrodynamic, even upside down, they'll go all the way into shore. But at least she's in a good bit of whitewater with some energy that's going to help bring her in. But you can see the current actually already trying to sweep her south. So swimming already. I hope we've got some friends on the rocks protecting that board. So as we talked about earlier, you cannot bring that board out to the surfer. The jet ski cannot go in and pick her up unless she is in distress. If the surfer touches the jet ski, they're immediately out of the heat. See what she did there? She raised herself up, tried to put herself up in that white water to help bring it in.
And I even think she's actually shallow enough right now where she can just get those toes to touch down onto the rocks, which is a great thing. So she's in a much better position right now than what Claudia was, being outside the break in the channel without any assist from the water.
Here
She's
it
going
is.
to be
You
in
can
quick,
see,
nice and easy.
You can see that white water helping bring her in quickly. So a huge advantage compared to the other situation right there.
That's right. For Chen Chi Mai out of Chinese Taipei, known as Minami, great water woman, reading that situation, putting herself into position. Her teams grab the board there to make sure that it's not going to be collecting any rocks, any damage. And they're also running it back right now to grab a leash. There's Rory McDonald, who's going to be doing a little swap over. Maybe she was also calling at some stage for an actual board swap. We're not sure. But he's going to be running down there kind of as their front-running surfer. He's been a surfer that you and I have known for a long time with the trips that we've done to Chinese Taipei over the years. And this can even be a great moment for him to just give her a bit of encouragement as she's going to paddle back out.
It'll be interesting if they set up both boards with leashes and see which one she chooses. So I like the way, like, Rory's like, come over here. Where does he think she's going to go?
Where else can she go, Rory? Of course she's going to be coming to you. You've got a great big pink surfboard for her, and she needs to be riding that right now to try and advance through. 14 minutes on the clock. She's going to make it back out there with plenty of time. I'm going to guess she's going to get at least 2 more waves on the board. As we take a look now at Fanny from Ecuador. Finds that opening nose ride. That board's got a little bit more kind of lift in the nose, that rocker ride in the nose, which can help some surfers to be able to find it easier to nose ride as she pedals back and kind of trims from the top of that wave down to the bottom into that first turn, now back onto the nose ride. A little stumble coming off of there and slight lack of control from Fanny, but now she's got a great looking section in front of her, a little bit of power and speed here as she comes through to the inside. Couple quick steps just demonstrating more control and power now as she wraps that board around. I love the look of that finishing turn and the kick out.
Really nice exit. I think that will be a very strong score. Great nose riding work on the outside where it will be rewarded the most for sure. Already we have a score coming through for Jasmine Dean with a 7.17. That is a nice big number. We'll see how Fanny's comes through after that. So here she is. There's Gentle Ben seeing if she needs some water. Everybody's trying to take care of her here.
Just making sure to take a couple breaths. Now she's still got 13 minutes on the clock. They'd be letting her know that. They want to make sure that she's okay. There's the potential that she might have swallowed a bit of water. She did take, a lot of those rolls of white water kind of over her head as that's happening. And that's something that's kind of common when you're out there in the lineup. It's very possible. The moment you come up for a breath, you might inhale a little bit, and it's important to clear those lungs. As we take a look now at what was the 7-point ride for Jasmine Dean out of Puerto Rico.
And she really hung on to that nose ride. The toes, backside, wrapped around the tip of the board. That was that board we were talking about that Luffy had made for her. I would have liked to seen more cross-stepping on the way back, but it's my job to be the critical Uncle Wingnut here. But that nose ride outside was very strong. And the smooth turns, the way she's able to power using the tail of the board, sinking it, applying the entire rail in the water when she's making those turns. So you can see why this score came out so well. Some nice footwork right there in the middle. We'll get a last nose ride on the inside, choosing to finish with a down carve and straightening it out to the beach. Nice control all the way through on that wave, and she was rewarded with a 7.17.
27-year-old from Rincon putting together a great display of traditional surfing to kick off her campaign here in the Repicharge rounds. She's a professional longboarder and shortboarder, so she gets to spend her life pursuing her passions of health and fitness, and she says surfing's her favorite way to be able to pursue that. Also just found her qualifications as a yoga instructor, and so she's got a lot of that movement background behind her, which for surfers is so helpful, helps her with that elegance out in the lineup on a longboard as well. As we take a look at Jasmine up and riding, this will be her second wave, so she's already got that 717 that we just saw the replay for. Now up and riding again, and just bites that inside rail as she's trying to cut back. Hard to not do that when you're riding a board that lacks a lot of rocker.
Right. And it's just a matter of putting the rail in before you sink the tail a little bit, and maybe not opening your shoulders enough to the direction that you're turning. But the better work was done on the outside, and that's where usually you are more highly rewarded.
Well, we've got a score to drop through now for Jasmine Dean. Fanny Vilayo out of Ecuador has just improved her situation with a 7.67, so she jumps into the lead. With more scores to come, let's go down to the beach, though, to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Lola Bleakley out of Team England is on the beach with Ben Way.
Thank you so much. Shannon Wingnut here with the winner of the round one, rep round one, heat number 2, Lola Bleakley representing England. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. I'm super stoked.
The waves looked really, really fun. We've heard on the webcast them comparing it to Cardiff Reef in California. It's just like, looks like the perfect longboard wave this morning, especially with the wind conditions. How did you feel compared to the previous days?
I think it's a lot less bumpy, like it's definitely super clean. I had a really, really good time out there. So yeah, I'm super stoked. The sets were nice as well, and I'm hoping the wind's starting to get a little bit on it now, but I think had it just at the perfect time, so yeah.
The conditions look like they catered perfectly. You've got a 9.6 custom-shaped double scoop by Skin Dog. That thing looks really, really fun.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I'm super stoked with it. I got it just before I came out here. I've got another 9.6 as well, so I've got a couple of really good quiver of boards. So yeah, but it goes super well in these waves.
So one question, when you normally practice at home in Cornwall in a wetsuit, I know you had a little bit of leash rash because this hot water really like tenderizes your skin, but not only that, managing your energy in these pumping waves, did you really have to get kind of climatized over these past days?
Yeah, I think it's really good. We came out here like a good few days before, so I really got like used to the weather, and I love the warm weather, but you know, it is pretty hot, so you've got to keep hydrated, good food, and like keeping your energy up. It is tricky, but yeah, it's great.
So I had Team England's, your fan club on my balcony, along with Auntie Megs, and she was talking to your dad saying that your surfing looks so much like Kiani. And she said you surfed exactly like Kiani, and you might even beat her in a heat. I want to ask who some of the surfers that you study, and who do you kind of follow after in trying to kind of emulate their style and improve your own?
I think Kiani's definitely a really good representation. She's got really good, powerful turns, and also Soleil Erico as well. I love her surfing, super strong and like smooth. So yeah, there's a lot of really amazing women inspirations out there. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
And so I've heard that you're playing hooky from Cape Cornwall School. You better say thanks to your teachers and your peers.
Thanks so much, Cape, for letting me come out here and supporting me. I've got really good, like all my friends have been watching at home. So yeah, really.
And I don't want to embarrass you, but your dad is my good mate. He's also my roommate here. How cool is it to be able to come to such a magical surf destination like Surf City with your dad?
So cool, super lucky, and yeah, it's such a great experience. He's taught me so much, and yeah, it's really, really good.
He teaches us all so much, as well as all of our viewers. He's a wealth of knowledge. I love hanging out, and we love being roommates because we just get on and just get closer and closer every heat. I want to have, besides your own school, say hi to anyone that's at home, your mom, your family.
Yeah, hi to little Rubes as well, who's shredding at home. So yeah, keep shredding, and I can't wait to see you next week. And yeah, everyone else who's watching, and my mates, and mum, and my granddad and grandma. So yeah,
Ruben's becoming a pretty sick little skateboarder.
Yeah, he is. Ruben's like shredding. He'll be here soon for sure. We'll both be competing together, so I can't wait.
Go get hydrated and take a rest, and you can go use our air conditioning. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Back to the live with you guys.
Thanks so much. We'll straight into it with Manami out of Chinese Taipei. She's already found a couple of nose rides on this wave. This is what she needed to be doing. She lost her board before due to the leash break. She's made it out to backline again, found herself on a great looking set, and she's going to put herself right back in the conversation. She'll break out of that combination situation likely with this wave, and she'll be just moving forward here with a couple steps forward, a couple steps back, carving through to the inside section, and finds one final nose ride. She'll kick off on the inside, be able to catch her breath for a moment and paddle back out. But that's exactly what we were expecting. For her to have the opportunity to get a first wave, she's got plenty of time to get out there again to get a second.
Right, and she will get another good one before the hooter blows. Good work right there on that one. And, you know, again, when you think about it, with the size of the surf that we're seeing with those random really big sets, it's a good reminder to check your equipment. You don't often realize that your fin sometimes gets nicked by the fin on your board or by a rock or something else in the garage. And so checking that equipment and maybe, you know, purchasing brand new leashes every season is a good idea.
Taking a look at this wave was the 7.67 from Fanny out of Ecuador.
She got the really long locked in nose ride on the outside, gets another one right here as well. Steep, critical part of the wave. Almost loses her balance there and then settles down and starts putting in some more work going forward, a little on the shoulder with that one. As you can see, she was kind of coming directly in, not working her way across the face of the wave, but then maintaining composure, being really smooth, trying to get another nose ride, just walking, doing a little bunny hop over that bump. Big, powerful cut back there. I really liked it with a clean, smooth exit. And now we'll see Manami's wave here. Good footwork, great position for that nose ride on the outside. That should work out really well for her. She got a clean, smooth wave and able to get out on the nose again. Almost loses it going back into the white water here. Then regains her composure and is very patient here, letting the wave get organized again in front of her. Not rushing it, not trying to get too far out on a shoulder. Keeps herself in the pocket. Nice work there. Almost swung that board too much, almost swung herself off of it. And then just waiting on the inside here for the last little bit of a nose ride, as she's going to end up going into a little closeout section while she's committed on the nose and out.
Ducks out right underneath the
With
sand.
a great score of 4.93. So she is right back in the fight.
That's right. She's broken that combination, which she was sitting in, needing a 12.5 heat total. A combination requirement means that a surfer needs two different waves because the max you can get on a single wave is 10 points. Any heat total requirement higher than that means you're going to need two waves to find it. So for her now, she's chasing that 7.57 requirement due to the strength of 2 sevens being dropped by her fellow competitors in the lineup. So this is probably the more challenging position for Manami to be sitting in. She broke her lease while she had to spend that time swimming in, collecting a new board, getting back out to backline. The other two women in the water have dropped significant scores on the board, which leaves her with a lot of work and pressure coming down to the last few minutes.
And you'd think when you first saw this heat go out, there's only 3, so you have a better chance than on a 4-person heat. But now with that challenge of swimming, she is behind the 8 ball. There's 3 minutes left. There is plenty of time. She should get into the lineup right away. But will the priority situation come to haunt her at that point as well? Because both of these surfers want to maintain their advancing position, and at some point you just use that competitive power of the priority against your other surfers.
That's right. At the moment, there's a few things working against Manami, unfortunately. She's a university student, a very enthusiastic longboarder. Anytime she's not in class, she's going to be out in the lineup, and that's definitely kind of, what we're seeing across the coastlines of Chinese Taipei. There are so many surfers. There's so many active surf schools now and ways to get into the lineup, and a lot of that is through longboarding specifically. Now, of course, most people that learn how to surf for the first time, they're learning on a bigger board, likely a soft top. But in Chinese Taipei, a lot of the culture is to then continue and graduate onto a proper longboard and continue longboarding.
It is such a fun surf region there that not a lot of people realize how much surf is on the southern tip of that island. And then as you go around to the east coast where we've held our events in the past. So warm water, great food, fantastic people. Same things that can be said of El Salvador.
Exactly the same things. As we have a paddle now from Fanny, she has done an incredible job to hold on to that leading position. Uses her priority on this wave for the 29-year-old out of Montanita, and she'll go down on that opening attempt for a nose ride. And that will hand priority to Jasmine Dean, who will be sitting in position on the next wave, and now opens up that second priority for Manami as well.
That was potentially another really high-scoring wave, so perhaps a little crack there that Manami might be able to work herself into now that she has second priority with 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Fanny loves to just connect with nature at any possible way that she can. Living in a place like Ecuador, it's so beautiful. There's so many opportunities for her. As we take a look now at Puerto Rico's Jasmine Dean, great footwork, coming in for that tight 5, just flying into that section, manages to hold on to control. Unfortunately, I mean, she's kind of looking around behind her. She knows that wave's not going to have any more scoring potential. She also wants to know where Manami is in the lineup and if she's going to have an opportunity to get a big score.
Right, and you saw how the camera had to pan so far over. She took off so deep on that wave, I wasn't surprised that it closed out in front of her. So perhaps a slight tactical error there, and there are some waves on the horizon. Will Manami be in position to take advantage of what looks like a pretty good set coming in? And I think with 30 seconds, she's going to have a chance to take off on one of them.
I agree. Well, we've got Fanny on the inside, kind of flipping to go where she's not quite out of back line. Nice kind of off the top as she comes through. And we'll see if, oh no, Manami, we were just keeping our eyes on the surfer in red out the back who was trying so hard to get into position. And Fanny just saying a little prayer as she comes through to the inside here. Feeling grateful for having scored a couple great waves here at a fun right-hand point break. And you can see that kind of stress release coming across her face in this moment as she's taken away a heat win.
Really great surfing by both Fanny and Jasmine. There's no question about that. It was unfortunate that we had the equipment failure from Manami, and she wasn't able to perform on as many waves as we wanted to see.
Well, a great effort across the board. We do have scores to come through for both Fanny and for both Jasmine, but seeing that they're sitting with those 7s and those 5s as their high scores, we're not going to see that affect the situation for either of them. Last of Fanny, a 2.67 and a 3.07 for Jasmine on the board. So situation will remain the same, and now we will be moving forward into the next round, or the next heat, still in the rapid charge round. But unfortunately, Chinese Taipei will lose a surfer in Manami going down in this last heat. And a well-fought battle, and having to swim all the way in, grab that equipment from the team, take a breather for just a moment, because you could see that, you know, she'd exerted so much energy, and then to get back out at backline and find herself nearly a 5-point ride, great effort. We've got more action to come when we return. We have the powerhouse from Australia, Toli White, up against 3 surfers who would love to take out a name like that in the lineup. Sam Bleakley, Megan Godinez to call the action right after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action, Longboard fans, as we move into Australia, South Korea, Italy, and South Africa. It's Tully White, Sujin Park, Francesca Rubini, and Mariska Myers. A fantastic heat ahead. 17 minutes 45 seconds remaining. Tully White, a big name you wouldn't expect to see in the repechage, but up and riding right now. It's Mariska Myers from South Africa, deep on that section. A score will drop for our surfer in white from South Africa, but let's reflect on the fact that a big name like Tully White is already in this, as we see Italy's Francesca Rubini up and riding, and Tully's position here in the first round of the repechage demonstrating the level of women's longboarding represented here at the 2024 ISA World Longboard Championship. But this Italian has a multitude of national titles, over 12 Italian longboard titles, also works as a school teacher, and of course her teammate Ginger Kaimi, representing Italy as well, has really set this competition alight. The skill level of the 11-year-old has just been a joy to witness.
Yeah, Italian team very stacked this year, and very exciting to see Francesca still here and she's still surfing. I love it. I remember growing up with surfing against her, as we see Blue up and riding, Sujin Park from South Korea just getting that campaign started nice and early, beautiful midline trim, cutting just, and that was a smart op because she knew that that wave was going to pick up again, so she just did a little small check turn, making her way to that shoulder, finding that high line for that hang five, wanting to cut back, staying in that pocket. Beautiful turns here, making her way slowly, not trying to rush it, as we see the wind starting to change, so there's going to be a little bit more bump on the face, Sam.
Absolutely, but a great start for Sujin. I got the opportunity to surf with Sujin at this single and unattached event at Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines, and she's really feeling the vibes on that ride. A great start for Sujin Park for South Korea. But what about this replay from the style maestro Tully White, one of the iconic stylists already at her young age in international longboarding? So graceful, so fluid, and such a joy to watch.
Yeah, absolutely poised and so composed, and just beautiful bottom turn. You see how her feet are very put together, but she's not overthrowing anything, and that, I think that's due to the board that she's riding as she finds this high line and decides to kick out before she gets into that inside section.
Great start for both Tully White and Sujin Park. Scores coming through for Australia and South Korea. Francesca Rubini for Italy, she gets a 2.60. She represented her nation last year here at the 2023 edition of this event, the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. So she has been able to bring a lot of that experience and share that with her 11-year-old teammate Ginger Kaimi, who has just been spectacular, and I recommend all of you longboard fans re-watching the webcast from yesterday, because despite the big waves, she was on fire. And with that, let's go down to an interview with the winner of our last heat, representing Ecuador. Fanny Alexandra Villau is with Ben Way.
Sam, Megs, thanks so much. We're here with the round one, heat number 3 winner, representing Ecuador, Fanny Villau. Felicidades.
Gracias, gracias. Las olas están muy buenas. Entré al mar pensando en mi familia que está pasando por un duro momento, y sé que ellos están abrazándome en este momento y están conmigo, y también a las personas que hicieron lo posible para yo poder estar acá. Y súper feliz de haber pasado primera, representar a Ecuador y más que todo a mi pueblo montañita.
Ni me dijiste preguntarle nada. No, so she said as she was on her way out, she was thinking of her parents, feeling like she was getting a big hug from her parents, giving her power on the way out. She's really excited to be able to make it through for her country. Dime un poco, I'm going to ask her about the conditions from today, because it just looked beautiful. It looks so good for a longboard out there as far as the wind and the tide. Explícame un poquito de las condiciones de hoy. Hemos tenido condiciones, a mí me parecen perfecto para el tablón.
La verdad que las condiciones son muy buenas, solo tienes que estar chequeando la ola, donde sale, el viento, si se encoge un poco la ola. Nosotros en montañita tenemos una ola parecida a esta, un poco más de pared, más al hueco. Entonces esta ola es como para nosotros como le diríamos allá, como papayita, algo así. Sí, nada, pues así, las olas están muy buenas. Estas olas del Salvador, el Sunsal, son muy increíbles. Se me hace que todo el mundo está con ganas de querer venir acá a conocer, y nada, está muy bueno.
So she said that the waves are really good, but you do have to watch where they break. You need to watch where they sit, and then also there's those sections that really run. She said her home break is a little bit similar, except it's a lot more hollow, and she said this is just what they would explain as like a very, very playful wave. Bueno, al final, unas palabras para la gente en tu país que te están apoyando en el vivo.
Un saludo para todos mis amigos, mi familia. Y esto es por mi primo Roger, que está allá arriba en el cielo mandándome esas buenas olas. Y un saludo para toda mi familia y a Lu.
Muchísimas gracias, mucha suerte en la próxima.
Nos vemos la otra, que seguramente voy a pasar, con todo.
Right, back to the booth with you guys.
Well, congratulations, Team Ecuador, an incredible surf nation with an incredible Pacific coastline of some of the best waves in South America. So great representation. Surfers getting first and second in this repechage round 1 will advance to repechage round 2, and there'll already be some big names in repechage round 2 because the surfers that got eliminated in the women's main round 2 yesterday will have moved into those repechage rounds. So if you're lost, just go on the ISAsurfing website and you can really get a picture of how the main round and the repechage rounds work.
And that's the beauty of the ISAsurfing, is that second chance, really allowing surfers to showcase their talent for their nation.
And talking of showcasing her talent, for Team Australia, representing the Irukandjis, Tully White has just dropped to 7.50. A spectacular performance for Tully there on that wave, just styling, nose riding and mixing up her rail turns with flair. As we can see, Mariska Myers for South Africa onto the nose, deep in that section, holds onto that nose, climbs out of that nose ride and then takes a fall as Sujin Park answers back with 6 steps up to a crisp, clean nose ride, walks back to the tail, elegantly puts that board on rail, stands tall, gets back for another lock of the nose ride. Great composure and control. It's getting bumpy out there, but Sujin Park for South Korea is already dropped to 617, and Megs, this looks like a fantastic wave to back up that 617.
Beautiful wave, definitely on the outside. Big turns and big maneuvers on the outside, and as she caught this set wave, and she knows she needs to get work done. They want to stay in that 1 and 2 place. Just beautiful high line on that hang 5, redirecting her board into that power source, walking her way up, getting on this inside can be a little tricky, and she just comes undone, but she did all the work on the outside, and it's going to be a beautiful score for her.
Wow, that was beautiful surfing for Sujin, as you said. And let's think a little bit about that 617, to the confidence when you know you've started with a big score. You know, how does that affect the way you perform on your next ride?
I mean, then you can really have that self-talk of, I can do this. I really can. I know my ability. Sometimes there's those intrusive thoughts, especially when there's 3 other people out in the water. It's that nerves when you put on that jersey. That jersey holds a lot of power, which is so interesting, but you can use it to really help your weight get through a heat, or you can let it really kind of taint your thoughts. But yeah.
Here we go. It's Ninka Dumai and Anna Albers. Anna Albers for Team Netherlands will be coming up next, doing a little bit of kind of training there to just get that body in sync. But talking of power and class, Mariska Myers from South Africa. She is a J Bay local. Jeffreys Bay, one of the iconic right-handers on the planet. Super Tubes, The Point. Back in 2001, we hosted the ASP World Longboard Championship there, won by Colin McPhillips. I had the great pleasure of sharing a house with the Hawaiian team, and I tell you, as a Grom, that was a special moment to share time with the De Soto family. Bonga was there, Lance was there, Dino was there, all those big names, and I learned a lot from those Hawaiians.
Yeah, and they carry that wherever they go, including at home. They have that power to really just embrace that Dukahanamoku and really want to push surfing, not just surfing, but also being a water person.
And talking of water people, Mariska Myers representing Sawyer Surfboards, of course. Stephen Sawyer, one of the great South African longboarders, has been a WSL World Longboard Champion in 2017. So I know the Sawyer family will be tuning in to watch Mariska, but right now up and riding, it's our Italian goofy footer, Francesca Rubini, with a 2.60 to kick things off. So this will be her second ride, puts that board on rail. Nice start to the wave, a peaky wave. What's the difference between these peaky ones and the ones that have that wall at the start for scoring potential?
Well, with the peaky ones, as you can tell, she didn't have that opportunity to get to that nose, and that's what the judges want to see, is that busy, that busyness on the outside, and unfortunately it didn't give her the opportunity. So she just kind of had to work her way, just staying on the back half of her board, really engaging those rails and those fins.
Team Germany getting excited. They will have Masha Triech coming up next. Masha works as a yoga instructor down in the southwest of France, but first they have got Nina Altenberg putting her leash on there. So this is the first of 2 back-to-back female German surfers who will be coming up. So very exciting for all you German fans tuning in back in Europe, because you've got not only Nina to shout for, but you've got Masha to shout for in heat number 6, following Nina's heat as we move into the last 7 minutes 10 seconds with Soojin Park dropping a 6:07. So she moves out into first position. Tully carrying that single score of a 7.5. Tully's in first priority. She needs a 4.74 to move back into first, and she's sitting there on this little wave there, recognizing she doesn't want to go, but Mariska Myers is turning, having a look a little bit further in, but excited to wash off that 1.40. Up and riding on her Sawyer surfboards, Mariska Myers from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Nice style there, but just bounced off in that foamy section.
Yeah, and that's due to those winds really turning now onto that onshore. And as that tide comes in, we're going to see a lot more waves coming through, but it's going to be tricky for the surfers to really try and navigate through those bumps. As we saw yesterday and the previous day, the winds will switch around afternoon time, so it's going to be interesting how they navigate that. And I think the key to that is really staying on the middle of your board, as we see Team Australia there cheering on Tully White.
Yeah, we got Kim Molnar, Kira's mother there. We've got Belinda Kimball working as a coach for the team. We've got, of course, Clinton and Declan, and then we got Tully out back, and Tully's mum Donna on the sand as well with the Irukandji's Team Australia. So you wouldn't have expected to see Tully come into the repechage so early, but due to the way seeding works, seeding is done via the country results from the previous World Championship. So the results of the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship per team, France won team gold, so they had the highest seed. That determines the seeding, and Tully had a pretty stacked heat. It pushed her down into the repechage despite a strong performance, but she's going to gain momentum through the repechage.
Yeah, especially and that confidence booster of a 7.5, so she's going to be excited to try and get that backup score.
Netherlands flag, that's team manager Eva for the Dutch team. So of course they've got Anna Albers coming up very soon in the next heat, surfing against Javiera Vilis from Chile and Coro Bonilla from Mexico, and Nina Altenberg from Germany.
Yeah, beautiful, as we see the wind starting to pick up, and here we are with Tully White just trying to get her backup score, and this is a smart move with less than 5 minutes left. She's just working down. She's a little deep. She's going to have to press on that gas pedal to make it past that whitewash, and decides to opt out, and that was a smart idea because she's going to want to try and get back out there and get a better score.
Great fade into that wave, set herself up really ready to react if that wave delivered the scoring potential. It will be a low score. She needs, though, a 4.74 to move up into first. Francesca Rubini up and riding, looking to replace a 2.60 off the bottom, 2 steps, walks back to the tail, and then just uses that position with that back foot over the fin to set a line to get 4 steps into a nice stretch of a hang 5 nose ride, back to the tail, swoops back to the pocket, stays high on this wave. It's getting peaky, but she has done some damage already with a nose ride and with some rail turns. So judging by the fact that she's already got a 3.07 and a 2.60, can she go near the 4.4 that she needs to move up into second?
I think it's going to be pretty close. I think that was the only wave that she really committed to a nose ride. So the judges are going to have to deliberate that and see what they give her. But I mean, that was a very well-ridden wave, being the fact that it did get peaky. The face of the wave started to go out to sea, so she really had to stay close to that whitewash.
So riding her Sean Nettleton boards, Tully White will be dropping a score very soon. She needs a 4.74. It felt like if the wave was going to continue to cooperate, she was certainly heading in that direction, but it was a short ride, a beautiful fade in, a walk up to a crisp nose ride, a walk out of that nose ride, and then an awareness that that wave was just running away and she kicked out.
Yeah, and a beautiful drone shot, exactly who we see here, the three surfers out the back. We have Blue paddling for this wave. She has first priority, and she opts to actually skip out on that, especially with 6.17 and a 6.07. She knew that she wants to keep that priority. She wants to play a little bit of that defense, really not help Tully White at all to try and bump up her score.
Okay, Meg, great situation here. We can really see from this drone clip there's a set coming. It doesn't look to be, you know, like a massive set, but certainly significant. What will be the movement? Who's got priority, and who do you think is going to get the edge as we move into the last 2 minutes?
Well, as you can see, Tully is already trying to push herself to paddle for this wave, and it's going to be interesting if Sujin lets her go, but she doesn't end up going, and White gets to get it. Mariska gets into this wave, beautiful wave. She's got a nice wall in front of her, so let's see what she does.
On her Sawyer-built boards there, chasing a score of a 9.33, so she could look at this as a combination of scores, the fact that she might need 2 things in the 6 range to really go for that second place. She takes a full 1 minute 50 seconds remaining, so pressure now on Team Italy and Team South Africa. They both could have surfers eliminated, reducing their chance of having a good standing in the team gold effort. As we can see, Australia and South Korea in first position, Australia in second position, Sujin Park with a 616 and a 606, and Sujin in first priority in blue as Tully White really wants to drop that 4.50. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, definitely at least 2 or 3, even 4 waves in this set. So who's going to go for it? It looks like Sujin's not going to block Tully on that. Tully White up and riding, nice high line there, straight to the tip. Big shout out to her dad, Alistair, who'll be tuning in, excited to see what Tully can deliver here. He knows that she's an incredible longboarder, but that second section, Megs, what happened, do you think?
Yeah, it's that tide and that wind that's starting to kick in. As you can see on the face of these waves, it's starting to get these little tiny peaks on that on the wave face, and that's creating that chop, that bump that the surfers are really going to have to look forward and really look down at to really navigate through the sections.
Up and riding, it looks to be our surfer in white from South Africa, Mariska Myers. It's her last chance saloon as we move down into the last 20 seconds, looking stylish on her Sawyer surfboards, representing the incredible surf community of Jeffreys Bay. Big shout out to Taryn King, who's not here representing her country, but I know that Mariska was heavily inspired by that incredible performance from Taryn King last year. As we see in the last seconds, Tully White gets a foamy wall ahead. She's in trim, walks out of that middle point of the board and then gets nice and low as she bottom turns with style, takes that high line, cross steps up and down. We move into the last seconds of the heat there, so this wave will count. She's in second position, chasing a 4.74, but it looks safe for Sujin Park for South Korea and Tully White for Australia. If Tully gets a 4.74, she'll move back up into first. If she doesn't, Sujin Park will take the win, as we see Tully connecting through to the inside, locks a 5, walks out of that cleanly, and then smooth, stylish setup again on a high line with some cross steps. Tully White for Australia. As we can see her teammates, they're happy about that.
Yeah, as we can see, Belinda Kimball, coach mom over there, she's really cheering her on and excited for that exchange.
Wow, that was fantastic and so special for the Irukandjis to have Belinda Kimball here coaching them. Of course, Belinda, a great longboarder herself, starred in Thomas Campbell films, a stylist, and somebody that Tully would have looked up to growing up. So really special opportunity for Tully to have Belinda here as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked up to her surfing as well. She was my coach at one point. Just when she was back and forth in Hawaii, she would kind of come into Waikiki and kind of coach the young kids, and I was one of them. So yeah, very, very grateful for all those coaching, and Team Australia has got a good chance with Coach Belinda on their team.
What a performance from Sujin Park, representing South Korea If Tully gets a 4.74, Sujin will slip down into second, but it feels as if Sujin might be safe in first.
Yeah, I think so. She's got two solid scores, 6.17 and a 6.07. She really got her campaign started, and that's what it makes a difference when you get those scores. It boosts that morale, it gets your confidence going, and she's going to feel really, really good as she's cheering on the beach for Team South Korea.
And it does make a difference between first and second with regards to where you go in the next round, because not always will you have the easier heat just because you got first, but you'll certainly be separated. It comes in at a 4.53 for Tully's last ride, and Sujin Park for South Korea stays in the lead. Lena Munn is already in the main round, round 3, and Sujin Park for South Korea progresses through to the women's repechage round 2, and you can see the national pride. This is a special moment for South Korean surfing, Meg.
Yeah, and this is their first time in the ISAsurfing representing their nation, and you can tell they really brought the love and the support, the camaraderie, and it's amazing. Good result for South Korea.
Big result. Stay with us because we've got the Netherlands, Chile, Mexico, and Germany coming up right after these messages.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, Longboard fans, to Surf City, El Salvador, as we continue this incredible partnership between the ISA and Surf City. This will be the 6th major ISA event Surf City El Salvador has hosted in as many years, because when we move on to the World Junior Surfing Championship from May 3rd, we would have had the SUP World Championship in 2019, the World Surfing Games here in 2021, and then these back-to-back events of juniors, open and longboard, as we see Wingnut there just chillaxing. He's got his AirPods in there. He's feeling the vibes. He's been on the mic doing things that you like, and he's also been styling and inspiring longboarders around the world for many a decade.
Yeah, the legendary Wingnut.
That's a great moment, Meg.
That's very classic Wingnut, to just be like, you know what? Get into vacation mode. He's really good at switching the flip, and I really want to take a page out of his book on that.
So let's move on to the situation here. We've got Coral Bonilla from Mexico with a 4.33 already dropped, but Nina Altenberg for Germany up and riding. Nina looking stylish. Nice strong soul arch turn. She had some great nose rides in her free surf yesterday afternoon when the event finished, and she's really making incredible progress. A great shortboarder as well, but her longboarding is improving every year, getting some coaching from the likes of Ninka Dunmeyer from the Netherlands, who's based in northern Spain, as Nina Altenberg for Germany kicks off with a 1 and then answers back immediately with this strong surfing all the way through to the inside, stretching up for a touch of the nose on the 5, walking out of that nose ride, then sweeping turn off the top, kicking out from that inside shore break cleanly, and she'll be paddling out for more with scores already coming through for our Mexican, and this is the second ride for Coral Bonilla. Of course, she shares citizenship between Canada and Mexico, a part of one of the kind of founding families of Mexican surfing. She sets up a nice cool second line for another nose ride there. Stylish surfing, coming smooth off the bottom with grace and using those cross steps to accelerate. Lock on the 5, walks out of that nose ride, sweeps a down carved turn, walks back up for another touch of the nose. And this is elegant longboarding and using all of that footwork. Unfortunately takes a fall there, but I feel as if everything up to that moment, Megs, was very, very strong.
Yes, she definitely utilized all parts of the board, really using every part of the wave, really reading it. You see how she didn't really do any giant cutback turns. She didn't need to. It's because she had the position, the perfect position to stay in that pocket. So she didn't have to do very big cutbacks. Of course, the judges love to see that red rail turn, but she read that wave very well.
Wow, fantastic. And talking of fantastic, let's have a little moment to celebrate the achievements of South Korea. Soojin Park is on the glass with Ben Wei.
Thank you so much, Sam Meggs, winner of the Rep Round 1 Heat number 4, representing South Korea, Soojin Park. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. 정말 감사합니다.
대단히 감사합니다.
아주 많이 감사합니다.
So, you come from Yangyang. Yangyang now has that amazing surf park. You're able to practice on a lot of different waves with the new technology. Do you practice there much?
Yes, I was born in Seoul, but I moved to 10 years ago to go to Yangyang. Yangyang started getting more surfing culture, more growing up. And so a lot of us part of Yangyang, but this depends on the typhoon before, so good, but sometimes summer, no waves. Depends on the wave. I'm training a lot of it. But now, sometimes I'm going to wave park. So new technology, wave pool. I be both of the beach and wave park, both of training.
I spent a lot of time in Jeju and Jungmun Beach, and I know in the typhoon, the police don't let people go into the water when the waves get big, so you're not able to really practice in the big waves?
Yes, before the typhoon, so warning about the country, so we can practice a lot big waves, but sometimes we reply to paper. Yeah, we sign it, we go to surf, and then sometimes practice, but there are no can training for big waves.
So I figure it's your first time to Surf City. Is this the best wave you've ever surfed? Because it's amazing. It's like a machine.
Yes, machines wave is so good to practice, but depends on the waves. Sometimes it's small, sometimes big. Machine changes a lot of waves, so I try.
And this wave of Sunzal, is it an amazing wave?
Yes, so amazing. I first time before never tried these waves. It's first time meet it big waves, so I'm little bit fun time. It's the first time, exciting, little bit lovers, but I'm so excited.
I love it. And we saw Lena also win her heat. You have a lot of support from your team here. Is it great to travel to beautiful Surf City with Team South Korea?
Yeah, so we are a good team called South of Korea. We good coach and good friends. I'm so good friends in Salvador, so we have a so good time for in here. Korea team so strong, getting strong.
Congratulations. If you'd like to say anything in Korean to your friends at home and family.
Yes. 사랑하는 박지희 정말 고맙고 절 지원해 주시는 많은 한국에 응원해 주신 정말 많은 친구들 그리고 우리 한국 서핑 씬에 많은 도움 주시는 분들 정말 감사하고요. 더 열심히 해서 한국 서핑이 더 많이 발전하고 더 나아질 수 있도록 다 같이 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 대한민국 서핑 화이팅! 대한민국 화이팅!
대단히 감사합니다.
정말 감사합니다. Oh, sorry.
Back to the booth with you guys.
That was brilliant. Congratulations, Soojin. Of course, Lena Mun already has progressed into women's main round 3. So both of those surfers still going strong. And what a proud moment for South Korean surf culture.
Absolutely. And you can hear the fight and spirit in her voice and her excitement, being the fact that, like she said, there's only the only time there's big waves there is when there's a typhoon. So this was the first time she was surfing kind of on a larger scale of waves, and for her to pull off 2 6s with that type of experience is really brilliant.
Absolutely. And talking of brilliant, Coral Bonilla for Mexico has got a 6.33 and a 4.33. So Megs, this is that big score of the 4.33, but she replaced that score with a 6.33, which was higher. She's now in first position. She's looking very strong.
Yeah, very, very strong, and she just bails out, knowing that she didn't need to try and fight through that whitewash. And here's that 6.33 as she navigates, just like. And these small little check turns, those are really important, because had she done a really big rounding cutback, she probably would have got stuck. As you can tell, this wave is almost coming in at an angle towards her. So she's really playing it smart, really reading these waves perfectly as she finds that high line for that quick little hang 5, just slowly reading back. And this is where she her shoulders turned a little bit too quick before her feet. So she just has to time it a little better, and I think the next wave she'll be able to get that turned down.
Live action, Javiera Veliz for Chile, of course, the daughter of Pancho Veliz, a legend of Chilean surfing, and also works as the training coach in physical fitness for the Chilean surf team. She's got an 0.5 already. This is her second scoring ride. She's grabbing that rail in the bowl section there, trying to stand tall, and she just comes high and then drops back down to the midsection of the wave there, keeping control. You can see how this shallow section is really standing up for her through those cobbles as Javiera Veliz works her way to get her second score, requiring a 5.10 to move up into second position, and touches the nose on the inside. She's in fourth. Anna Albers is in third. Anna Albers for Team Netherlands has got a 3.33, chasing a 2.28 to move to second. Nina Altenberg for Team Germany is in second with a 4.6 and a 1. And Coral Bonilla for Team Mexico is out there in the lead with a 4.66 and the highest single score of the heat so far, a 6.33. There's not long left for more than 2 sets, but with 8 minutes 40 seconds, you'd expect all of these surfers are going to get a real chance to have one more strong set.
Yeah, and it seems here that a lot of them need another backup score. So they're all going to be looking at that as they want to even replace their highest score. And as we see Team Germany here cheering on Nina Altenberg, just trying to get her to stay in that second position and try to get her her backup score.
And Masha Triech coming up next. Masha based in southwest France, in Biarritz, representing Germany, and to have 2 German surfers back-to-back, very exciting for the German team, as we see a great drone shot of Nina Altenberg setting herself up, originally from Berlin, loves to surf Ericeira in Portugal, loves to surf Vubuku in southwest France, as Anna Albers up to the tip, locks on that 5, nice high line. Great control from Anna Albers, who works as an environmentalist for Greenpeace. She walks out of that second nose ride with control. She spent a good deal of time here training at El Sunzal, so she knows the wave very well, and she's demonstrating a beautiful amount of control, dance-like flair and composure as well through the turns, and walking again into the speedy section where that trim speed is high in the middle of the board, opting to eye up an opportunity to go back onto the rail, slides that cut back, comes high again, cross steps, finds a touch of the 5, locks that nose ride, walks out of that nose ride, and then down carves and sets herself up again for a high line into the shore break. And Anna Albers for Team Netherlands will be dropping a good score.
That was a beautiful wave. I definitely think that's going to replace her 3.33 as we hear stroking for this wave, green up and riding, current heat leader Coral Bonilla from Mexico, just working her way down, trying to figure out these wobbles. Like I said, that onshore wind is starting to kick up and creating these little trouble on the face of the wave, but beautiful redirection of her board. Just reading this wave. She doesn't need to rush anything. She's in first. She wants to replace that 4.33, and it looks like she's on her way to do so.
Nice. I like the use of the cross step turn there. Good control. She's got a great style, Coral Bonilla. She was a standout in the event last year, very unlucky not to go further in the event. She really put on good performances in big waves with classic longboarding, using her footwork, her nose riding, and her rail surfing. I can hear Team Mexico cheering on the inside as she walks into that nose ride right through the middle of the wave there, and then in the pupusa section she's looking composed and cool and kicking out. The 17-year-old Coral Bonilla really put on a great display of longboarding just then.
Yeah, she did. She rode that wave very well. She really read it. Her turns, she even adjusted her shoulders not to overturn that, because those little chops in that wave can really pop that board up and down and create that little bobble. So she stayed very low. She really positioned her shoulders to get back into that power section of the wave, and I think it's going to replace her 4.33.
Well, let's get a little bit of study time here, Megs, on this wave. Compare it to those other scores she's got.
As you can see, her nose even dug deeper on that hang 5, but she hung on, knowing that she could power and push her weight through that section. Beautiful carving turns. As you can tell, she's even staying a little reserved and letting herself get the reaction to the wave. She's getting very top to bottom. She's not trying to turn from the middle of the wave. She's really driving that board up on the top of the wave and coming back down, using that power of the wave, really reacting to that wave.
And of course, her father, Pablo, a legend of Mexican surfing. Actually, Coral just 16, so she was representing her country age 15 last year. So to come back as a 16-year-old, having already been here age 15 last year, is incredible, because already a lot of maturity on the shoulders of this young surfer, demonstrating that she's world class. As we can see, Nina Altenberg in second position, looking to replace that 1.0. She's got a 4.6 as her highest score. She needs a 7.56 to move to first, but Anna Albers is still waiting to drop a score, just chasing a 2.28, which I think Anna will get on her next score. So this really will mean that Nina Altenberg will need to get a strong second score to get back into second position after we get that score from Anna Albers.
Yeah, that's why she's really paddling out there just to get that second chance with less than 4 minutes left. She's gonna want some piece of this chunk of this set coming through. Hopefully we can get another set to come in, and like I said, this can be the longest 3 minutes of your life or the shortest, depending on where you are in the standings.
Javiera Feliz from Chile having a look at this wave. She's got a 2.1 and 0.5 as we just see that score come in for Anna Albers. It's a 4.93. So as we expected, Megs, it puts her up into second. So now the pressure's really on Nina Altenberg. She's in the mix here. She's got a 4.6, so she knows she can get the scores that she needs, but she's chasing a 3.67. 3 minutes 20 seconds to go to stay in the competition for Germany. Nina Altenberg, what does the strategy need to be?
She needs to get out there. She needs to figure out really, and this is the part where I was talking about, where surfers really want to start to study the changing in tide, the winds picking up, and really the timing the sets. That's what I always tell everyone that I'm coaching, is to really time the sets, because it's always going to change with the tide changing, the wind changing. So if I were her, I would be outside really trying to look for that set if she sees a set coming in. But if not, she's going to want to stay on that inside, because she only needs a 3.67 to replace that backup score.
And it looks like priority 2 will soon move to Anna Albers. We can see priority 1 is with Javiera Feliz, and Anna Albers will be just turning around to see if she's got that priority 2. There it is. She can see she's got that priority 2. So why is she opting to paddle in a little bit?
Because now she knows where Nina is sitting, and Nina needs a small score. So right now she's paddling in to play that defense. Exactly what I was talking about. She's paddling in. She's looking for Nina. She's on the hunt. This is the exciting part of with the priority system nowadays, is that now she's looking, beelining it straight for white Nina Altenberg.
2 Europeans going blow for blow. Anna Albers representing the Netherlands, going towards Nina Altenberg, who represents Germany, with Anna Albers knowing that Nina is just chasing a 3.67. So with 1 minute 45 seconds remaining, Anna wants to keep that priority position over Nina Altenberg.
Yep, as she didn't even decide to go for that wave. She's like, go ahead, you, whoever else, Green, Coral, you can get this. I'm going to sit on Nina's lap because I do not want her to catch any wave. As we see the inside here, Coral just catching this little one in
Nice surfing from Coral Bonilla. Straight to the tip is a smaller wave. She's already carrying that 623 and that 583, so she's just getting an opportunity to demonstrate her prowess, her longboard skills. I've really been impressed with the performance of Coral in this heat. She has been absolutely brilliant. Great style, great composure, doesn't overrush things.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be only at 16 years old and to learn from last year and really take those lessons from last year into par now, I think she definitely is learning, and that's the whole point of this. As we see White taking off.
Whoa, White got a wave. She was in third priority, so Anna did keep her off the wave. She didn't want her to catch, but Nina has taken a fall. It was a wide swinging set, so Anna Albers now stays in priority, knowing that her fellow European, Nina Altenberg from Germany, needs a 3.67 as we move down into the last 25 seconds. Anna is just paddling on the inside, up and riding right now. Javiera Veliz chasing a 616. Nice swooping bottom turn, top turn combination, and cuts that back, and she'll need to get some nose ride walls early in this wave to get that score up into that 616 range. She comes high off the top again, swooping down, and cross steps, footwork, they will be the types of maneuvers that will really facilitate the opportunity for those bigger scores. So it's not going to make a difference for Javiera. The Chilean will be eliminated as we move down into the final seconds. Did Nina get the chance to get a last wave, Megs?
I don't know. It's going to be really close. We saw Anne Albers from the Netherlands not even paying attention to the set coming inside. She just had her eyes set on Nina to really play that defense against her.
Great work from Javiera. Of course, her father, Pancho, will be cheering her on. And as we see Coral Bonilla come in, she put on a great show. She takes the win, but we're just seeing if there's any scores to tabulate. There are not. There it is. It stays the same. Red in second. So congratulations, Anna Albers. What a great performance to stay in second.
Such a good play on defense. And this is why the ISA is so great. We get coaches, we get teammates that are going to be whistling and telling her to sit on her. Don't paddle around. Don't worry about the other waves. You really need to play the defense. And that's why it gets me so excited, because that's how I coach. I really think as strong as your offense is, your defense just has to be just as good.
And you can see how happy she is. She knew she had to play the game. She was empowered with the opportunity to play the game, and she did play the game, and it paid off.
Yeah, it's really like playing chess, and you can tell by the smile on her face how excited she was. She really, this is where it comes in, really listening to those coaches.
Well, let's take a short break, and we'll be right back with Guam, Mexico, and Germany as we continue day 3 of the ISA Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championship.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back, Longboard fans. An honor, a pleasure, a joy to have your company as we continue live action from Surf City, El Salvador. El Sunzal for day 3 of the Surf City ISA World Longboard Championship. As we can see, Masha Triech for Germany, arcing, carving, looking stylish. The yoga teacher based in Côte de Basque in southwest France, but Brenda Flores Rodriguez from Mexico setting herself up on a nice line there. She's just seen her teammate Coral, Bonilla have a really good performance. The 16-year-old taking a convincing win in the previous heat. This is heat number 6. We continue repechage women's round 1. Surfers in first and second will progress through to repechage round 2. The surfer in third will be eliminated as Brenda Flores Rodriguez gets a really strong start with Minami Kramer out back for Guam. Big shout out to all the fans tuning in Guam. I know they'll be behind Minami. She's represented Guam last year here at the World Longboard Championship. That wave just a little bit peaky. She'll kick out, but she'll probably be the first back out for priority, Megs. However, it looks like that's not the situation because she's come back on the inside to get this insider, and there he is. Locks up on the nose, gets a 5. Gets a 10, nice smooth wall ahead there, puts that board on rail, smaller wave, but you really get to see the shape, the curve in the pocket of some of these smaller waves.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can tell, that wave was almost coming in at an angle and coming at her. So that's why she opted out not to do those big maneuvers, that big turn. She just wanted to get some tip time.
So with that, someone who put some great nose riding into that last heat, Coral Bonilla, representing Mexico, is on the glass with Ben Way.
Sam, Megs, thanks so much. Winner of the round 1, heat number 5, representing Mexico, Coral Bonilla. Congratulations, felicidades.
Thank you so much. Gracias.
So the size looked really good. It seemed to cater to your surfing. There were a lot of bumps as you're riding that magic Bill Stewart board of yours. How did you manage to keep your smooth form? Everyone really loves your style. Did it feel like today was a much better day for your surfing?
It did, definitely. Yesterday, I think it has a lot to do. As long as I slow down and take a breath, I'm fine and I can get to the nose smooth. But if not, it just doesn't go right.
Well, a fun story is I was with your dad when he first laid eyes on your mom, Holly, who's also a great surfer from Canada. The very next day, he proposed to her. I'm so proud of you being your unofficial uncle. How is it to be, your sister Moana also surfs in some of our events for Team Mexico in shortboard. How is it to be in a family that all surfs together?
It's really cool. Like even my Chihuahua, she surfs too. We have a photo with all of us together. It's really nice though. If you're in the water, you feel super comfortable because it's what I grew up doing, so it's nice.
And you spend a lot of time in Todos Santos surfing warm water. Does that help coming from a warm place to another warm place rather than trying to get in a wetsuit and retune your surfing?
I think it definitely does. I mean, there is some times we have to wear a wetsuit, but not usually, so it's definitely better without a wetsuit.
Well, let's let you say hi to everyone at home who's supporting you, Mom Holly, Moana, and everyone from the surf school.
Unos saludos, gracias a todos y a mi mamá y mi hermanita Cali. Viva México.
Arriba Mexico. Felicidades.
Gracias.
Back to the live with you guys.
Oh, congratulations, Coral. I love the fact that she recognized the value of slowing down, really knowing her style, knowing what keeps her calm and cool, and she looks so composed and strong. A great stylist, and also not only someone who can shine in the ISA format, but someone who can shine at a lot of those fun longboarding events around the world, like the Mexi Log Fest, the single and unattached in the Philippines, the single fin mingle in New Zealand.
Yeah, and for 16 years old to navigate that and to really recognize that's her trait of having to slow down, breathe, and knowing that doesn't work for her when she starts to get jumpy and too excited, that's a really big mature level on her part. So
little catch up, Megs. We got some good scores come through already for Brenda Flores Rodriguez for Mexico. She's just seen Coral take the win, and she's in first position now with a 4 and a 2.3. Masha Triech has just dropped a 2.83 and a 0.93. She's in second. Minami Kramer for Guam. She's got a 1.43 and a 2.27. So it's going to be a real close heat, this. I sense that this could be down to the last exchange already.
Yeah, and I feel like with this repechage round, I feel like everyone is really surfing to that very last second. And that's what you want to see in surfing, as we see Green up and riding, teammate of Corral, Brenda Rodriguez from Mexico. Beautiful hang 5 out the back, just trying to find that, work her way through that chop. Good read. She didn't rush it, and unfortunately gets unhinged on that wave.
But Masha Triech answering back, looking to replace her 0.93. Masha gets to surf good waves in southwest France, La Fataigne, Guitry, Côte de Basque, all great longboard waves. It doesn't take long to go down to North Spain as well. She looks very comfortable right here on this wave. Of course, she's from Germany, representing Germany, enjoying the tropical climate out here and surfing this wave very well. She's already carrying a 283. She climbs and drops through this steep section, finds the 5, walks out of the 5, avoids the nosedive and kicks out cleanly.
That was a beautifully ridden wave, and it seems like a lot of surfers right now, especially with this long paddle out, are really catching their breath, slowing things down, and they think that's what's going to get people through each heat, is that catching of breath.
And that was one of those speedy ones. You see some of the waves that have that peak and they require a lot of cutbacks, but that was all trim speed, wasn't it? It was walking in and out of the nose rides and a lot of speed down the beach.
Yeah, and utilizing her board, she really did. She found the high line. When she got down to the flat, she really dug that inside rail to pick up speed, to find that midline, slowly let the wave pick her back up into that high line to get those hang 5s.
Minami riding the Minami surfboards there. She's born on Saipan Island, grew up on Guam, learned to surf at the age of 4 and currently studying as a student in Santa Barbara in California, as we get the replay of Brenda Flores Rodriguez, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful quick hang 5. She knew that she was a little bit behind the section, so she opted out to walk back, and just right here is when that little bobble, those chops on the surface of the wave is getting to all the surfers right here, as we see up and riding. Cool, calm, collected. Masha in white here for Germany. She's just staying calm. You see how she's not rushing anything. You can tell she's almost like breathing with every turn, and that's really important, because sometimes you find yourself holding your breath, and that's not good, because you want to stay calm, cool, collected, as she's using the whole wave from top to bottom. Here we go with this nice high line, just waiting for that section to pick back up, and this is where she gets into that critical section of that hang 5 and gets that nose dug under with that double up on the inside, but pushes through that and has a nice finish.
Yeah, thankfully doesn't fall, walks out of it, up and riding right now for Guam. 2 steps, Minami there, studying in Santa Barbara in California. The 20-year-old regular footer getting a nice high line there. This wave accelerating in speed. She wants to get that opportunity to put that board on rail, to stay in the pocket. She stands tall, 2 steps, back to the tail, just using that footwork to adjust her feet position from the tail. She can direct the turns. As she gets the opportunity to find a nose ride, she will cross step up towards the front of the board there. So a nice long fast wave, but is she going to get the chance to get a nose ride through the inside? She stalls it. She recognizes that she's got the pupusa section. She straightens out, but it'll be a decent score from Minami, chasing a 1.5 as Brenda Flores gets a really nice nose ride, locked in the 5, right in the pocket, comes cleanly out of that nose ride to the bottom of the wave, and then just cuts back and gets back up high for another nose ride and hangs on, sits down, and unable to ride out of that second nose ride.
Yeah, she got so close, as we see up and riding white. Masha Trench from Germany trying to find this, slowing down and just getting kicked off with those chops in that wave.
I love that opening nose ride from Brenda, though. I mean, the way she is just setting herself up a high line in the pocket, walking with 4 steps into those tight nose rides. Had she been able to walk out of that second nose ride, she was onto a real big score.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would have definitely replaced her 2.6, and it still might. She got a lot of work done on the outside, so we'll see what the judges drop for her as we see this set rolling in here.
8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. So much to look forward today as we continue these repechage rounds. We'll move into men's repechage round 2, and then we'll move into women's repechage round 2. So once again, a long day. Stay tuned, follow us on social media, look at the biographies of all these athletes here, as we can see Masha Triech, the yoga teacher based in southwest France, a bouncy wider wave, kicks out. She's got a 2.83, but she's waiting for a score to drop. All 3 surfers waiting for scores to drop. It feels as if Brenda Flores Rodriguez has just got the edge in this heat, but it could be a really good battle for second place between Germany and Guam.
Yeah, and I think that's why Masha decided to kind of stand that inside and try and catch that inside wave, because she knows she wants to replace that backup score of a 0.93.
There it is, 39 nations, 129 athletes, near 50% between men and women, record participation since the 2018 edition. The World Longboard Championship has broken the record for female participation each year, and you represented Team Hawaii, Megan Godinez, back in 2013, and you medaled in that grand final.
I did. I ended up getting a copper, and it was so interesting to have Hono a part of that team as well.
And of course, ISA President Fernando Aguirre is hoping that 1 year from now, longboarding is going to be part of the 28 LA Olympic Games. We've been working hard to have the oldest discipline of surfing, longboard, to be part of that competition. And in his words, you guys are already a part of this amazing United Nations of Surfing, with a record number of athletes coming from a record number of countries. So huge thanks to all the brilliant work of Fernando Aguirre and the ISA team, and big thanks for El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, of course, the president, for supporting this event, Morena Valdez, the Minister of Tourism, and of course that 2028 Olympic inclusion, with shortboard surfing confirmed as a core part of the Olympic program for the LA 2028 Olympics. The ISA has formally submitted longboard to the IOC and the LA 28 organisers for inclusion, and that decision is expected in the first quarter of 2025. So hold tight, longboard fans, because our dream could come alive if we continue to support this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love what the president said, as far as that it is the oldest discipline of surfing. You know, coming from Hawaii, the birthplace of surfing, it's the beginning of our time. As we see green up and riding, Brenda Rodriguez from Mexico.
She needs to drop that 2.60, but she's already waiting for a score to come through, and this is a nice lively wall ahead for Brenda. She's got a 4 to her name as her highest scoring ride, as she walks out of that third nose ride and sets herself up on a glassy wall. You can just see how this inside section continues to offer some good scoring potential. Stalls gets that high line, nice controlled footwork up into the nose. I'm really enjoying the charisma of this surfer from Sayulita. This is a really strong ride, Megs. I can tell that you like it.
Yeah, I really love that. I think it kind of boosted her because she heard she dropped down into second, and she said, you know what, I want to get rid of this 2.6. Let me better it. And I'm pretty sure she just did on that last wave.
So Masha Triech has moved up into first with a 5.17 and a 2.83, and she's up and riding, dealing with the foam on the face off the middle of the wave, cuts back, in control but foam. This is some of the hardest part of a wave to ride. If you choose one that's breaking through that foamy face, it's just a little bit harder to gain control. But as she continues here, things might start to clean up through the inside. No nose ride sections yet, but just weaving now, staying in the pocket, sets herself up with a bottom turn. Her first couple of cross steps, just accelerating and then going back to the tail to cut back, again accelerating with the cross steps to the middle of the board, coming high, coming low, and then looking for an opportunity to control this inside section. She takes a fall. She might well replace her low score of a 2.83 though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even on that wave, you saw her really slow things down from her 2 previous waves where she fell off. She really took the time. She really got into that yoga mindset of, all right, let me just complete every maneuver that comes at me, and let me just try and ride this out. We didn't get any nose rides, but she definitely wanted to calm herself down, get recentered with less than 4 minutes left in this heat.
Okay, so big information here. Brenda Flores Rodriguez from Mexico has just dropped another 4, but we're still waiting for a score to come through. It wasn't enough that last ride to put her back into first, but the ride we just witnessed, you felt could be her strongest, and that might well make the situation, bringing her back up into first. As we can see, our surfer from Guam up and riding, and there it is, a 4.87 for Brenda Flores Rodriguez from Mexico. So add to her 4. She's now in first. Masha Triech is now in second with a 5.17 and a 3.43. Minami Kramer, what now does she need to do, Megs?
She really needs to get back out there. She needs a 6.07, which she can easily get on one wave. So she's going to have that decision on what wave she's going to choose. She's going to want to really look at the line, and you see this wave, how it curves out and creates that wall for her. She's going to want to look for waves that have that potential for 6.07.
But Masha Triech is going to be feeling really positive after dropping a 5.17, but she's had a lot of waves. She's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rides, so she's been busy in this heat, as has Manami Kramer. She's also got 6 waves, but it's Brenda Flores-Rodriguez out there in first position with a 4.87 and a 4. We move into the last 2 minutes 30 seconds. Priority sitting with our Mexican, our heat leader, and it's going to be interesting to see what strategy Masha and Manami for Germany and Guam play if they get back out with those priority situations at play.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was Masha, I'd be playing really heavy defense, as we saw in the heat before this one with that defense, as we see green paddling for this wave here. Brenda, let's see what this offers her.
Nice wall ahead for Brenda. Fades in as she has done, sets herself up with a high line, 2 steps, walks back to the tail, and then sweeps a down carve, comes beautifully off the bottom there of the wave, and then a couple more cross steps. You can just see how she's readjusting her feet position as she engages those different rail slides, the inside and the outside rail. But again, one of those peaky ones, not offering that opening nose ride wall that really delivered that 4 and that 4.87, Megs.
Yeah, as she's trying to navigate through the chops, as you saw, it was kind of like a pony ride as she was hitting those chops. But on the first one, you saw her move her back foot back, and that was very crucial because that's what got her the stability.
Wow, great nose ride from Manami. 4 steps straight up for a lock of the 5. This is important. She touches the tip again and cross steps cleanly out of those opening 2 nose rides. A smaller takeoff in the middle of the reef there, but running down the point brilliantly, and already some great footwork and control with 2 nose rides demonstrated. Comes back onto that rail work. It's getting bouncy, and she just gets kicked off, and she's chasing a 6.07.
Yeah, and that inside wave, I was hoping she would stay a little bit more on the outside, just because that bigger wave gives more consequences. So that's what the judges want to see, is that critical section, and just so happened it was a little bit on the inside.
Big shout out to Team Guam on the beach, and of course tuning in back home. She's currently studying in Santa Barbara. Of course, she's going to get the opportunity to surf good quality, world-class right-handers in that area, so that's exciting for her moving forward. She's only 20, so she'll be back again representing Guam. We move into the last 15 seconds. We're waiting for no scores to tabulate now, and it looks like Brenda Flores-Rodriguez for Mexico has done it, and Masha Triech for Germany has stayed in second.
Yeah, absolute incredible surfing on all teams here today.
And 2 back-to-back wins for Team Mexico as well, Megs.
Yeah, I mean, that team on there, I can hear them screaming down there, so they're excited for their team.
And this is a nice moment for Masha. Of course, we just saw Nina Altenberg eliminated for Germany, but Masha progressing for Germany, and they're going to be so pleased about that.
Yeah, we still got Germany in the rain, so it's going to be exciting.
There's Coral Bonilla. She just took that heat when she's seen her teammate Brenda Flores-Rodriguez from Sayulita there on mainland Mexico take the heat win as well. What a fantastic performance. We got more to come. We got Spain, Sweden, Uruguay and Panama, and we got Shannon Hughes and Wingnut coming into the booth to call the action.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion. like nowhere else.
Welcome back to an elimination day here in El Salvador. It's the first day of the Repicharge rounds running. We did run a few heats yesterday afternoon, but it's the first official day where a lot of surfers will be ending their campaign here at the ISA World Longboard Championships, which means there's pressure on every single wave. Now up and riding, Sanna out of Sweden on a nice swooping carve to start off or drop in off the bottom, setting herself up now, looking for this opening section and just starting to decide what's she going to do with this very first wave for her of the heat. We can see Surfer in White having a paddle as Sanna now goes in for that stretched out hang 5 through that inside section. A couple more steps here, keeping her back foot more on that inside rail as she carves off the top and sets that line. Once again, might have an opportunity to get close to another nose ride, just a little ways off of getting there completely. Nice bit of footwork through that middle section. You can start to see now that that wobble is coming into play on the face of the waves that we weren't seeing at all this morning with those cleaner low tide conditions. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Wingnut as we watch Daniela Salvador out of Spain on her opening ride for this heat. Nice couple cross steps to start things off with. Just trimming down the line as this wave is shutting down in front of her, meaning that she took off pretty deep behind the section. She might stick with this one, hoping to reach the reform. It can be kind of tricky sometimes because it's just right there out of reach, and she goes hard for it but is unable to get around. Those two in the lineup for Spain and Sweden up against Uruguay's Camille Buevos and Panama's Layla Brady in the lineup with a few nice waves running through.
Looks like everyone jumped on a wave right away with that set right when the buzzer went off. So at least everybody got to their feet. We'll see how they all turned out. That was a daring first approach from Sanna, the way she actually faded that takeoff, but she persevered and got around it really well. I was impressed with that.
Marcela Gonzalez for Colombia will be paddling out in the next heat against her teammate in Margarita Conde. Those two will be wearing the blue and the green jerseys, and then we'll have a couple other women out in the water with them. And you can see them just kind of staying relaxed on the shoreline before having to hit the lineup. It's such a great vibe and such a great environment when we step out of the booth, Wingnut.
It's so fun down there watching the teams get all excited, following their teammates if they're going to go up on the glass and talk to Ben. So it's the vibe down there is good. The support, even if a teammate finally gets eliminated from the competition, they stick around and support. Even they're here for the duration in the full team spirit. There it is. That's my favorite sight, the Triangle of Goodness.
And what a good triangle it is. I love that. I don't know that I've ever heard that term before. Maybe back in the day I would have heard you say that at some stage, but it's just completely slipped my memory. Now I'm going to be looking for those triangles every single time I paddle out in the surf and be like, I know exactly where to be sitting.
Perfect.
I don't have to guess about it. And if you try and inside paddle me, I'm going to inside you so that I'm right there on the top of that peak.
Yeah, what you want to do is just let them get on the other side of you, because anybody's too far on the other side of the triangle, they're not going to make it across the section. Go ahead. Get deep. Good luck with that approach.
Keep paddling farther around. We've seen that quite a lot today where those surfers are just stuck a little bit far to the inside. Sometimes it is that bit of excitement, but also we've been talking about that current as we have some food down on the beach. Competitors, staff members being fed the goods right here on the shoreline in El Salvador.
And there's the ice bath down there. What a really nice facility that has been created for the competitors. There's a climbing wall. There's pretty much everything you could possibly want to do. And those fruit bowls look amazing.
Surfers out in the lineup won't be thinking about fruit bowls at the moment, or maybe they'll be thinking about an ice bath though, because they could be kind of toasty. That sun is shining. It's midday now as we see Camille driving down the line, pulling that high line to make sure she gets past this opening section. Really bumpy on the face of this wave, all that white water, all that foam, those bubbles on the surface, and she's having a nice, fun, fast ride. Couple steps there as she's now trying to trim off some of that speed, which is the important part of adding those turns into the repertoire. Stretches out for a quick hang 5. But adding turns in is what you're doing to actually trim off speed to stay in that pocket and stay in that section.
Dump speed, bring yourself back to the pocket where the face should be cleaner, there's more power, and I think you'll have a better opportunity to really stick a nose ride or otherwise more powerful, engaged rail turns.
13 minutes on the clock, a big set swinging around. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be quite in position for this first couple waves.
It's just been a very impressive, consistent week of swells, and the forecast looks like it's going to stay that way all the way through. El Salvador has really produced, they've become the land of rights and right point breaks, and it is really performing for us.
It certainly is. It continues to do so year after year, and it draws surfers from all around the world. Some surfers from this kind of region, this Latin American region, that of Mexico, have had an incredible opportunity to surf some great rights. Brenda Rodriguez, being one of them in that last heat, walks away with a heat win. Let's check in with her now.
Thank you guys so much. Winner of Rep 1, heat number 6, representing Mexico, Brenda Flores Rodriguez. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
Hoy los condiciones, sorry, I'm going to ask the first question. Today's conditions look like they really cater. She's got this beautiful Bing longboard, real classic style. Look like the conditions kind of cater to a classic style more than our previous days. I'm going to ask her about that. So, los condiciones de hoy parecen que estaban justo perfecto para tu tabla clásica de Bing. ¿Cómo sentiste en comparativo a los días anteriores?
Pues hoy salió más el sol, entonces eso hizo que entrara un poco de viento y la ola estaba más movida, pero los días anteriores estaba más glassy. Pero no importa, sentí que surfé muy bien clásico y me encanta mi tabla Bing.
So she said the sun was out, that actually made the wind come up, but she said the conditions really catered to her style, and she was having a great time. She comes from Sayulita, Nayarit, which is a cool little reef. It doesn't really pump. It's known for its small waves. So I'm going to ask her how she practiced for the waves here in Surf City, where it's always pumping. Vienes de Sayulita, Nayarit. Yo he ido a Sayulita, conocí a la mamá de coral ahí. Y siempre tienen olas pequeñas por lo normal. ¿Dónde practicas para olas grandes como aquí en Surf City?
Sí, I love Sayulita. Sometimes you have really big waves. But I love to go burros. Burros is like this, like Sunsal, which is like a big wave sometimes it's small. So yeah, I like big waves too.
And today Mexico's had a very, very good day. I mean, Jonathan won his heat, Coral won the heat before yours. How is it to have a strong team behind you for your confidence?
Yeah, I really feel support about Jonathan just passed his heat, Mauricio just passed his heat, Coral, so I feel like I have to. Like, I'm not going to stay in the back. I'm keep going with my team. So that's how I feel.
Right on. Finalmente, hay unas palabras a toda la gente que te están apoyando en Nayarit y todo México.
For my friends who don't speak Spanish, thank you so much for your text every day. I feel that from here. And gracias a mi familia de Sayulita, gracias a mi mamá, a las chicas que trabajan en el local. Y I lost my dog like 3 days ago, so I was super sad, but I also get sick here 2 days ago. So everything happened, but I'm just keep going. Sigo fuerte en el camino.
Quiero decir hola a Tigre, Rogelio, todo, y Dylan y todo ello.
Sí. Un saludo para la banda de Sayulita que me está viendo, que pues están apoyándome. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias y suerte en el próximo.
Gracias. Arigato.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Wow, Brenda has had the journey this week, sticking it out alongside of her teammates with some hardships behind the scenes and incredible language skills as well. As we take a look now at Camille on the nose, pedals back off of it, sets herself up down the line here. She's sitting in second place with that 2.90 and now chasing just a 198 to put herself into a leading position. And unfortunately goes down on that nose
Just
ride.
got a little too far out on the shoulder and unable to support the nose ride there. Great job with Brenda and her language skills, but let's talk about how impressive Ben has been all through this event, flipping back and forth between all the languages that he has mastered. You know, you would not expect that when you see him. He just doesn't appear to be that bright, but what a shock.
An incredible linguist, no doubt. It's great to have Ben down on sidelines this week. As we see this set coming through, it's our surfer in white that's got first priority. There you can see surfer in blue turning to kind of have a look, but also noting that she could see surfer with higher priority already having that paddle. Layla Brady now out of Panama, up and riding, chasing a small score to make a difference, though we do have the last score of Camille to come through. Couple quick steps. You can see that she's got a lot of speed, so she's going to trim that off right now, carving back into that power section of the wave. From here, it looks like that wave's going really flat. Either way, it bumps her off, and she won't be able to capitalize on the inside section, where Sanna for Sweden is flying down the line, gets that opening nose ride, gets that little high line, kind of hands jive for a second, which looked really fun. Now carves a little bit here, sets that rail, and just patiently timing out the rest of this wave. Now there she goes for that first big cut back, closer to that whitewater. Couple steps forward, couple steps back, wanting to now really make sure she secures the finish here. She had some great nose riding on that outside section. Now she'll really want to be, talking herself through this inside. All right, am I going to go for that inside closeout? Am I going to just kick out and finish out clean? Get a few more cross steps as well.
I really like the way that she finished that wave. It was going to be so important to come out on the good side of that wave, kind of the confidence that you know how you're going to fix your exit, as we see Daniela trying to position herself at the top of the peak for this really nice set wave.
Beautiful looking wave. She was at the bottom of that priority roster. Doesn't hinder her in the slightest. If she can make it around this section, and there she goes. She had so much trim line, so much speed coming around that whitewater, it doesn't even phase her. Into that first hook. Now kind of drawing that line straight towards the beach for a moment. Waiting out. She doesn't want to get caught too far in front, too far out on the shoulder, so she timed it really well to be able to stretch out into this hang five. And unfortunately loses the balance coming out of it. What's some technique that surfers can apply when they're in a fast section like that and they're pedaling off of the nose?
She did a really good job being extremely patient, not trying to climb up to the top of the wave till it was the right time. So she brought all that speed up there. But what happened was, I think she was bringing the board back down while still focused too far ahead. She didn't let the board finish that turn, so she was caught with the board being kind of flat, not on one rail or the other, and then she just got off balance with it. Thought she was going to lose it right at the start there. That looked a little iffy right there. And then here it is, patient, not trying to get too ahead of it too soon. We'll see when she tries to draw it back down here. This is good, being very patient.
That's right, letting that wave wait until the right section to try and
now the wave stands up, and you can see her getting up to the top, getting that nose ride, little off balance there. Then when she sets up, she just opened up too much, didn't stay on that inside rail, and all of a sudden she felt that she was upright. Once you lock your legs, the slightest thing is going to bounce you right off the board.
Especially when you're trying to go in for one of those more powerful maneuvers, you're trying to turn. A little bit of bend in the knees is pretty important.
There is a point where having a real nice straight leg stance kind of shows a control and a style, but not in the middle of a turn. I think that would be the challenge that she faced, and unfortunately we saw the result. Well,
her first score was a 4.57. We've got a second score to drop in for our surfer from Spain. Camille out of Uruguay sitting in the lead with just a couple of twos, has her just ahead in the points total until this last wave of Sanna out of Sweden has dropped in as a 4.60. She's improved on the 3.83 that she opened up with, and now up and riding. Layla, couple cross steps, and we'll catch up with her from more the view that her teammates, that the judges would have as well, looking straight onto this wave. Setting it up here, couple steps forward, just working her way through this inside section. Not going to force that nose ride where she doesn't feel comfortable either, which we've seen from, a lot of the surfers trying to kind of just work out, all right, are they in the right position? Do they have that level of comfort to be able to trust that board's in the right place, and they've got that weight balance to be able to hang five like that through the inside section and a graceful exit.
That was nice. Again, she didn't force the nose ride, but I think she did leave some opportunity there where she could have put it in a more critical position and got the toes wrapped over.
Camille now, on a challenging wave, maybe just a mistake as far as which wave to select. She'll lose priority with that one as well.
The loss of priority was a bummer, but that wave with all the foam on the face, I think that's a better miss. Get back out. You have 4 minutes left, and you can improve upon everything you've done.
Big set coming through. Nice to see that it's getting a little more consistent now. We had a bit of a lull early on, just as that tide was bottoming out. The waves that came through had some of the best shape that we've seen the entire event, but they were fewer and farther between as that tide was just drawing too
And
close.
it was so glassy and smooth. There were some really pretty waves earlier in the day. Still absolutely phenomenal out there. There's a light breeze on it now, but you know, with no clouds in the sky, we'll see if that turns into a strong onshore or whether it stays just this light and variable. What a beautiful point break. And the point break's going to the north, as you can see, up in the direction of Guatemala, and then it just continues on forever. What a beautiful land of right-hand point breaks.
Just incredible. Warm water and so many waves wherever you're wanting to surf. As we could see our surfer in green there, just sneaking away a wave on the inside section. And
so you
we'll
can
take a look
see,
at.
sorry about that, as you can see, this is the setup we have here. The lip, the critical part of the wave is the pocket, the curl. That's where you want to be scoring your best points. You want to avoid that impact zone. We've seen leashes break there today. You get too far out on the shoulder, the wave dies, points are not scored out there for the shoulder. You want to be on the face. You want to bring your turns down into the flats, come back up into the face of the wave, put yourself in the pocket, score the points the best you can.
Great breakdown of a really incredible wave that these surfers have this week to be avoiding the impact zone at all possible costs, although they're going to be clipped by it at some stage. Hopefully no more broken leashes today, but we have seen some great rides through the curl.
And some of those sets that we've seen close this place out just haven't seen an indicator to give you an idea that they are coming. We've had some very, very experienced surfers through the course of this event get cleaned up by those sets. For me, there's not a really easy indicator just up the beach or down the beach where you can see, oh, it blew up on the indicator rock. Let's position ourselves for that set. I haven't figured out where that would be. And so a lot of the competitors have suffered the same fate as I did by being caught inside.
Yeah, it's so true. There isn't really something that we can see sitting farther out to the left or the right-hand side of the peak that's close enough to be a true indicator of what's about to hit here.
And I think it's part of the angle. It's part of how much of this part of El Salvador is facing south that the set comes in without touching either of the breaks north or south of us, that there is just no indicator. It's like, I wish the boat anchored outside was a little bit closer because you could watch maybe it disappear on the horizon when a set comes, but I think the water's too deep out there. It's not feeling the sets come by.
That's true, where if you're just down the coast, kind of in the direction the camera is facing now, La Bocana is a great A-frame peak where we run usually our main podium for any of our shortboarding events. The juniors event, that'll be the main podium next week, where Sunzal, this right-hand point break, will be the B podium, or like the second podium for that event. That, looking back when you're sitting out at Bocana, when you look back here at Sunzal, this is a great indicator
So we're
for
the
what's to come.
We're the indicator for Bocana, but it doesn't return the favor.
It does no favor. So essentially, the surfers that are out there, they have learned how to pay close attention to any little bit of movement on the horizon, and also just be ready to start scratching when something shows up that they were not ready for. As we take a look now at Layla. So in live time, we've only got a few seconds remaining in this heat. Feels like it has just flown by, and Layla's got an opportunity, beautiful, graceful style to the inside here for our surfer out of Panama to chase down that 4.31 that she would be surfing for in order to get herself an advancing position out of the elimination round. And she's got some opportunity, possibly, if this wave can stand up for her with one more nose ride on the inside, it could be helping her campaign. But we've seen some of those scores going to those bigger set waves throughout this heat.
Yeah, it was a nice way to finish, but I don't think there was enough critical nature to that wave for her to get that score. As we look at the beautiful beach setup here in Sunzal, we see Layla on the beach with the rest of her team from Panama. She's waiting for her score to see if it's going to help. She only needed a 4.31, but we'll see if it comes in. And unfortunately, no, it does not. That was a 2.90, so that will end her campaign here in El Salvador.
Yeah, very well surfed for both Layla Brady and for Camille Buevos out of Ecuador and Panama. Beautiful style. We're going to see a lot more of them in the future here at the ISA World Longboard Championships, but it's Daniela Sevillano, of Spain, and Sana Horvalius out of Sweden, advancing through in that first and second place position, capitalizing on the opportunities in front of them. We've got more time coming right after this for some great surfing.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
And we are back with some of the world's best longboarders competing for an ISA gold, silver, bronze, or copper medal. Medals handed out to every single competitor in the final. A little different to what we see at the Olympic Games, where it's just those top 3 for gold, silver, and bronze. But Fernando Aguirre loves handing out awards. So he decided, let's give that 4th place surfer. They made it to the final. They deserve to walk away with a medal again.
And I really like his thought process about that, rewarding everyone who worked that hard to get to the top. I'd hate to leave them out, so I appreciate that from Fernando.
Heat number 8 for women's repechage round 1. This will be the final heat of this round, and it's Portugal, Colombia, and Venezuela with surfers in the lineup. Colombia with 2, Marcela Gonzalez and Margarita Conde, and then Raquel Bento out of Portugal and Saba Salvatierra out of Venezuela. Looking for an opportunity. All they need is 2 waves. We saw that in one of the early heats this morning. Surfer paddled out. He got himself 2 8s, and that's all he needed. Could come right in.
That was quite a performance.
That was wild.
And again, sometimes you get in the perfect rhythm with the ocean where you get a wave early in the heat, paddle back out, it almost happens right away again. And
the best kind of rhythm to have,
exactly.
for sure. As we take a look, I believe that was Raquel Bento, unfortunately, going down on her opening maneuver. That wave will clamp down in front of that section anyways. And you can see the rest of the surfers just paddling, scratching to get over it. We did have that low tide bottoming out at 8 a.m. this morning. It's now approaching 12 o'clock, and the tide will peak at high around 2.
And you're feeling that push. You can really see some of those sets are really kind of catching everyone and coming bigger on the outside. And what also we've kind of lost is I think that lower tide had such a better shape running on the reef. You know, be careful what you wish for. Oh, I hope we have a big swell, but that's not necessarily going to sit on this point break as well as a medium-sized one, let's say.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of those medium-sized waves carrying very critical sections throughout them, allowing those surfers to actually get good pocket nose rides instead of needing to be out on a big, wide, kind of lumpy face, which can be really challenging.
Those bumpy, bigger ones, it's I would reward them highly for getting a nose ride. But those medium ones that we saw this morning where it was just a flying, it looked like Rincon out there. It was so nice.
It looked just like the most classic, perfect longboarding that you'd wish to be paddling out and showing up to. Got one surfer going down in the section there. She's unfortunately going to get clipped by that next set as well. And we'll see if anyone is in position here. We do have a 093 on the board for Raquel Bento, who just paddled over this wave, as Margarita Conde out of Colombia scratches into this one. Nice big open swoop to start things off with. A couple of steps forward, just wanting to be patient with this wave, not forcing anything as she steps back, drives off the bottom. Now looking for a really precise hang 5, steps back, drops down to the bottom of this wave, goes for that cross step cutback as a bottom turn to set herself up now, coming through to the inside section. Couple more steps, feeling like she's really in control of the pace of this wave now after that opening section as she finds a final nose right on the inside.
I thought she surfed that with really good composure. I liked her positioning, the way she let those bottom turns come and reset the wave so nicely. Good nose ride on the outside. Really smooth wave there and a little bit of flare with that cross step turn. But remember, we want to see the rail engaged in a turn, and I think we didn't get that from that cross step.
Well, we'll get back to that conversation in a moment because I think it's a great thing to unpack. But right now, we've got the winner of the last heat down on the beach with Benway.
Thank you very much. Winner of that last rep heat, Sana Horvalius, representing Sweden. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the conditions looked really fun out there. I was watching the heat. You had one score until pretty late into the heat. Finally, at 5-minute mark, You went from low down to the lead. What did you do to really secure that lead? Was it the waves, or was it just, do you think it's luck?
For sure luck. The wave came my way, and it was, I've been seeing the judges judging good for maneuvers at the back, so I was just trying to get something in straight away, and they rewarded me.
And previously, we've had you as a shortboard competitor in our ISA shortboard competitions, and you've just kind of moved on to the longboard. How's it feeling? I mean, you look great on the board.
It feels good. I just learned to hang 5 this trip, so I'm stoked just to be here.
That's excellent. Of course, you're going to have the tail game coming from the shortboard, but getting that nose game down as well. Where would you normally practice? You have spent time here, so you do know the wave a bit compared to some of the other competitors, but the rest of the year, where do you practice?
I live in Ericeira, Portugal right now, and I just mainly surf around Portugal.
So powerful waves, probably surfing in a full suit. It's great to take the wetsuit off, right?
Yes, it feels good.
So I'm going to let you say some words to whoever you'd like to mention or watching you live and supporting you from home.
Yeah, thank you, Mom and my family and my sponsor. And Isto Preti Madalena. Es apoyo maboa.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Back to the live with you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Sana. And to learn how to hang 5 during this trip, working on her longboarding skills, and now to be making heats and winning them is incredibly impressive. As we take a look at Marcela Gonzalez for Colombia, this will be her opening ride, so it's been a bit of a quiet heat. Everyone's been waiting for the opportunity to actually get into something. Caught out by that big set. Marcela now just starting to set the pace for herself on this wave. A little bit straight, just kind of staying in that pocket section, looking to kind of keep that lower stance and find herself with that opportunity now to stand a little taller, to get those cross steps in, driving through, feeling more comfortable, a bit more crouched as she comes through to this inside section. And we'll see what this wave has to unfold for her as she comes in for a finish. Just carves around, and she'll kick out of that one.
Now, if you'll notice when you looked at Marcela, she had a forward bent leg for her back leg, and that's very much like coming from the shortboarding world on how you're going to drive a shortboard, whereas you realize there's a better pivot opportunity with a straighter, more weight on the back fin.
Raquel Bento locked straight into a hang 5 in a decent looking section. She had that big fall for just the 0.93 at the start of this heat, and now this wave should be setting her apart from the rest of the pack for what we've seen so far. Dedicated nose ride on the outside section. Now just kind of working with that rail a little bit through the inside. Not pushing too hard, just kind of working it side to side. Setting up, and as a goofy-footed surfer, taking a look over her right shoulder the whole time. Lining it up here for a couple more cross steps. Her feet have been a little quiet through that middle section of the board, and unfortunately, she'll go down on the finish.
And that's when you get the shoulders going in the opposite direction that the board is swinging. You can get caught by that and get swung off one of the rails, and that's what happened to her right there.
Looking really loose and like she was, trying to just keep that movement going, but unfortunately not quite counterbalancing the top and the bottom.
We see that happen when it's like the pendulum's going the wrong way, and off you go. But great work done on the outside, and we look
How
forward
nice
to
was
seeing
that
how
nose ride?
Yeah, we'll see how that score comes in. It should be great.
Let's take another look at it here.
Yeah, there it is. Nice and high, steep face of the wave, backpedaling off of it. Doesn't go all the way back to the tail right away. And now she's going to swing a big carving turn. Very relaxed. Nice composure through this wave. Again, cutting back, getting herself down low in the face where she can stay with the energy. Doesn't get caught out where that wave is backing off. We've seen a few competitors get lost out there. So she brings it back to where the energy is, waiting patiently, getting the board swinging, and we'll see where that momentum starts to go against her. Trying to get a nose ride, then gets it swinging, gets off balance, and goes down. Tries to put her hands on the board, but fortunately with the leash, no penalty for the quick swim.
Scores in a 5-point ride, so she jumps up into that leading position. Surfer that loves surfing out in Peniche, back at home in Portugal on her Luffy surfboard. Once again, Luffy just popping up all around the world. And she's put herself into that leading position. Margarita down into second now with a 3.83 and a 0. She's only chasing a 2.11 to take that leading spot. For Marcela and for Saba, scores are really small for Marcela's requirement. Essentially a stand up without a fall is going to give her the 1.51, but it's a 3.84 requirement for Saba out of Venezuela. and we haven't actually seen her catch a wave yet. This right here will be her first opportunity. Paddles into it, hands never quite leave the rail.
She just didn't like the way that looked down the line. She's scratching to get out of Margarita's way, and she successfully does. And watch her finish this wave through.
All right, so nice opening section. Tall stance. Poised as she steps up to the nose in a great looking section, but just comes pedaling off so quickly.
You know, she got a little too tall when she was trying to backpedal, and so that speed, because once you start walking backwards and you start picking up speed, the natural tendency is to kind of open up, and then you're lost because you got too tall. You weren't able to compress yourself down and slow. So again, and she was so nicely perched at the top of that wave. That nose ride was nice and high in the face, so as it started to drop, it just created too much momentum, and off the back she went.
Yeah, I loved the setup for that, though. That nose ride was really dynamic. The way that wave and that corner just kind of stood up, and she was perfectly positioned to start riding through that section. She's 28 years old. She's out of Puerto Colombia. And it's been great to have her and the Colombian contingency in the water throughout this week. At this stage, it's going to be one of the two of them advancing through. Raquel's done well to put that 5 down, and if she finds herself a backup score, it could make it complicated for anyone else to take away that lead.
Exactly. Saba has yet to find her rhythm in this heat. Marcela has a good one, but not a great one. So we're going to see if the two Colombians can kind of not work together, because there is priority, that's not that, but like maybe help talk each other through a better positioning. You know, oh, you're too deep, move this way. You know, something that you see that they don't, and they can share that because of being teammates.
That's right, and we see that so often at ISA events because it's a team situation. Each surfer out there wants to do the best for their personal being, but they also have that opportunity if they're surfing alongside one of their fellow countrymen or women to be able to kind of, you know, hand a wave away if they've got priority and their friend needs a score or something like that. As we take a look now at Saba, so it's been a long heat for her waiting for this first opportunity. I love that bright pink board underneath her feet. Cross steps forward to try and find that nose ride, but unfortunately just outside of the section.
Yeah, she just got too ahead of that wave, and it had a nice clean face to it. There was going to be some fun opportunities there, and she just ran out away from it. Because when you think about, let's go back to the whole team scoring conversation, that if finishing, the difference between finishing 4th and 3rd for your teammate, that affects the overall points at the end of the team competition. So that's why you want to encourage your teammate to, you know, get 3rd, not 4th if you can.
Men are coming up next. We'll have men's repecharge round 2. Now, I will give you a very specific example of that having large consequences in the grand scheme of things. At the World Surfing Games this year, there was an extra spot available for the highest ranked men's and women's individual teams for the Paris Olympics. Whichever team ranked the highest country-wise, it could have been USA and it could have been France on men's and women's sides. As we see some real action here with Marcela, she'll just jump out of that wave, and it doesn't look like, oh, we might have somebody in position for the wave behind with Margarita Conde for Colombia. Having a paddle here, she's chasing a 2.11 to put herself into that leading position over Raquel, which could then open up a door maybe for Marcela to try and find herself in second as she goes back off that first nose ride. Cross steps forward, cross steps back. Can't quite get herself into position until now for another nose ride. Great steps in, holds on to just enough control.
Yes.
To finish off that wave.
Yeah, she did. She almost got off balance there, but she fought through. So you get that complete nose ride. You get all the points, all the work you put together on that one. Didn't rush it and did well.
Marcela now up and riding, quick steps forward, looking for that chance to just get a tap to the nose. Can't quite get there. Again, pedals back a little bit too quick, similar to what we saw from Margarita's wave before, where it's just that speed coming off the nose really needs to be controlled. That body posture as well to keep that, without having to race away from it.
And we saw Margarita's second wave helps put her into the lead. So now Marcela only needs a 3.61 to move into second place. But again, there's no real backup score yet for Raquel, just under 5 minutes, and she's got priority out there. So, and she's a very savvy competitor. She's selected really good waves. So she's got 5 minutes to pick a great second backup wave and put herself back into first.
That's right. Plenty of time still for the situations to change out there. So back to that story quickly about just those third and fourth place positions potentially having a lot on the line. Now, in the end at World Surfing Games, Team Brazil's men's team and women's team both ended up being the highest ranked teams. So they were able to gain an extra spot towards the Olympic Games, which is where Gabriel Medina has now has the potential to surf for Brazil. Luana Silva also has the potential to surf for Brazil because Brazil can now select them for their teams. Team Australia on the women's side specifically was about 35 points shy of overtaking the Brazilian women's team. Now what happened with that in the breakdown is that Sally Fitzgibbons won the event, the highest ranked surfer at the contest. She won 1,000 points. Her teammates in Molly Picklum and Tyler Wright had fallen out prior to finals day, somewhere along the way in one of the rounds. If either of them had placed higher than the fourth place spots they ended in, if Molly Picklum had placed third, she would have had more than 35 points to her finish. With Sally Fitzgibbons' win at the end, Team Australia would have won an Olympic spot for their nation. So, in that context, it was kind of heavy. There was a lot on the line. It was very well done to the Brazilians for capitalizing on it all, but that's how close it is. And that's kind of coming down to it, even in those team rankings, how important it is to try to get yourself even a third over a fourth place finish at the end of the day, because you never know what consequence it might have down the line. As we take a look now at Raquel Bento, so a bit of tail surfing here to start things off, Wingnut. She's only looking, though, for a replacement score. She's got that 5 on the board. Anything that she does from here on out is going to build on that score line and make it more challenging on third and fourth to take away those advancing positions. So far, though, we haven't seen very much scoring potential within this wave.
Yeah, she was very patient. The wave was very glassy at the beginning, and I think she was maybe a little too cautious out there at the start of the wave, planning on the second half of the wave being, the moneymaker. And unfortunately, that wave really did nothing all the way coming in. There'll be a little finishing move opportunity here, and she'll ride it all the way into the beach. I mean, she's trying to replace a 0.9, and she definitely will, but I don't know that she puts such a big number up there that she makes it unobtainable for Marcella. So 2 minutes left. Do you go fight your way back out? Looks like she's going to try. And even if she just gets to the point where she can take one of those middle waves that throws a good, the smaller ones fit that reef better, she might. I think it is worth her going out there and trying.
That's right, because even though that wave had some size and some power, there was a lack of maneuvers on the outside section. If she links into a smaller wave, a little mid-sized wave on the reef, and she's able to get a starting nose ride, a turn, and another, she's looking at potentially a higher score than what she will be getting for this wave that just dropped in.
Just the difference between these two waves, this one that's with drones just going over is fat and has nothing, and then this one has a better shoulder. So it's the every other situation. Does a breaking wave take enough water off the reef to make it crisp? As we see Marcella, the one that could threaten Raquel, go on this wave.
All right, she's currently chasing that 3.16, like you said, that kind of back knee, knock knee style, as she takes a couple steps forward and unfortunately stumbles, so that's not going to be that threat to Raquel's position. We're still waiting from the judges as they take a look at the replay to see where they're going to go with that score. Raquel would need just over a 2.5 and a 2.56 to put herself into the lead.
That would have been, there was a lot of scoring potential on that wave compared to Raquel's. That was not a big wave, but it had a really nice shape. It was sitting really well. It was unfortunate she went over the handlebar. Unfortunate for Marcella, very fortunate for Raquel.
Very fortunate for Raquel, but even so, Raquel's wave was strong enough. The judges sending a big message with that one that you can get a near 4, 3.5. out of that kind of size of wave, a little bit of work on the outside, and she's jumped into that leading position. Now Margarita Conde out of Colombia, up and riding, has an opportunity to improve her 3-point rides to put more pressure than the 5 requirement currently sitting on her teammate. 5 to that 10 quickly. She pulls out of it. Wingnut's feeling stoked, feeling excited. That's the sort of surfing, the sort of commitment to those outside sections and nose riding.
And the style and grace throughout all of it. She was standing tall, just a slight bend to the knees to absorb the bumps, and she got a beautiful nose ride, super critical, and rode that thing down the face. That was beautiful.
Now Saba has had a slow heat, unfortunately, for the stylish woman coming out of Venezuela. She's only got that 0.9 to her name now. She's got a big requirement in front of her for a single wave. And she had a nice cruisy run on this one, but unfortunately just wasn't able to find the rhythm she needed early on to really put herself in the running to take the advancing position. Now the question mark is going to be on this last exchange between the Colombians, the teammates. One will be advancing through and one will be knocked out.
Well, I think Margarita really has put on a great performance in this. I'm just really interested to see what kind of score she gets for that really nice nose ride. Will it be enough to put her into first place? And again, as those scoring positions points, change, will that be enough? I really like that wave. 4.75. That was the best nose ride I saw throughout the entire heat, no question about it. And it was tall and it was clean, and she rode out of it with control. I'd like to see the score get there.
I loved that wave. I thought it was beautiful. Like you said, even though she didn't have anything else after and it kind of closed down in front of her, she capitalized on that section. She did it with grace, with style. Just a 1.8 for last of Marcela out of Colombia, which means that Margarita's score didn't even need to factor in to see if she'd be taking that advancing position. We will see, though, if she's able to score high enough. She would need a 4.75 for Lasta Margarita to take herself into the winning position over Raquel, and the judges loved it. They rewarded it with a 5.13, and she's going to take away the win.
Risk and reward, steep part of the wave on the outside, great nose ride, managed to pull it off. I'm glad she was rewarded with that. Fantastic work right there.
And a great moment from the panel to show everyone out there the score that we saw for the last of Raquel, a bigger wave, a lot longer. Just those turns on the outside landed her a 3.57. A shorter wave, but a very committed, dynamic 5 to 10 combination for a hang 10 on the nose,
and
rewarded
clean,
as a 5.13.
The style, the grace part of the criteria being very nicely met there throughout that. So all those components led to a nice, solid 5.13 there. That was fantastic.
So much control, so smooth, so calm, and she'll take away a big heat win for the Colombian. Very excited for Margarita Conde. Raquel Bento advancing through in second, and unfortunately Marcela Gonzalez of Colombia and Saba Tierra out of Venezuela are knocked out of competition. We are finished with our Reprecharge Women's Round 1. We'll see more of them later today. Those that have advanced through will have a second chance to surf. As we're now going to head into our Men's Reprecharge Round 2, these surfers, some of them have already competed this morning, and we're going to see them hitting the lineup in just a moment when we return for more of the ISA World Longboard Championships.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here in El Salvador, and swinging straight into it is David Chiafiano out of Team Canada. Straight into that hang 5 to start things off. It's the Reprecharge rounds, and if he makes it through, he'll be continuing through the Reprecharge rounds, but with an opportunity to advance all the way back to the grand final, and just putting a little bit more power and swing into these turns as he kind of hooks it up underneath the lip. Now swings back into that foam as well in a more radical kind of modern maneuver way. off the tail. That opening nose ride now connected together with a few turns through the middle. Cross steps forward, looking for some clean footwork here now, and gets that tap close to the nose, not quite there, throws that board up into the foam, and he'll take a dive.
And the foam threw it right back at him.
It certainly did. As we take a look now at João Dantes, up and riding for Team Portugal, and setting his line on a very frothy wave, just kind of letting that board find its way until he can land back into that great looking hang five, smooth and stylish as he sets it up here through to the next section. Very different style of surfing that we're seeing from João right now to what we saw from David on that last wave, as he finds that connection with the nose one more time and has a good looking area to finish off with here. This wave has had a lot of great wall opportunities for João.
He stayed in a very critical part of that wave. It'll be interesting to look at the rest of this heat because the conditions are beautiful out there right now.
Now Douwe Robrach out of the Netherlands, the Dutch surfer with a really beautiful style as well, riding an bit of equipment that would have to kind of keep things smooth, as we see our surfer from Israel also up and riding out the back, with Douwe on the inside section here, finding great footwork, just working his way from the nose back into that, cut back to the nose, back to the cutback, over and over again throughout this entire wave. Starting to set himself up here for the inside section. Great use of a drop knee cutback, bit of variety, but also quite functional within that moment.
And showing again, that is the more classic traditional style of turning a longboard, and I think that's what the judges should be rewarding more so than the power carving off the tail modern progressive style as the judging criteria states. But I liked the way everyone got a good start to this heat. Look how pretty it is. The wind has completely dropped right now. Waves creating its own little offshore effect. But what a beautiful point break El Sunzal is.
What an incredible place to be able to showcase traditional longboarding. We've been talking about the criteria through the first couple days of competition, and just to remind our audience of what that is, the longboard surfers must perform controlled traditional maneuvers with the highest degree of difficulty in the most critical sections of the wave to gain the highest score. The judges, the specific things that they're looking for, they're looking to reward performances with reference to style and flow, visual appeal, commitment and variety of maneuvers, as well as the use of the entire board with speed and power. Nose riding, trimming, footwork are all very important elements in the judges' decision making.
And when you think about the speed and power, we can get into that because there's a lot to unpack in that phrase.
We've got a lot more action to come, but we just saw an incredible result for Team Colombia on the finish of that last wave. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Team Colombia.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the Rep 1 Heat number 8, representing Colombia, Margarita Conde. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
So I'm going to mention that I always have loved her style. She's got a really upright style, really tight footwork, and I'm just going to ask her if today's conditions really catered to let her do her best surfing. Siempre he estado un fan de tu surf. Tienes pasos pequeños, un estilo muy, muy bonito. Y con las condiciones de hoy, ¿crees que eran mejor para tu mejor surfing?
No, de hecho estaba un poco difícil porque cogía como la segunda ola del set, entonces venía como la ola un poco desordenada y por eso creo que no me dieron tan buenos puntajes la primera, entonces, pero me sentí bien, estaba cómoda.
So she disagrees. She said she got the second wave of the set. There was some warble on there, and that's why she didn't get such a great score, and she tried to be a little more selective on the next one. And I've noticed that she's switched equipment. Lately she's riding Piccolo Clemente shapes, and the board looks amazing. I want to ask her how that board's working for her. Recién has recibido una tabla nueva de Piccolo, lo vi en tu Instagram. ¿Y qué tal la tabla? Parece súper bien y es algo que está shapeado para ti.
No, de hecho era de Piccolo, entonces, pero igual para mi nivel está perfecta porque estoy en el proceso de aprender, de caminar, de dar los plazos, igual arriesgando siempre, pero es una tabla clásica, tengo una quilla grande, entonces me gusta mucho, pero no sé, es Piccolo, es la mejor porque es Piccolo.
So she said it's not a custom shape. It's actually one of Piccolo's own boards that he gave her. She said it's maybe a little bit big for her size. It's got a big fin, and she said she's learning. So it's a little bit of a risk, kind of using something that's unfamiliar to her. But she said it's Piccolo's board, so of course it's going to work great. Y finalmente, unas palabras a tu gente en Colombia.
Sí, muchas gracias por estar apoyándome. Un saludo a mi sobrinito Juan Pablo, que lo quiero mucho. Un abrazo. Y a toda mi familia en casa. Y gracias por apoyarme. Y sigan, que vamos con toda la siguiente ronda.
Muchísimas gracias. Mucha suerte.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Margarita. That final nose ride just had us both out of our seats excited.
We just enjoyed that so much, and you can kind of see a little bit of the Piccolo effect and how she likes to stand tall when she's on the nose.
It all makes sense.
Yeah, it kind of, you're influenced by who you surf with. I mean, there are people when I was growing up that I wouldn't look at them. I didn't like their style so much. I didn't want any of it to rub off on me. And the exact opposite, the people that did something that I thought was so amazing, I would be on them all the time. I was just that annoying kid trying to hang on.
Just trying to watch and watch, and then sometimes just paddling out with blindfolds on.
Yeah, just look away. Don't ever let yourself do that.
Coming up next, we will have Team Mexico with another surfer in the water with Mauricio Nunez. And we've got some great crew down on the beach giving support all behind the scenes with the ISA, with the local organizing committee. And of course, each of these team members has their own crew behind them, you know, whether it's just maybe the 2 or the 4 surfers traveling with their team, or it's a manager or more behind them. Jonathan now up and riding for Team Israel and driving off the bottom, off the flats, back up into the nose ride in the corner. Setting himself up here as he tries not to go too hard off the foam and just kind of nurse that turn off the bottom of the wave. Wrapping it around here. Couple cross steps forward. Finds that nose ride once again. Little water kind of spraying off of the nose, but manages to maintain that speed. Now trims off the speed here. Does it again. Stretches out for that stretch 5. He'll pedal back. Starting to set up for this inside section now. And maybe one more nose ride opportunity. Gets close to it again. Hasn't really given those super dedicated toes wrapped over, but he's been getting some great work done throughout that wave.
A lot of movement forward and back on the board, but I think the challenge there was he was getting so far out on the shoulder that he couldn't get critical in the steep part of the wave. He needed to bring that. He did those beautiful deep cutbacks that got him all the way down to the bottom of the wave. He waited too long to initiate his nose rides and let himself get too far on the shoulder.
So in other words, as he's going for those nice deep bottom turns out to the flats, while he's climbing back up, he needs to already be cross-stepping during that climb.
And here we go. We'll get to see that again. Right as he's coming out of here, he needs to pause it. That one was better, right? That gets him to the nose. And then as he comes back in here, hold it down there. Stay down there. Wait. Let that wave set up. Come back. I would have even just hung out down there. Wait. Let the wave set up. Because when you're going into your nose right out there, you see how the nose sank? He was coming directly in back at the beach. That's not that steep face. And if you look at it there, he's just run through the zone where you can nose ride. It's behind him, back in the pocket. Because you can't even see the breaking part of the wave. That lets you know how far out of the pocket he is. The board's maneuvering well, it's carrying speed well, but it's doing that out of the pocket, out of where the true nose riding opportunities exist.
And having to get all the way to the top of the wave, which might feel nice because you got some speed, but then having to stall to go to the nose ride can have you outside the section. As we take a look at Joao Dantes, already dropped in a 6.83 on the board. His younger brother's been putting together some great heats at this event as well. So those two traveling pair and pair at the World Championships. We got a little bit of that backwash now starting to come into play as we can see that high tide. And it's not quite the clean, pockety faces that we were seeing earlier on. So these surfers are having to adjust in the maneuvers, where earlier today we were seeing nose rides through those sections.
But I liked the way he was waiting down patiently where the energy was on that wave.
David now up and riding. Put a 6-point ride on the board for his opening wave. Swings it around off some powerful tail surfing. Sets up this next line, just kind of cruising with it, waiting with it, hooking it around, looking for an opportunity for when he might start to use some footwork coming towards the inside section. His 6 set him up really well within this heat to be in that second place position. Couple steps here, and he's just going to have to pace it out as he connects back with the foam, and he'll finish on the inside.
And again, that was a very, I'm going to call it very progressive, modern approach to surfing that wave. It comes from either the high performance longboarding background or a shortboarding background. And it is very functional. There's no question about it, but the way the criteria is written, we want to see some variety in those turns. Didn't see a drop knee turn, didn't see anything that led you to feel that it was in the classic tradition of surfing.
Right, fun and functional for sure, but with the criteria we're looking at for traditional longboarding, it just needs to be a little bit different. As we take a look at the young surfer out of Holland, he loves surfing a variety of craft underneath his feet anytime he can get his feet on a surfboard.
And a much more traditional approach on this one. Those beautiful smooth turns, clean lines, not trying to ride it just from the tail.
Couple cross steps forward here as he continues to the inside section. That kind of low center of gravity as he's coming off those bottom turns. Now swings it away here quickly to get to a hang 5 on a challenging section where it would be hard to hold on to balance. He's doing well as he looks towards this finish here, and he's just going to pop out before the short break.
I'm really glad he chose that exit. I think it would have been really fun to see if he'd chosen another way to finish that wave, because that was really starting to jack up inside. I think Duvet did a fantastic job on that wave. I really appreciate his approach, his style. A little less is more on that wave, and it was always smooth and composed throughout the entire ride. Let's see, it's going to be what the judges think of that is the question.
Scores in for the second wave of our Israeli surfer, Yonatan. He's sitting now in the leading position with a 6.63 that's dropped in. So you got a few of those kind of similar scores. Everyone's got a 6 or a 5, a high 5 sitting on the board.
Duvet
Let's take another look at this one.
With a nice quick top turn there, allowed him to get right to the nose, and then he's setting it up down here, not rushing to try to get ahead of this, just getting battered by whitewater and coming through it smoothly, very in control. Quick touch to the nose, and then he's going to put the board back low in the face of the wave, letting it set up, gets to the top of the wave. Look how critical that part of the wave is right there, and he was walking back and forth through it. Didn't let him get all the way to the nose, but great footwork in an extremely critical part of the wave. Gets another touch to the nose there. Didn't get toes wrapped, but it was a critical part of the wave where he got all the way to the front of the board. Now he looks on this inside section. He's just going to bring himself smoothly out over the top. That was a really nice wave for Duvet. And he had a score that he needed. His first one was 5.33.
Taking a look at our contest format, we've got 2 men and 2 women allowed per team. Not every team is going to be completely filled, but this year the majority of teams are filled, which is awesome with all 4 surfers. Top 2 waves, of course, count towards the surfers' heat totals, and it's the top 2 surfers that advance through the heats. Now, if it's in a main round, the top 2 advance in the main round, and the bottom 2 would head into the rapid charge round. But when we're in the rapid charge round heats like we are today, those top 2 surfers are actually advancing in the event, and the bottom 2 surfers are unfortunately eliminated from competition. Taking a look at the break, we've got Sunzal, which is a long right-hand point break. It's an incredibly good wave for longboarding. It's just west of La Bocana, and it does run for hundreds of yards along the coastline. We've got some great surfers in the event. This year we've got an 11-year-old named Ginger Kaimi from Italy who loves this wave. She says it's a unique and amazing feeling to surf amongst her heroes specifically. Being big or small doesn't matter. What matters is having fun.
What's so fantastic for her, and I can imagine that, I mean, I would have days when I was going to San Onofre and David Nueva would be in the water and Donald Takayama and just, the absolute legends of the sport. Well, here at this event, the current legends of the sport are in the water, and she is getting to share time with them. Maybe it's like shagging flies for Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. She's getting to see the people that she's seen in videos, that she's seen in magazines. Are there magazines? Yeah, Italy still has surf magazines.
Sometimes.
And that's the funny thing is she's not just out there watching them. She's taking some of them down in her heats. What a fantastic performance from the Grom.
Yeah,
Ginger.
It's been incredible to be able to see her win a couple of heats so far. And like you said, for all of the surfers coming into this event, those that are surfing at the top, those that are newer to it, they're surfing against those that are setting the standard. On the women's side of the field, we've got world champions like Rachel Tilley, like Honolulu Bloomfield in the draw. We've got, those that have been so close to winning that on the WSL side, but have been victorious here at the ISA World Surfing Games, like Alice Lemoyne. We've got Maria Fernanda Reyes. We have so many great surfers. Natsume Teoka. The list goes on and on for the current legends of the sport, and for a young surfer like Ginger to come in, to be able to surf against them, to get to know them this week. She's going to have those stories coming, over the next 10 to 20 years of when she was a little one, and she got to have those heats against those women.
We're seeing the surfers scratch to the outside as the set comes. But you know what I'd like to see at the end of an event like this? I'd like to see the top 2 men and the top 2 women surf in a heat together. Because the level of surfing, let's just take Rachel and Hano. Absolutely amazing surfers. I think they have the skill and quality skills to take down any of the men in this event.
Well, that perfectly exemplified. Honolua Bloomfield won her junior ISA gold medal in a mixed field where there were 2 women in the draw, all against boys for the rest of it, and Honolua came out victorious in the juniors back in 2013. But we could see that happen over and over again. As we look now at Joao Dantes, quick tap to that close 5, that tight 5 as he pedals back off the nose. Great looking wave lining up in front of him, and sets it up for another nose right here. He's already sitting in that leading position, sitting in that second place position now, chasing a 4.90 to put himself back into the lead. That amount of nose work done on the outside section, the tight 5s and the 5 combinations, that's an incredibly good amount of work. Now he's got the rest of this wave to try and surf this score into something exceptional as he comes through to the inside section. Waves getting slopey, waves getting soft here, and he's going to have to make that decision on how he wants to finish off on the inside. Nice and traditional in that composure as he's coming into this final hang 5, locks in for a very long time, and it looks like he's going to go for that nice carve and straighten out under the lip.
I thought he did an amazing job on that wave. That outside opening nose ride, very critical. And for me, the power in his down carve in that cutback to reset was beautiful. The full length of the rail put in the face of the wave with that turn. He had the highest score of the heat so far with his first wave, that 6.83. And just looking to replace that 4.40, I have no doubt that he will get a score that will put him in the lead, because that was just a fantastic wave.
What a way to finish, and pretty much just on the buzzer. So he'll have a score to drop through. It doesn't look like anyone else was able to catch a wave in that heat, and so the rest of the situations remain the same. The question will be, a 4.9, he'll get that. He'll take himself into the lead. By how much could he take himself into the lead with Wingnut?
Oh, I think it's going to be by and far the highest score of the heat, and it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't get into the excellent range.
And that being said, very well done to everyone else, because those heat totals from first to second were sitting almost equal across, first to fourth across the board with great scores across. However, with Joao Dantes, he's just dropped a 7.6 on the board, takes him into that winning position. Jonathan Amir out of Israel will fall into that second place position, which means those two will be advancing through. And Team Portugal feeling stoked for Joao down there. Unfortunately, David Chiafiano for Team Canada and Due Robrach out of the Netherlands eliminated from competition, but everybody put together a good heat. That was a very contestable one and super fun to be on the call for.
And again, how clean the ocean, the surface conditions were throughout that heat. That was beautiful. Let's look at it one more time. Up in the top little 10% of that wave, he brings his back foot together, just cruising along. You can't even see how steep that wave is with the whitewater from the wave in front of it. It was such a big face. Is he going to get to the tip one more time? No, this is where he starts to cross step back to the tail, and watch him put that rail in the water. Oh, he's going to do that second setup up there.
Well, an incredibly good wave for Joao Dantes to finish on. Some great nose riding, sets it up on that rail.
The way he came out of that turn, cross-stepping, puts himself back in the position at the very top of the wave. It is a beautiful way to finish off this heat. That's got to feel so good to bring that into the beach at the end of your heat.
So true. Walks away with a heat win. We'll be hearing from him shortly. Up next, Sam and Megan on the call.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for tuning in to the continuation of Day 3, live from Surf City, El Salvador for the 2024 ISA World Longboard Championship. We're here at El Sunzal. My name is Sam Bleakley. I have been joined in the booth by a former ISA medalist from Hawaii, Megan Godinez.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction here. Excited to call the next heat. Some exciting stuff happening.
And it's been a great day, and we're in the repechage. So these are the surfers that might get eliminated if they finish in third or fourth. So the stakes are high on Day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, this is their last chance. So they're going to want to pull out all the stops for this round, and it seems like they're doing so.
And we've got that tide coming in, so conditions, becoming a little bit more peaky, but still a lot of swell size. As we can see, our Mexican from La Saladita, Mauricio Nunez, up on the nose. He's already got a 2 to his name, riding his Michael Takayama built board. Nice down carve after a crisp, critical opening nose ride. Back into a second nose ride as Alex Heek from Germany, based in Sardinia in the Mediterranean, will be in the blue. Mauricio Nunez here in the green. He's going to get a strong second score here. And Eduard Santana for Dominican Republic. He's in white, but Ignacio Piñatero from Uruguay probably is the surfer in this heat who's got the most experience competing here at El Sunzal.
Yeah, also known as Nacho, and he's been on tour for a while. He's done the single log events. Pretty sure he's gotten invited to the Duct Tape Invitational a couple times. So he's got a lot of accolades on his belt.
Absolutely, and he just put on a fantastic regional WSL longboard qualifying event back home in Uruguay. But it looks as though Mauricio Nunez has just been called in interference. So we can see on our screen here, which is what the judges are sharing when we get that tabulated score, which is that average across those 5 judges, that there's a penalty against the first ride of Mauricio. So perhaps a paddle interference, but he will then now be depending on his single score to carry himself through to the next round. So a fantastic surfer, the talent from La Saladita, the great left-hand point break in Mexico, starting with a difficult situation here, Megs.
Yeah, sometimes when you get into this repechage round, things are starting to get a little beefier, and you're gonna see a lot of surfers pushing each other up the point, kind of jockeying each other here.
Up and riding, Alex Heek, based in Sardinia, representing Germany. Nice high line there, comes to the bottom of the wave, looking lively, just sets himself up with some footwork behind the section. Now out onto the open face, coolly cutting back there. Nice body language, upright, good posture, and then again just engaging that rail, looking to lock for a potential opportunity for more action, but then recognizing that it's time to kick out. So that wave not offering a massive scoring potential for the German surfer.
No, but I think he just wanted to shake those nerves off, just trying to get that campaign going, just trying to get comfortable.
So with that, someone who is looking really comfortable out there representing Portugal is João Dantas on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam, Megs. Here was João Dantas representing Portugal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So good heat. Things slowed down a little bit in that heat. You were holding a very good score. Jonathan had the lead for a good while of that heat. You got that priority, and then that last wave turned out to be really good. You got it at 1 minute. What were you thinking while you were holding that priority and waiting to pull the trigger and take a wave?
Yeah, I did a couple of mistakes at the beginning of the heat, and after that good score I had, I knew I needed another one. And yeah, my plan was to try to get the priority in the end and play with that and choose a good wave.
It was an excellent wave. It was such a beautiful wave, and I love that backside tight 5 that you got. One question I've been asking a lot of the goofy footers is, do you feel an advantage when you get those 5s and you can lean on your heel into the rail, or do you prefer having that back foot, the toes of your back foot, to control the rail?
I think it's always easier to control it when you are on front side, so regulars here, but I'm very used to surf right-hand point breaks. My home, it's a right-hand, a very good right-hand point break. And yeah, I feel very comfortable also going right.
So it looks like you stoked out wing nut by having that that big Wednesday color pattern on your new Luffy. And how's that board working? It looks amazing.
Yeah, that's one of my magic boards. It's definitely a homage to Big Wednesday movie and to wing nut also, the legend, one of the legends of the sport. So yeah, I'm grateful to have these colors on my magic board.
And it's also really important, you're cruising with Antonio, to really make an example and help to coach him as well. How is it to just cruise around the world with your brother?
It just feels amazing, you know, like seeing him perform the way he's doing it against the best in the world, doing very good. I'm very proud of him, and he really motivates me to keep going and to try to do better every day. I think we push each other to do better.
E finalmente, umas palavras em português.
Obrigado a todos aí em casa. Tem sido duro este início de campeonato. Não é o começo que eu estava à espera, mas ainda nada está perdido e vou continuar a dar tudo pela Tuga. Força aí, estamos juntos. Obrigado.
Muito parabéns para você.
Obrigado, bro.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Great work, Ben Way. His Portuguese is getting better every day. Of course, we know he's fluent in Japanese and Spanish, but it's brilliant to see the language skills of Ben and brilliant to see the surfing skills of João Dantas. And he talked about the spot he lives at. It's a right-hand point, São Pedro Estoril. But what about this replay of Nacho, Megs?
Beautiful wave as he finds this high line and gets that quick 10, and that's important that he's getting all that things done on the outside. That's really important. That's what the judges want to see. As you see this wave starting to flatten out, it's kind of had this weird deep spot as this tide starts to fill in. So he's just working his way on the inside, really trying to navigate those bumps. Beautiful carving cut back, straight back into the whitewash. Little stall here. He's just waiting, trying to get his balance. And this wall starts to pick up here. Really fat wall as the tide starts to come in, and you can see how he's trying to navigate those bumps, and does
and
very
drops
well.
6.0 Mags, which is a strong start, and this is the interference call. So this was considered a drop-in. Tell us about the rules and why that was an interference.
I believe that this was in the beginning of the wave where there is no priority established yet. So it's the surfer who has, it's a right point break, so it's the surfer who has that, there's that layback that you've been wanting. Yeah, that's the one that you've been wanting. He must have watched the replay yesterday and heard you say that. But it's when the surfer up on the point, that's the person who has priority. So Mauricio unfortunately got penalized for that, and I think it's because he also stayed on that wave for a very long time, hindering his white here's Edouard's scoring potential.
But wow, what a situation. So Mauricio, one of the favorites to get through this heat, already starting with that drop in. So he will carry just his top scoring ride?
Yes.
So as we stand right now, Ignacio Pinatero for Uruguay is out there in first position. Eduard Santana has got a 3.5 waiting for his second score, the surfer from the Dominican Republic. In second position though is our German surfer, but live action, 6 steps to the tip, a nice locked 10 on his Neco Carbone built new advanced surfboards from Ignacio Pinatero for Team Uruguay, carving back into the bowl section here with a sweeping drop knee setup turn to get a high line and 4 steps for a touch of the 5 and a hold of the 5. Walks cleanly out with the trademark footwork we've become so familiar with from Nacho. A fantastic surfer here, demonstrating his skills, cross-stepping up and down. Often goes for these cherry red longboards as well. Trademark color for Nacho. Locks that 5, runs back off the nose ride, and already kicking off with a 6. This feels like this is going to be a massive score for the Uruguayan.
Yeah, with those beautiful nose rides out the back, he really understands the criteria here. You know, he's a legend in this sport, and he's also been doing it for a really long time. So that was a really good ride for him. I can't wait to see what the judges give him.
Bit of movement for both surfers there, just coming a little bit wide there, recognizing that some of these sets they're getting caught out a little bit too deep.
Yeah, and that's what the competitors right now, you know, it's that last chance to stay in this competition. So they're going to play that offense and defense, and they're going to push each other very much deeper into the lineup, meaning that they're going to take off where the critical point is, but a lot of the times it's going to hinder the progressive moves off the back because you are going to be stuck behind the whitewash.
So as it stands, first priority is sitting with Mauricio Nunez. He's the surfer in green representing Mexico. He's on the orange board there. He's paddling deep across the other surfers, but sitting deepest is Eduard Santana there. He's just gone round him. Eduard is in 4th position with a 3.5 to his name. He's looking to get that backup score. But in 2nd position is Alex Heek for Germany, based in Sardinia, where he moved when he was 18. He's got a 3.07 and a 2.83. But out there in the lead is Nacho Pinatero with a 6 and a 0.5, but waiting for a score to drop that could well go higher than that 6.
Yeah, I agree. The way that he really read that wave and utilizes the entire board as well as the entire wave. He read that. He knew that that wave was going to start to flatten out, so he kept hugging himself towards that whitewash, which was a really smart play from him.
And great call, Megs. You said it was going to go bigger, and it does. It comes in at a 6.4, a bit of a scramble for action as Mauricio Nunez in first priority. He's just going to have to carry 1 score in this heat. So if he needs to stay in 2nd position, he hopes that he doesn't get a combination situation where Alex and Eduard go over the 10.0 mark. And he's walked into a beautiful nose ride there. Nice control, 10, lifting those arms, riding that Michael Takayama board. What a fantastic surfer, and what a shame to kick things off with that interference. But he knows if he puts everything on the line, if he gets an 8, you know, even a 9 or perhaps even a high 7, and Eduard and Alex don't get a combined score higher than his single wave score, he still has a chance. As we see Eduard styling off the bottom, high on the top there, he's just going to cut back, loose and lively on his, in the pink, Donald Takayama. This board would have been built a long time ago. It's great to see it's still going strong. Tips up to the front there, runs back to the tail, a little bounce, a little hop as he comes into the pupusa section. What's your money on here, Megs?
Whack that lip. Oh, there it is, and he pulls it off.
Nice control from Eduard. We've already seen him put in that drop wallet layback on that opening wave. As we can see, our surfer in 2nd position, Alex. He's now going to be under threat from Eduard because Eduard just needed a 2.4. You would expect Eduard Santana from the Dominican Republic will move up into at least 2nd position. As we can see, Alex, nice footwork, toes on the nose there, cross step turn. I can hear the German team cheering on the inside as he walks back up through to the tip for a quick touch of the 5 and kicks out. He's feeling good about that. That might well replace one of his lower scores, which is a 2.83.
Yeah, and as you can see, that water line really working up towards that rock, so it's going to make a difference on where the surfers are sitting and how they control their board on the wave.
Nacho kicks out of that one, maybe just recognizing it wasn't a good score. As we can see the top of the German flag there, nice framing. You really get to sense how that wind is kind of blowing now a little bit onshore, so you've got those ruffled faces that even harder to keep that control, and control really being rewarded in the criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell there's sustainability. Everyone has sticks for their poles, for their flags flying high, so it's great to see.
3 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Nacho out there with a 6.5 and a 6. So what will be going through the head, do you think, of Mauricio Nunez, knowing that it's still viable to stay in this event?
He's going to want to get a 10. In his head, he needs a 10, and he's going to surf every wave till its very fullest. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts pulling out some hang heels or some switch stance, hang 5, hang 10. So he's going to be pulling out all the stops.
He's got to put everything on the line. The door will stay open if our surfers from Germany, Dominican Republic don't go big on the score ranges. We could see that tide continuing to rise, and as that tide kind of comes in, what we do find is that you do lose your sandals.
Yeah, your
shore break.
They'll take them. They'll definitely take them, and they have no mercy. Again, we're at the mercy of the ocean, whether you're on the sand or you're in the ocean. So you always got to be on the lookout.
And what's been interesting through the week is as we move into the beginning of the South Swell season, it's getting more and more rocky day by day on the beach. It was very sandy when we arrived, but as these swells and these big tides start to kind of pull that sand away, it's getting more and more cobbly in there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I seen some of the actual big cobblestones being exposed as the tide was sucking out. There's almost like these weird, crazy steps of slabs, and it's going to be interesting to see what the surfers do as they get closer into shore, into that pupusa section that we call it. It's going to be kind of sketchy.
Wow, there it is, Megs. Eduard Santana goes into second. He's got a 3.97 and a 3.5. So now Mauricio Nunez on the single wave needs a 4, 6, 8. Let's look at that combined combination. So he pretty much needs an 8, doesn't he? That's what Mauricio needs to aim for, an 8-point ride, in order to really stand a chance of getting that spot in the next round of the repechage.
Yeah, and it looks like actually because it was a non-priority interference, his second score will be half. So he still can get into that second position. He just needs to, as we see here, that second wave was a 4.5, but that backup score got cut in half to the 2.25.
There we go. So he's still chasing a 4.68 to move up into second. Alex Heek from Germany is chasing a 3.55 to move up into second. So you really feel like Mauricio is still in the game with that backup score being halved. So whatever his low carrying score is, that will be broken in half to make that combined score with his top wave.
Yes, so he still has a fighting chance. He knows he's still going to be searching for that 10, and he's going to be pulling out all the tricks out of his pocket.
So like you say, because it was a non-priority interference, priority hadn't been deemed. It was at the beginning of the heat. It was kind of simply a drop-in, but because priority hadn't been deemed, it doesn't mean that he's only carrying one wave. It's just halving that backup wave, as we see our Dominican Republic surfer coming off the bottom, cuts back, just shakes the spray off his face. Beautiful, powerful style. I like the approach here. There's the cross-step turn. Opens those arms as he goes into that cross-step turn. And bottom turns smoothly and just lifts that heel as he goes into that cut back there. A little bit of a bounce through this inside here. He's looking for some attack from the tail as you move into the final seconds. And has he done enough? Because Mauricio Nunez has not had the opportunity, as far as we can see, to catch another wave. So Eduard Santana and Ignacio Piñatero for Uruguay and Dominican Republic respectively look to have sealed the deal, Megs.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think Mauricio really wanted to catch that second wave, but like Mason Ho says, you never really lose a heat, you just run out of time.
There we go. And Mauricio Nunez, I've just got to say that thank you for this brilliant longboarding. He has been flamboyant. He had a great heat that we called yesterday afternoon. Big shout out to Team Mexico for bringing such a talented set of longboarders.
Yeah, and they're all really young, so they're all going to learn from this experience, and I can't wait to see what they get into for even for those single fin contests and all those things.
Commiserations to Alex Heek for Germany. He's flown the flag with pride for his nation. He is eliminated in 4th position, but congratulations to this man on your screen, representing the Caribbean, representing the Dominican Republic, all the way from that fantastic north coast community there. Eduard Santana, he's going to be feeling absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, and he just showing all the emotion on his face. He just had to jump in that water, get that heat washed off, and he's feeling really good.
Short break. We got USA, Sweden, Costa Rica, and Chinese Taipei coming up after this layback drop wallet from our Dominican Republic surfer who's just secured his spot into Repechage Round 3.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
I love that Better World Through Surfing commercial to celebrate the incredible work of the International Surfing Association. And big shout out to all my African surf friends. I like seeing my good mate Sherry Fall in that, one of Senegal's best shortboarders. And this is the rainbow spectrum of nations, the United Nations of surfing. Of course, we've got 129 athletes, 39 countries represented, record-breaking participation of women, 61 women represented here. We've also got team officials, 56, and that makes, well over 160 attendees. As we can see, Costa Rican Dorian Torres deep on that section. He's surfing against Kevin Scavana for Team USA. Cheng-Chi Yuan, known as Lucas Yuan from Chinese Taipei, and Luve Bergen representing Sweden, based in Norway. 17 minutes remaining. It continues to be those 20-minute heats. Kevin Scavana kicks out of that one. He'll get a small score. Luve from Sweden, he's got a 2.83. Our surfer in blue. He said to me yesterday these were some of the biggest waves he's surfed in his whole life, and here he is up and riding again, still in the competition.
Beautiful read on that. He definitely had that little fade, and he knew he wanted to do that because he was sitting a little wide. So he's just working his way in, trying to find that double up. Good little stall, gets to the nose, quick little 5, beautiful rounding cutback, back into the whitewash here, just slowly making his way down the face. As you can tell, it's kind of teepee-ish, so he's not going to get a face, and I think he's going to, kick out of this one and paddle right back out.
Like that last turn, though, nice leverage. Tall surfers like Taylor Jensen is a great example, the way they're able to really kind of lever their body through the turns. As we go back to some live action with Chase Leader, Kaylin Mickelson, Rachel Tilley, they're going to be following Team USA. We've got Kevin Scavana on his new Capistrano model, shaped by Steve Bainey from Infinity Surfboards, but it looks like Dorian Torres is up and riding there. So, Megs, what's your feeling about that? Do you think that both surfers felt like they had priority?
That is a very good question. I think that because Kevin thought he was sitting farther up the peak and on the point, he thought he had priority, but it seems that Dorian had priority over Kevin.
Big moment. A little bit like we saw with Caitlin Mickelson and Honolulu Bloomfield yesterday. So you could sense with the confidence with which Dorian was riding that wave that he felt like he had right of way. So it remains to be seen. We'll get some information for you very soon. But right now it's Lucas Yuen on his Ian Zamora surfboards, shaped in California, walking up to the nose into a beautiful drop knee turn, setting a nice crisp high line and locking that trim speed, and then going back into a rail turn as he really climbs and drops and weaves and gets another touch of the 5, back to the tail, into another dynamic carving drop knee turn, and he's looking really spicy on this board, Megs.
Yeah, he looks absolutely beautiful on this wave. He rid it just from top to bottom, really looking at what the wave was going to offer him, and that face actually stood up for him very beautifully.
That was a great bit of surfing from Lucas. Works as a school teacher in Chinese Taipei, up and riding right now. Louvet straight into the tip, stretches out for the 5, pulls up for the 10, walks back, tall, and then gets nice and low, grabs that rail, stands up high. He's going to drop down into this section. This is a tall guy. He's taller than me. I'm 6'2", so if that's over his head at the bottom of the wave, you know, we're talking 8-foot faces on the biggest waves today.
Oh, yeah.
But that's like 1 foot Hawaiian.
Yeah, to me, that's my bread and butter. That's the kind of size I like. Even like the 4 to 6 foot range, you know, 8 to 12 foot faces. Those are the ones that I love to just get my stomach to drop like I'm on a roller coaster.
And you ride those waves brilliantly. And someone who's just ridden their way through to the next round, it's our Uruguayan Ignacio Nacho Piñatero with Benway.
Thank you guys so much. Winner of the Rep 2 Heat number 2, representing Uruguay, Ignacio Nacho Piñatero. Congratulations, felicidades.
Thank you, my friend. It's good to see you here.
Yeah, thank you, man. So, along with a few other big names, we're really surprised to see you in the rep round. But today, with the conditions, it seemed you displayed the surfing that we love of Nacho today. And how did you feel?
Actually, I felt good. As you mentioned, I think I got a bit early than I expected to the rep charge, but I got a pretty tough heat in round 2 with Edward and Kenny. I made some big mistakes that I shouldn't have, but it is how it is. Long way or short way.
You spent some time here. You know that you don't get Sunzal with 3 other people in the water, so it's kind of a benefit.
Yeah, actually, we're talking about that afternoon gets a little bit boring. I mean, it's nice to see the sets coming and people surfing, but you want to surf. So, I mean, of course, I would love to make it through the main round, but rep charge is a way to surf with no one out, so shaka.
And usually Surf City treats you well. You spend some time here. What are some of your favorite things about coming to El Salvador?
Actually, of course, surfing is like the main reason of coming here. Yes, actually, surfing. It's a surf destination.
Have you ever seen this place flat?
No, we're talking about that as well. It's never flat, always pumping. Actually, it's been really pumping every day, so it's good. It's good to have a contest with a lot of waves, and if you win surfing. If you lose, basically you lose surfing. There's no such a big frustration as surfing with no waves, or like with the feeling of wanting to display more surfing, so it's a good thing.
So in the Repercharge round, you've won a bunch of private heats out there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's keep,
Thanks, Nacho. Congratulations. Si quieres decir algo en español a toda la gente de Uruguay.
Nunca favorito, siempre de atrás.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys. Thank you.
Brilliant, good energy. Nacho, relaxed, happy to be here, present, recognizing that the more heats he gets through, the more chance he has to surf empty Elson's out.
Yeah, and I think all the surfers are going to be stoked on that, regardless if they're in the Repercharge or in the main round. They get to surf with 3 other surfers at this right point break. This is an absolute dream.
And how about this score, Megs, for our surfer Lucas Yuen, a 7.17. So if he can now just back that up with something solid, he's going to be difficult to beat. Kevin Scavana, I'm not seeing any interference call against him, so I would imagine he had second priority and Dorian Torres had first priority, and he didn't interfere with Dorian's ride. So the judges just let that go and scored Dorian's ride, and Dorian gets a 5.67.
Yeah, I think it was because it didn't hinder his ride at all. He was very much all the way on the pocket. So he stayed far away, and he knew. He jumped off immediately and tried to regain priority, which he has done.
Up and riding, Louvet straight to the tip there, locks in that 5, and great technique to drop back down into that wave using the nose ride. Runs a lot of great longboard events around Scandinavia, has put together 15 different longboard contests across Sweden and Norway. He's based in Norway, but he's been traveling in the tropics this season. He's been spending time out in Sri Lanka, and he's been here for a while in El Salvador, as we see Kevin Skavana really kicking off his campaign straight to the tip on his Infinity surfboards, locked into a critical nose ride, and then walks out and widens his stance there, just dropping back down to the bottom and then walking with 6 steps back up for a really critical nose ride. Megs, that was one of those nose rides that looked so difficult to hang on to, and you could see the bounce in the face, and that's why he fell.
Yeah, there was a lot of chop in that wave, and for him to navigate that was very much impressive. And I think it has a lot to do with really understanding you really need strong legs to get through those chops.
And of course, Kevin Skavana, not only reigning USA longboard champion, reigning USA kneeboard champion, and he will be representing USA at the World Kneeboard Championships this August at Jeffreys Bay in South Africa.
Wow, I had no idea that he was doing that. What a great accolade to add to his belt of things that he's already done.
It's pretty cool, that is. So he's paddling out, waiting for that score to drop. He's got a 4.93. So let's talk about the situations, Megs. What's going to be going through the heads of these surfers, because none of them want to be eliminated?
No, not at all. And I think for Kevin, he has, I believe he'll get 3rd or 4th priority, so he doesn't need to stay on the outside. He's already dealt with someone that wants to have that defense game on him, so he's going to try and stay away. As far as I know, I think he would want to try and stay away from the other surfers and just get a good solid score in.
So out there in the lead, Lucas Yuen for Chinese Taipei with a 7.17 and a 0.67 that he'll want to replace. He's in 2nd priority. 1st priority is our surfer in 3rd, Dorian Torres, carrying a 5.67 and a 0.63. Kevin Skavana carrying a 4.93, recognizing that there could be some scoring potential on the inside. Fades in, sets himself up, 2 steps, walks out, kicks out. He was just staying busy, looking if he can get a decent backup score, because he's only chasing a low score to shift up into 2nd.
Exactly, and that's what you want to do when you don't have that 1 and 2 priority, is you kind of want to stay busy on the inside, because there is that chance for that scoring potential on those mid to smaller waves, and he's going to want that because his backup score is only a 0.5, so he's going to want to even get bigger than his first score, 4.93, and he can definitely do that with these sets coming in.
So Lucas situated to the left of the screen there. Dorian Torres in 1st priority is the deepest. So as this set comes through, Dorian, the Costa Rican, will have priority over Lucas, and it looks like Dorian's up and riding. High line up the front of the board already. 4 steps into a nice nose ride. Good footwork, clean, accelerating out of that nose ride, trimming, down carving, and then coming off the middle of the wave, and he's just got to navigate some foam here, but he's got clean face ahead, really nice snappy drop knee turn. So he's got to keep his composure, because he's already done a lot of great damage in the critical section outside, as we see Lucas Yuen up and riding out back on his Ian Zamora built board, while Dorian Torres, Mr. Pura Vida himself, sets himself up for this inside clean wall with a step up to the tip, walks out of that quick touch of the 5, walks back to the tail, into a cutback, bounces through this with control, and then back up for another nose ride, locks on that 5, walks out, and he's still going strong as the Papusa section is going to really start to clamp down here, Megs.
Oh, wow. That was... I swear that inside section is going to swallow someone.
Well, Lucas sensibly is going to get the edge on the paddle battle here, so that's going to favor him. We obviously didn't see all of Lucas's ride, so that's going to be interesting to see what the difference between those rides has been. But strong surfing from both surfers there, and it's really going to put a lot of pressure on Kevin Skavana and Luve Bergen.
Yeah, but don't count him out. I mean, Kevin loves that pressure, so even I've seen him win heats from going from 4th to 1st within 30 seconds. So, I mean, he's got work to do, but don't count him out.
Wow, Dorian Torres out there now in 1st position, having dropped to 5.83. I really like the way he surfed that wave. I thought the degree of difficulty, the pocket work, it was kind of really high risk, but in control, and he did a lot of that work out back.
Yeah, and that's with him understanding his dimensions of his board. He really wasn't very far back on his board, so it gave him a lot of center of gravity with the board. He was turning more on the middle of the board so that he wasn't just bumping and flying all over the place.
And there's the score for Lucas Yuan for Chinese Taipei, riding his Ian Zamora surfboards. He's got a 5.03, so he's now up in first. Dorian Torres in second, needing a 6.38 to move back to first. Luve Bergen in third and in first priority in blue for Sweden. He needs a 7.57 to get up to second and not get eliminated. Kevin Skavana needs a 6.57 to get up into second. Live action, as we can see, our surfer from Sweden, Luve, up and riding straight to a 5. Behind the section here, he's going to have to hang on tight. A lot of foam to deal with, recognizing he's not going to be able to make it around that one. So he will leave Kevin Skavana out there chasing an attainable score with 4 minutes 40 seconds left, Megs.
Yeah, and just like how we called it, the boys are going to start pushing each other deeper in, and it's going to be harder to make those waves. So they really have to find their landmark and really stick to it. Of course, in the lineup, it gets a little bit more difficult as the pressure is on, but really sticking to that landmark.
And there's going to be nervous moments for Team USA, because if they lose one of their big guns, you know, the only other team to have taken Team Gold off France in the last 4 ISA World Longboard Championship has been Team USA in 2018, when Tori Gilkison won the women's and USA won Team Gold. So if they lose Kevin Skavana early, it's really going to affect their chances of winning Team Gold again.
Yeah, and especially with 4 minutes left, he's just looking outside, and he knows he can attain that score. He's, as you can tell, he's really looking outside, standing up on that board. A lot of the time, surfers will do that just to see if they can see a lump on the horizon.
And what a big result this would be for both Lucas Yuan for Chinese Taipei and Dorian Torres, Mr. Pura Vida himself for Costa Rica. Didn't really demonstrate that in his post-heat interview yesterday, but if you see him socially outside of the contest, he's a super friendly, cool guy, and he's great to hang out with.
Yeah, and I think it's the nerves of having a camera. It's such a big event. Everyone is you know, trying to represent their country. So it's he's a humble, sweet guy, and always full of life, just like you said.
And been getting some coaching from the Waxhead Machinowski there. So you almost were about to say he reminds me of the Waxhead the way he's surfing. And then I'll let you know that little bit of information. And sure enough, it's coming to fruition, because he's looking good and he's up and riding right now. Quick to the tip, holds that 5, nice lock, could get a chance for a 10 here if he stays true to that 5. Unable to lock into the 10, but stays on a nice 5. And look at this spray thrown off that rail turn. It's a smaller wave, but he's really lively off tail, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful turns. I mean, that's the most lively turns I think we might have seen. And he's really really understanding that he needs to react to the wave. He's not trying to overpower it, overdo it. As you see, he comes from a high line and just stops in the middle of that face of the wave to just come back up into the face.
Ooh, juicy in the producer section there, but he does the hair flick and he looks happy. He's safe. He's come through to the inside. 2 minutes remaining. Do you think he's going to go out for more, or do you think he's finished for this
I
heat?
think he's going to want to maybe just get out of this pupusa section here and kind of watch his competitors and see where they're sitting. You know, I think he's still not safe. We got 2 minutes left. We got 3 surfers out there, and with Kevin Skavana in 4th place, needing a 6.57. I mean, if the wave comes, he's going to make it. He might make it happen.
This is massive, Megs, because like you say, he's in first priority and he's chasing an attainable score. So Kevin Skavana for Team USA needs a 6.57. That could change if we get a stronger score for Dorian Torres, but Dorian's last wave comes in at a 4.33, so it doesn't change the requirements. Luve Bergen for Team Sweden in blue, still needing a 7.57. Kevin Skavana for Team USA in red, still needing a 6.57, and sitting out there in second priority and the lead of this heat with just 1 minute 10 seconds remaining, it's Lucas Yuan for Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, amazing surfers. And I think Kevin is really far out there. I think he's really waiting for one of those bomb sets, because he's not only surfing to get that 6.57. He doesn't want to skim by. He absolutely wants to get an 8, a 9. So that's why he's all the way out there.
So, wow, what a big situation. You can see Lucas there. So for surf fans tuning in back home, what is Lucas asking for with that hand gesture?
He's asking for time. He's probably asking for priority. He's just asking for that update. What's the update on scores? What's the update on priority? And what's the update on and time?
And it's important to recognize for all of you surf fans tuning in who are not used to being at competitions that this broadcast is being fed for you to really enjoy the show, but there's a beach announcer whose specific role is to communicate to the surfers. You can't hear the beach announcer in this broadcast, so they're there to communicate with the surfers' scores, requirements, and the surfers can also look back to see time and visually who's in priority. As we see Luve, stylish, what a cool longboarder Luve. He's going to be proud to represent Scandinavia here as he goes into a cross-step turn, little soul arch, nice tool stance, smooth, cool longboarding from Luve there with a 3.93 and a 2.83. This event is going to give him a lot of passion to continue to fly the flag for Scandinavian longboarding back home.
Yeah, so amazing. And getting to be able to be here in El Salvador without a wetsuit is probably just the joy of his dreams.
And there it is, Megs. It's not enough time. Kevin Skavana has not got the chance to go for that 5.67. You can see the deflation there with the Team USA. That's really going to threaten their hopes of winning Team Gold. Kevin Skavana for USA eliminated. Luve Bergen for Sweden eliminated, but he can be proud of the way he surfed. He would be super stoked to have got through rounds here. But Dorian Torres takes second for Costa Rica, and Lucas Yuen for Chinese Taipei on his beautiful new Ian Zamora surfboard, absolutely on fire with a 717 and a 503. That is a really big result for Lucas.
Yeah, and he's going to be riding that, and it's so exciting to see him. And I had a chance to chat with him in the water, and he was saying he was a little nervous on the size of the waves because being from, Chinese Taipei, he didn't have a lot of big waves that he could practice on, so he was really excited to get here early and practice.
Well, congratulations for that great performance, Luve. Commiserations, Kevin Skavana, USA, a big name, goes down, but we got more action coming up. Spain, Wales, Panama, Nicaragua, all represented here as we continue day 3 live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the live action from El Salvador, a country with a rich Maya legacy. So many incredible archaeological parks and sites across this land filled with volcanoes and right-hand point breaks. Do some research on El Salvador. It really is a beautiful place to visit, and all of these surfers have been enjoying traveling and competing here as we see Spain, Wales, Panama, Nicaragua. Jon Garmendia for Spain, Tito Cesar for Nicaragua, Tom Fisher for Wales up and riding, and Augustine Cardenio Vargas for Panama. But it's our Welsh surfer carving back on his Johnny Purton built board, runs a fantastic coffee shop and surf shop in Port Einan, the coffee house, and he puts that JP on rail as he goes back up for another section. Carving, smooth, controlled surfing from Tom Fisher, representing Wales, having just seen his teammate Evan Rogers progress through to repechage round 2, as well as Tom locks into a nice 5 on the inside, walks out of that nose ride and down carves through towards the shore break as he eyes up a second section again to get a touch of the 5, walks cleanly out of that nose ride and one more touch of the 5. Tom Fisher on fire. He's going to get a big score, and he's got a strong start as we see Red answering back from Spain. Yun straight up to the front of the board there, walks back to the tail. Yun Garmendia from Zarauts in North Spain with a beautiful top turn there, but some foam to deal with on his Poliola blank board there. He's a surfboard shaper, also shapes boards for Carlota Urigui, one of the Spanish women who will be coming up in a heat later on this afternoon, and he committed to everything there, but the bumps and the bounce just not letting him go through, Megs.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that because if he was any more towards the shoulder, he might have been able to perform a really good wave.
And here's Augustine there, a foamy section, but he's navigating it with style. To me, this guy, I often kept seeing him free surfing thinking it was Piccolo Clemente. Body language, physique, style, similar. That wave, not a great representation of the comparison to Piccolo, but you can sense that there's a similar approach as we see Tito Cesar there up and riding. He's attacking this wall here as that wind really starting to blow. Chops and bounce is going to be a big feature, Megs, now of the afternoon surfs.
Yeah, the surfers are really going to have to read the waves here and really take their time. They cannot, let alone it was really glassy this morning, and you could tell people were even breathing through that. So they're going to have to even take a slower breath and really realize what's happening on the wave.
Great start for Tom Fisher. He also works as a screenwriter, and he's directed a fantastic film called The Long Walk Home that you can find online if you search for it. So he's going to be pleased to hear that opening score of a 4.0. Strong start for Tom because he got a wave early. That's definitely a feature of Tom surfing. I get to watch him compete in the UK, and he does like to have a quick start to a heat.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with that confidence booster of knowing that I can get this heat started. It almost puts pressure and this mental game for the other competitors to play this catch up, and a lot of surfers really like to do that.
And it's just a great way as well of just washing off the nerves. If you start strong, it's fantastic, because if you have that slow start and you haven't yet found out if you're going to find your feet clean on the wax, if everything's going to feel in sync, because we can see that 4-foot swell there with that light south-southeast wind, of course, that high water temperature. I mean, the water warmer than the air temperature. Very few places offer this where the water will be warmer than the air. And what is the technique for the competitors, knowing that hydration and energy levels can really be zapped by the fact that the water is so warm here?
I think they really have to take it slow. I mean, I surfed for 3 hours the other day, and that was what felt like a 6-hour session. So it feels like a lot of the times when you're out there, your time gets doubled because of the heat, because of the water temperature. This is the first time I've ever been somewhere where the water temperature is hotter than the air.
Yon Garmendia went wide for that set. He's sitting now there in first priority. There's a couple of big ones coming, so that was really interesting how both of these surfers in red and green, they have seen this big set, and their prediction is they need to be a little bit wider. So is it going to pay off? Because Yun has got first priority. He's opting to get nice and wide. He's made the right decision by the looks of it, because he would have been way too deep if he stayed to the right of your screen, and he's having a stroke into this. It's going to be a bumpy one to start with. He takes a high line. He's going to have to navigate some of this chop, but it cleans up beautifully. But here's the difficult section. There it was, the chop in the face. He's dealt with that well. Can he control this nose ride? He can. That was brilliantly done on a very challenging section. Not only unfortunately falls off, but he read that wave so well before it arrived, getting in position. He dealt with everything, and then he seemed to fall off at what looked to be the easy part of the ride.
Yeah, I think he was so focused on that hard part on the outside that he kind of just let himself go in that point. But you're right, he did learn from that first wave he got and really adjusted his footing to get through those chops.
Someone who's on fire. Big shout out to Lucas Yuan from Chinese Taipei. Took the heat win and is on the glass with Ben Wei.
Thank you so much, Sam Meggs, winner of Rep 2, Heat number 3, representing Chinese Taipei. Yuan Cheng-Chi, also known as Lucas, congratulations.
Thank you so much, man. It's so good to see you again here. It's been a year.
I love to see you too. So what I wanted to say, as everyone's always talked about your surfing. We always love your style. You haven't had the best results in the past. This time, you look like you've gotten even better. And I want to ask you, what has maybe changed in you, or what have you learned over this last year that we haven't seen you?
Well, for the past year, I have been joining a lot of WSL Asian series, and I always learn from losing, and I'm stay focused. And actually, after losing from the WSL, every day I tend to wake up earlier than before. So every day an hour earlier, no matter the waves are big or small, I always go for a surf.
And very interesting, I see on some new equipment made by my buddy from Oceanside, Ian Zamora. The board looks beautiful. Your surfing's great on it. I heard that he sent it here. You've only been on it for 2 days, and you're out there risking your competition on his equipment.
Well, I wouldn't say risking it, because the first time I tried Ian's board was on last surfing competition in La Union. And the first time I tried, I told Ian, I'm like, I love your board, and the board feels amazing, and I will be stoked to be a rider, and I'm very honored to ride for him. And I'm very thankful for Colin for bringing this board just 2 days early before the comp. But like I said, the board is magic, although it's been 2 days, but I'm really used to surfing Ian Zamora's board, so yeah.
I've known him for making beautiful shapes of all sorts. His longboards are amazing. The other thing is, in where you live, you don't have a big chance to really surf big waves. You were able to get here early, practice at Sinzal. Did you kind of try to do the different tides, mornings, afternoons, wind, try and get to really know this wave, and what helped your relationship with El Sinzal this time?
Yeah, with our Chinese Surfing Association, the CTSA, this time they have assigned our coach, Keenan. He has been working with us online, and we have been surf practicing 2 sessions a day, no matter the waves are big or small, even in a windy condition. So I always put myself out there. And actually in Taiwan, to practice this kind of wave, I have been, not wearing any leash, to get myself into this position and mindset, be focusing and get used to it.
Amazing job. Finally, a message in Chinese to everyone who's supporting you and all of your students, everybody else.
Awesome. 非常感谢就在台湾观看我们比赛的朋友们。我知道现在非常晚了，然后你们还就是熬夜帮我们加油比赛，我们会继续努力加油。那这边也非常感谢我的赞助商还有 CTSA， 可以帮助我们让这场赛事进行得很顺利。感谢大家。那非常谢谢 Biarbong Taiwan。
谢谢 Lucas。
谢谢你。
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
I can only add a Xian as well, because thank you, Lucas, not only for a brilliant performance, but just for a modest, admirable approach there, celebrating the work of Keenan Roxburgh as a coach, thanking Ian Zamora for the brilliant boards. Of course, Ian, the partner of Carla Rowland Zamora, who runs the Queen of the Point competitions. Carla, an absolute icon from Malibu. And Ian must be so proud to see Lucas ripping on his boards.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucas's approach to everything, saying that he was training not wearing a leash to get himself better so that he could stay more focused. That is a really good tactic in his book.
Here we go, live action. Tom Fisher with a 4, looking to back up that score. It's Jon Garmendia from Zarautz in North Spain with a 4.10 and a 2.27, but waiting for a score to come through. Might well be his strongest score of the campaign. My instinct says, watching that whilst the interview was going on, that it will replace that 2.27, so it could really solidify his position here in the lead of this heat. Tito Cesar from Nicaragua, he's carrying a 2.63 and a 2.53, so a lot of opportunities for Panama and Wales here, because Augustin is just chasing a low score of a 1.39, and Tom Fisher for Wales is just chasing a score of a 1.16.
Yeah, and he's only caught 1 wave, so he knows if he just catches another wave for that backup score, he can very well boost himself up into second.
Brilliant surfing there from Lucas, looking back to beat a big name like Kevin Skavana, and that's probably one of the shocks of the event so far, to see Kevin Skavana going out this early, Megs.
Yeah, it's such a bummer. I think that mental game and getting that priority when he had to kick out, I think that really got him out of position and kind of messed with his head almost, and that's why it's important to almost try and get that campaign starting early.
In third priority, none of the surfers wanted this. Tom Fisher up and riding. He's got a high line, riding the Johnny Purton built surfboards. JP, a legend of Welsh surfing and shaping, has had a lot of famous Welsh surfers riding his boards. Wales, a hotbed of fantastic surfers, not only great longboarders like Chris Guts-Griffiths and PJ Pete Jones, but also so many great shortboarders. Nathan Phillips, Mark Vaughan, Greg Owen, so many legends. The list goes on. I mean, that's just scratching the surface. Wales is really, a heartland of surf culture, and someone I must give a shout out to is reigning ISA World Parasurfing Champion Llewellyn Sponge Williams, who's from Abersoch in North Wales. And if he's tuning in, big shout out to you, Sponge. Great to see Tom Fisher doing well here. Gets a 2.8. He goes into second. But what about Augustine for Panama? Speeding through this section there. A lot of difficult chop to navigate. There's almost 3 sections to the face of the wave, Megs, at the moment.
Yeah, and that's due to that tide coming in and that wind kind of, it seems to be coming onshore and then a little bit backs off. It lets it get this nice glassy face.
How similar is Augustine's style to Piccolo Clemente?
It's insane. I honestly thought I had to keep looking at the screen to be like, wait, green is Augustine. It's not Piccolo.
Back up on the tip, looking to drop that 1.07. This is going to be a really good score. Kicks out cleanly. 6 minutes remaining, so situations might change. Tom Fisher did move up into second with that 2.80, but he'll really need a strong backup score to add to his 4. Jon Garmendia, he's got a 6.17 to add to that 4.10. We did feel as if it was going to go pretty big. You could see it was happening whilst Lucas was doing that post-heat interview. It was a big wave, well surfed, and puts him in a pretty commanding position out front.
Yeah, I think even though he has second priority with 5 minutes left, he's going to want to keep everyone at bay. He's going to want to almost maybe even sell people on some pretty bad waves just to keep him in place. And that's the beauty of this competitive surfing, is that there is that chance to play that offense and defense.
5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. First priority sitting with Tito Cesar. He needs a 4.17 to move up into second. He's up and riding, walking back to the tail. Board on rail, and you can just see how there's lots of sucky sections to deal with. There are clean faces, but it's almost as if you've got 2, sometimes 3 ridges to navigate on the wave, which is not easy to do on a board longer than 9 feet.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. We didn't see too much of that yesterday. There was almost like a 2 double up face kind of thing, and now it's 3, and that's due to all the sand washing out. It's creating these little pockets that go deep and shallow, and that's why it's getting a little trickier to navigate on the inside.
And we got a fairly strong sea breeze blowing as well, with 4 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Jon Garmendia out there in the lead for Spain, a 6.17 and a 4.10. Tom Fisher hanging on in second, but we're waiting for scores to come in, and it does, Megs. As you said, it was a strong bit of surfing for our Panamanian Augustine. He's moved up into second position with a 5.33 and a 3.77. Now Tom Fisher, sitting in second priority, is chasing a 5.11, and our surfer from Nicaragua, Tito Cesar, he's chasing a 6.47. He's up and riding a foamy wall. It's not going to cooperate. He's going to have to paddle back out to the peak and look for something with more scoring potential to get that 6.47.
Yeah, he's definitely he might be a little too deep. As you see, he's kind of paddling towards that channel just to get a little wider, because he is realizing that every wave that has come to him, he has been behind the pocket, and that's not what you want, because then you end up chasing the wave, and that's not going to give you any scoring potential.
Right hand points will be no stranger to Jon Garmendia. Zeraut has a fantastic right hander there, and of course they're not very far from the iconic left hander of Mundaka, which is known as a spectacular shortboard wave, but you catch Mundaka on a small day, it can be a really, really good longboard wave. But that Basque region of northern Spain, again, a heartland of surf culture. And what's so special here is the way all of these representatives of their nations, they bring their own flavor of surf culture to the ISA World Longboard Championship.
Yeah, it's really amazing, and I think that's what unifies all of us is the ocean, right? There's no judgment. It doesn't matter, like as we heard in the commercial, it doesn't matter what race you are, what gender you are at the mercy of the ocean. So I think that's why surfing is so beautiful. You just get out there and you become human.
That was a good shot there of the Nicaraguan flags. Very easy to mix up the El Salvadorian and the Nicaraguan flag, you know. And you know, you do get out your tablet, your phone, have a little Google, look at the difference between Nicaragua's flag, El Salvador's flag. They're different, but you can easily mix them up.
Yeah, I have for sure. Walking on the beach, I'm like, wait a minute, I thought Nicaragua was out there, but no, wait, that's El Salvador. Wait, yeah. So
I and for a geographer, you know, I mixed them. I was disappointed in myself. I mixed them up earlier. You know, I got some good intel on the El Salvadorian flag and the symbolism of the piece of the white and the sky and the ocean of the blue. As we can see, Tom Fisher there thinking that he had right of way. Yun Garmendia up and riding. He's got a 617 and a 410. He's jamming that board on rail. He's got to deal with all of these corduroy ridges in the face. This is a steep section, high degree of difficulty, risk onto the nose. That wave just sucking up there and cleaning up, and he's navigating that with style into a nice bottom turn, touching that face as he sets up the bottom turn and locks in a touch of the 5, and then goes into a big powerful down carve. Good powerful carving rail work from Yun Garmendia, the shaper, the Spaniard, the heat leader, finishing in style with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining.
yeah, and as we saw, Tom Fisher frustrated because Jan Garmendia really played that defense again, and a good ride for him. I think it might go up there into his second score.
So he's running in, he's recognizing that 50 seconds remaining. There's no opportunity to get that backup wave, as we can see that high tide just washing right up there as Tom Fisher answers back, chasing a 5-1-1, sets himself up on his Johnny Purton board. There's the 5. It's a really nice clean section. He's got to keep control, but he's also got to put risk into this ride to get that 5, weaving back and forth again, putting that board on rail, gets that high line. Big shout out to Chris Griffiths if you're tuning in. Of course, Chris represented Wales throughout longboard surfing for a great deal, a multiple European champion. Now Tom Fisher coming off the bottom, stalls it, hooks it back. Can he get another opportunity for a nose ride as he comes through to the Pupusa section and uses that cross step turn and chases a 5-1-1?
That's going to be difficult. I mean, on the outside, it started to pick up really fast, and he didn't really get to that nose, and that's what the judges want to see.
And this is Augustine looking to drop a 377 meg. So remember, he's already got a 533. So if he improves his backup score of a 377, that will increase the requirement for Tom, who already needs a 511, but it could well be higher with this score for green for Panama.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see this exchange and what happens, but so unfortunate for Tom Fisher. He was so close. He had that wave, but unfortunately that wave didn't allow him to get to that nose, and it's such a bummer.
So Tito Cesar for Nicaragua, his last score comes in. It's not enough, so he's going to be eliminated. We can just see teammate Evan Rogers for Wales just putting his arm around, giving a thumbs up, a high five, a congratulations for the energy Tom has put in. It's a 3.8 megs. It's not enough. So Tom Fisher for Wales eliminated. Tito Cesar for Nicaragua eliminated. But congratulations, Augustine Vargas for Panama. He looks to be at least in second. He needs a 6.44 to go to first. Yun Garmendia for Spain looks to have secured the win. It's certainly going to be Spain and Panama in 1 and 2.
Yeah, and congratulations to them, even to Tom Fisher and Tito, representing your countries here in El Salvador. It's a great achievement.
Wow, we've got some big heats coming up. We've got Denmark, we've got El Salvador, we've got Colombia, we've got Ecuador. Fantastic mix of surfers. The locals will be coming down to the sand to cheer for Henry Salinas from El Salvador, who works as a surf instructor here, and Augustine from Panama. It's not enough to go first. He finishes second. Spain first, Panama second. Congratulations to those two nations. Commiserations, Wales and Nicaragua. Stay with us. We've got Wingnut and Shannon coming back into the booth to continue to call the action as we move through day 3.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Up and riding is Henry Salinas out of El Salvador, a local competitor from this area. And that wave knowledge coming into play as he links in that little double up right on the inside. Perfect positioning on this wave, just slow and smooth as he's looking for that next section up in front of him. These little corners are turning up really nicely. It's kind of a nice angle for a moment just for us to see that drone view from sort of behind
I
the
prefer
wave.
that one. I actually prefer the drone from behind because you can kind of see what the surfer is anticipating, what he has to look at.
Exactly. We could then see the shape of the wave of what Henry had in front of him as he goes in for a committed finish.
And here's my question. Would Henry be surfing on an afternoon where the wind had turned a little onshore?
Oh, I mean, living in a place like this, getting to surf it this often, likely not.
I've heard from so many people that come and visit that as soon as the wind goes a little suspect, the locals go in. So I don't mind a little chop on the wave. All right, here we have our next competitor in this heat.
Nicholas up and riding, representing Colombia. We saw some incredible performances from the women in his team earlier today, and now he's looking to also try and keep himself moving on in the draw. Bit bumpy on this wave, didn't quite have that control even from the start.
Right, but at least he came out without going too far in. He'll get out back to the lineup a little sooner, probably stay ahead of Henry in the priority situation.
It's such a good point that you bring up there, Wingnut, because getting out early means that you have the time to sneak back into priority quickly, and you can kind of go, all right, that was a waste of maybe 1-2 minutes. It's not a waste of 6 or 7. With the time it takes to surf that wave and the time to paddle back out, if you're unable to capitalize, and Auntie Megs has been saying it all week in the booth with Sam, if you can't capitalize on those first couple sections, get a nose ride, get a turn, get a nose ride, you should be kicking out of that wave and looking for another opportunity.
It'll be interesting to see as we go on here in the afternoon with the wind turning a little bit more onshore and some bump coming in through the Papusa section. Will surfers, it's my first chance to use it. I've really wanted to use it.
Well done. I've been waiting for that one.
I felt so jealous of Sam
I
and
keep
Megs.
forgetting, but these two are saying it all the time.
I know. So it's like my first chance. Thank you.
Plus, we got to eat one today.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
was
my
delicious.
first pupusa of the trip, and I think that's what I have to focus on for the rest of the trip is the pupusa challenge throughout El Tonco.
How many per day?
Yeah. Well, just sampling different styles, different fillings. We have the Pana food truck in Santa Cruz, so I'm going back to them as soon as I get home with a whole new appreciation for the pupusa.
So good. Well, talk us through this wave and what you liked about it from the outside section.
Not rushing it. I mean, the first thing right there is how calm he's staying and letting the wave develop in front of him. Gets a nice smooth face. Look how smooth that actually is for how much bump there is on the outside. Very patient, finding a beautiful cross step, get those toes wrapped over, and walked out of it really smooth and calmly as well. Let that wave set up. Look at he goes over that little lump, and the wave's going to clean up right in front of him. What a beautiful read. I mean, that feels like local knowledge being put in play exceptionally well. Finished that little nose ride right there. It was a tap, but it was a wrapped over toe tap in a very steep part of the wave. He's going to look at this inside closeout section. He's going to go for it, trying to hang on to that board as he does. Fantastic finish. I thought that was a really good use of a smaller wave. Great way to start your heat.
And a great way to show some different wave selection now that it's the higher tide, the shape of the wave has changed, which waves might have those double ups that will offer a steeper section, more actual scoring potential than those ones that are a little wider that miss that shallow bank and double up section and just stay really soft on the shoulder.
Because we saw what happened earlier in the last few heats. We saw Kevin Svarna get completely out of rhythm.
Yeah.
And got lost out the back looking for a better and better wave, as opposed to like, okay, at this point I need to pull the ripcord, put some points on the board. So I think Henry picked a wave that to me would not have looked outstanding to begin with. A little local knowledge skill there, and he made the most of it. I'm looking forward to seeing how that score comes in. But our Danish surfer, Alexandre, with a 5.83 for his wave. What a great way to start.
Yeah, great way. So red out in the lead, white now up and riding. He's already got a 4.33 on the board for Oswaldo. He took out that advancing position in his heat earlier today to be now competing in Rapid Charge round 2, setting himself up down the line. This wave is also standing up in front of him really well. Couple opportunities now. Cross steps forward, finds that hang 5 into this corner pocket. Drives back into the foam, setting himself up. You can see where his eyes are focused the entire time, just wanting to know what this wave's going to do in front of him. Staying really loose, really lively, just kind of reactive to what's happening. Sets himself up with a couple of cross steps here, really locked in over the nose, but unfortunately can't get the projection, so that will be an incomplete maneuver as the finish. You need to be able to walk back off the tail, kick out of that wave cleanly in order for that to count. Now that last heat was very exciting. We've had so many exciting heats throughout the day. And let's go down to the beach, catch up with Ben Way and the winner of another heat.
Thank you so much, Shannon. We're here with Spain's Jon Garmendia, winner of the round 2, heat number 4. Congratulations, felicidades.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, we were noticing the conditions, the winds on it, got a little bit of bounce now. You were hoping for those morning clean conditions, but it looked quite tricky. How was it for the timing the maneuvers?
Yeah, that hit was so tricky. This morning was epic. In the heat of Nico, the waves are pumping. So I was watching my watch, like hoping that the wind is not coming. But finally the condition changed. We have like so tricky condition and it's not easy to find the pocket to make the good movements, and the turns are like more difficult. But yeah, we made it. So I'm super happy with my job, yeah.
And we heard Sam mention earlier, you're your own shaper, you shape your own boards, Garmendia boards, and you've come with a new weapon this time, and it seems like you learned some things about the board from last time. You said you came here with a nose rider before. Yeah. This one looks beautiful, a little more of a speed shape. Tell us the difference in the feeling.
Yeah, I changed my board completely. I made some new longboards for my team, like Masha and Carlota also. Yeah, I changed the rails. It has a little bit of edge on the tail. The rails are like more pinched. The bottom is flatter than the other one, a little bit more of rocker in the nose. So yeah, it's a faster board. I can make bigger turns. I can push more in the turns, and also I can nose ride perfectly. So I'm super happy with the job.
Progressive elements, but it's still allowing you to fit that criteria with the traditional style and a beautiful flow. You said it's a prototype. You don't have a name for that model yet?
Not yet.
Let's come up with a name so they know what they want to order.
I don't know. You can say maybe a name. I need your suggestion.
We'll think about that one for the next interview. Also, you come from Spain, where traditionally the best waves are in cold water. How great is it to be in surf trunks here at this beautiful place in Surf City?
I mean, it's easier to come here and put the board short for surfing than go there and put the 4.3 wetsuit. But finally, we spend the year traveling and we come a lot to hot water places, so it's not very difficult to adapt. So we come here like 4 days before and we were surfing every day, so yeah, we feel comfortable.
My least favorite thing is surfing a longboard with booties on. It makes the style so bad. Do you ever use boots in Spain?
I don't like to use boots. I spent all the winter without boots. Maybe if I go to some point or with the shortboard, I use it because maybe it's like a slower point and you have to wait more. But I don't like to use both in the longboard.
Before I give you a message to everyone in your country, chipirones or pulpo afuera?
Chipirones en su tinta.
Perfect. Finally, some words in Spanish to everyone in Spain.
Yeah, gracias a todos por estar apoyando. Eskerrik asko, etxeko danai, Maor, Ester, familiai, lagunai, eta, bueno,
Burukan Seiko.
Eskerrik asko.
Eskerrik asko.
Agur. See you guys back in the booth.
Hey, Ben, I have a great suggestion for him. That should be called the El Sunzal. A perfect point break wave. Let's name him after. Harbor had the trestle special named after trestles. Let's call that one the Sunzal, and sign me up. I'll definitely get one of those if I'm coming to visit Spain. What a great shaper surfer to have in the ISA World Longboard Championships.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. There's so many stories like that we'll continue tapping into through this week, getting to know more of what these surfers are doing behind the scenes, because we've been talking a little bit about it. So many of these surfers are not able to surf entirely professionally alone as their career. They're doing other jobs. They're still either working on their education, they've got a college degree, they've got a doctorate, they're doing some kind of work in whatever field that they're specialized in, and they're using that paycheck to get themselves here on the ground.
And one of the hardest ways to work as a surfer is to be a shaper. And my number one advice to people is please don't get involved in shaping, because it is so much work. So many people in the general public and even the general surfing community do not realize how hard shapers work and how little they get paid for the effort they put into their boards. So I thought he did a fantastic job.
Straight into a game of Jenga.
Well, okay. Your heat turned out better than that.
Yeah, thankfully.
There is Sam challenging him to Jenga right away. Great. His heart rate hasn't even settled down. That's not even fair at all to make him do that at this point. All right, Shannon, I want to talk about that first score that dropped for Henry Salinas. I think he got underscored. I know it wasn't the biggest wave that we've seen, but it was so technical, surfed so well, I thought he deserved more than that 3.17.
I agree. So that score came through as a 3.17. He's bettered the situation with his second being a 5. But that 3.17, it had really critical nature to it. There was plenty of pocket opportunities for him, and he surfed really well with critical maneuvers in those sections.
I mean, I see it was so early in the heat, it didn't look that great from the start, but when we were able to look at that replay, I thought he surfed it so well, so many technical, critical things, and, you know, that's on me. I really, really liked that wave, and I just want to go on record and saying how much I liked that wave.
It was really great. It was a fun way to start things off. It got us both kind of engaged with the heat straight off the bat, which is what, you know, as an audience, as audience members, that's what surfers want to spark within those of us that are watching, right? They want to be able to be that artist on the canvas, paint that picture, and they want it to inspire those that are watching. And that's exactly what happened for us on that wave.
And it's always interesting. You know, I get it when the judges don't like something that I did, but as long as I liked something that I did,
You're okay with it.
I can kind of brush that off.
Well, at the moment, we've got Alexander sitting with a leading position. He'll be liking what he's done so far. The 5.83 that he has as his high score is also the highest of the entire heat. Backed it up with a 4.23 as his second score. Oswaldo out of Ecuador sitting with a second place finish at the moment, a couple of 4s on the board. Would need something in the mid-range 5s to take him into the lead. Henry from El Salvador sitting with that 3.17 and that 5. He had one more opportunity. He's the only surfer with 3 waves on the board, but just a quick kick out on that one. And then Nicholas for Colombia with 2 small scores, less than a 2-point ride. So he's going to need to get busy. He is now with first priority scratching and paddling himself into position on this wave. At the moment, his requirement is big. It's a 7.40 to get himself into an advancing position. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated as Nicholas starts out with that opening nose ride, just kind of finds that speed line high and in the pocket, comes around, starts to shave it off and slow himself down through this sort of dead section of the wave with the high tide. Comes into this little double up here and quick steps up to the nose ride, throws in that cross step cutback, adds a bit of variety for the judges panel. His board is so flat. It's so wide. In comparison to what we're seeing from a lot of other surfers, I mean, how wide do you think the nose of his board is?
Oh, that's looking in the 19 to 20 inch range for sure. As we see Henry Salinas whip around on another one.
Here we go. With less than 5 minutes on the clock, he's chasing a 3.9 to take himself into an advancing position. So beautifully poised on this wave. Just, I mean, excellent body positioning. The way that he's using those ankles, those toes, those knees to just put that board and flick it around underneath him into position. Cross steps up to a hang 5. Steady and slow off of the nose as he's continuing to eye down the line. You can tell for him that he surfs a lot of this wave by feeling more than even necessarily needing to look behind him to see, how to put that board in the pocket. He's able to do it just by knowing what that board is feeling like.
That was a really nice observation because he stayed in the pocket the entire time effortlessly. I know I can say that word, but he was just always there. He never outrun it. He stayed in that energy. And it's a little bit of, as you were saying, that high tide creating this double up. So it creates all these lovely bowl sections. As windy and lumpy as the outside looks, that double up is giving it these really beautiful nose ride sections.
ISA President Fernando Aguirre always sharing his heart at the beginning of an event, any one of the ones that are, coming up in the ISA calendars. Of course, for this year, the focus is getting longboarding to hopefully become part of the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles, which would be incredible. The ISA has been working really hard behind the scenes to try and get that across the line, and we should find out sometime in 2025 whether or not these surfers in the next few years are going to be competing for an Olympic medal.
And everybody's excited about that potential, and it is the original discipline of surfing. So it will be fantastic if we can make it there.
A score still to drop for last of blue as we see white, Oswaldo, up and riding. He needs to improve on his fours in order to put more pressure onto Henry. Couple carves to start off with this wave, now having the opportunity to take a couple cross steps forward. Hasn't been able to find that opportunity for the nose ride, however. Drives down to the bottom of that wave. It's looking so much lumpier, so much bumpier than it was earlier today. Although it's still not like choppy necessarily on the face, it's more that there's so much water moving around that water has nowhere to go except create some bumps in the surface of the wave. So it still allows those surfers to kind of cut cleanly through those waves, as we can see that cross step up and back to the nose. So finally getting a couple taps to the nose quickly at the finish after that work off the tail at the start.
That nice wave from Henry comes in with enough points, enough value to move him into second place. You know what I'm seeing in this wave, Shannon? That the inside, the pupusa section, if I may again, is starting to feel like Makaha. It's got that
exactly
water coming back. It's creating, but there's all that power that's in those faces. I can't believe Henry's spinning around again.
I think he's got a little bit of that Grom froth going on.
There is only 2 minutes left. I get it.
He's at home. There's only 2 minutes left, so he's going to just swing to go for this one. He would have just hopefully heard that he's bumped himself up in that second place position, and requirements are in the 4 and 6 point range on third and fourth place. So a great bit of maneuvering here. Has to kind of do that little bump and hop to get himself down to the bottom of this wave on the finish. Now I do want to kind of ask your thoughts because we've still got a minute 30 seconds on the clock. We'll get back to that in a second because our heat leader, Alex, up and riding. He's been in the scene for a number of years, has been, competing through that European contingency in events like Board Masters that have really become standout events in the longboard community over a number of years. And now being able to really connect the dots here at ISA World Longboard Championships, putting together some beautiful maneuvers on this wave. Really liking what I'm seeing so far. He's looking to improve on a 5.83 and a 4.23. Goes in for that finish on the inside section. Does it with ease and finishes off well.
He really selected a wave that cleaned up in front of him, and I don't know whether that was experience, luck, or a combination thereof, but that was really, really nice. The question as we're waiting for that score from Oswaldo from Ecuador, will that come in to unseat our local Henry? That's the real question. I think Alexandre is clean as our heat winner. We have one more coming through from Oswaldo. Should Henry have gone out and pushed for a bigger wave to finish off?
And this is my concern, is the size of waves that he's selecting. Could he be sitting on a 6 and a 5.33 right now rather than those smaller scores? Oswaldo putting in a lot of work here on the inside as well, so he's going to have scores to come through. Did a fantastic job to have that ending opportunity for the Ecuadorian, and he's been surfing very well also. We've got some, questions now in the hands of the judges. Henry sitting in second at the moment, and Alex, he improved on his situation overall, a 6.2 for his last wave, highest wave of the heat. Well done, well deserved. Could Henry have put himself in a different position scores-wise? Of course, he's currently advancing, but that's a little questionable. Could he have done something different out there when it comes to wave selection, Wingnut?
That is going to haunt him if this turns out the wrong way.
Feels crazy to say because the waves he has had such good shape to them overall, but knowing that the judges have really been loving a wave with a little bit more size to it.
A little
What's
bit,
one to do?
a little bit farther out the back. And, you know, did he have a watch on? Did he really know that he had, was it 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 15 seconds? Could he have gotten out another 100 meters and improved his opportunity?
And his last wave, the one that he swung to go on with those 2 minutes, only a 2.93. So it didn't help his equation. And we know that in professional surfing and competitive surfing, whatever your 2 scores on the board, you need to be catching only a wave that will improve on those scores.
That, you know, that is an absolutely great competitive thought that everyone should remember. If it doesn't
I forget
look, it didn't even occur to me. It's so obvious.
It's very simple.
But it's very simple. If that's not going to, if you just need a wave to catch in because there's 10 seconds left, that's
cool.
fine.
Go, have
but
fun,
if
sir.
you've got a couple minutes left, you need to really be looking at something with the potential to get rid of your lowest score. And I think that was a tactical error. And fortunately, let's say, it did not cost Henry Salinas. He manages to maintain second place. Fantastic. Congratulations, Henry Salinas from El Salvador. I don't know if they've mentioned it on the beach yet, but he makes it into second place.
And it is just coming through from the panel. We do have all scores in for the last 2 waves of Oswaldo. Both of them nice scores, but not enough to replace his top 2 fours. And that means that Alex takes the win for Denmark, Henry for El Salvador through in that second place position, Oswaldo for Ecuador, and Nicholas for Colombia out in 3rd and 4th place. Well done to Henry on an impressive performance, as well as Alex really displaying some classic surfing. More action to come when we return right after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
We are back to celebrations on the shoreline for the local crew here from El Salvador, celebrating Henry taking out a big win or a big advancement at least. Feels like a win making it through in those top 2. Hey, you're into the next round. You're not eliminated from competition. Celebrate it as is deserved. As we take a look now at live action, Ben Howie from England up and riding, a surprising name to find in the rapid charge round at this stage of things, and now getting together his opening couple maneuvers, starting to build on that score line as he taps his way up to the nose, pedals back off, and looks at this next little double up curl in front of him. Nose rides through a challenging section right there, now drives really hard, maybe a little too hard. He's going to keep his balance on that one, surprisingly, and continue his way through onto the inside here. One more opportunity for a great nose ride, and he's going to be setting himself up for a solid start to this heat. I love that swooping bottom turn, carve up, and another little moment where those legs get jiggly. It's a long wave.
As you said, a surprise to see him in Repper Charge, but because I was watching him a lot on my warm-ups when I went out for a couple of free surfs, and I liked the lines he was drawing. I really liked what he was doing, and again, seeing it there as well. We're going to see Dong-Young get stuck right there, get eaten by one of those sections that Ben so deftly negotiated. And again, it's looking at that wave and the way they're going to be doubling up and those bowls coming and deciding, do you run in the top part of the bowl you're in, or do you go down and ride that secondary one, which might have more power and speed? So we're going to see where they pick. Let's say that there's almost 2 pockets on every wave when they've got those double up bowls running.
Yeah, that's true. It is like that. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, it's a fun challenge when you're dealing with a higher tide. Do you want to be up on this one or go down into that one, depending on how shallow it's getting in front of you? We'll see how this plays out.
And both of those have a little bit of risk to them because that top one could start shaping up really well. It could also go really soft and flat and you can't ride with it anymore. That bottom line could then stand up and be a perfect section, or it can dump straight in front of you.
It can get closed out because of the energy from the top one. So it'll be fun to see how that. I think the lower one is always going to be the more high value one.
As we take a look now at Nicolas Garcia going a little wild on that opening maneuver. He pulls it off though, and he's now looking to set himself up for that turn, back into the foam. Really bouncy here, challenging to keep balance, and he does well to do a little bit of the windmill with his arms.
I was going to say, it's a great opportunity to use the expression of rolling up the windows on both sides of the car. One of my favorites.
But he recovers so well in this inside section. I mean, this is kind of the pretty part of the wave in the afternoon. The outside section is lumpy, crazy, but has big scoring potential. This is where we get to see a lot of that great dynamic surfing. Are the surfers, do they have good, clean footwork?
Can you negotiate that outside section with enough composure? Maybe get, if you're lucky and there's a nice combination, get a nice nose ride or something big on the outside. But you just need to keep your act together till you run through the inside, where I think perhaps the higher scoring opportunity will be as the afternoon high tide continues to fill in.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge for this afternoon, which is a very different challenge to what each of these surfers who surfed their way through Repechage round 1 this morning. It was very different out there in conditions. Now, there are half the surfers in each heat today that came from yesterday's Repechage round, so they were then dropping down straight into Repechage round 2. They got to avoid Repechage round 3. They'll be out in the water for a first time, but for some of these surfers, we've already seen them out there this morning, and it's a pretty different playing field right now.
If you can think back to this morning where you see all the whitewater right now, were dry rocks. The entire cobblestone point was exposed. You could see every little barnacle on the rocks, all the shape of the whole reef, which I always think is a really great thing to go and look at when you can. If you can get kind of an elevated perch and look down at a reef at a super low or a minus tide, it kind of lets you, oh, that's why it breaks the way it does.
Up and riding now, Rafael, just a 2.5 for his opening ride. Nice nose ride to start, came into it, then that next turn with a lot of speed, sets himself up with a quick hang 5, and now has that double up starting in front of him. Gonna choose which line he draws. It's starting to kind of peek up from the top. He looks behind him briefly as he now carves back into the section here. He's got a lot of power with that board and just kind of whips it around a little bit more progressive on the way that he's sort of turning things, but has some great footwork as he comes up towards the nose. Quick and wrapped around. This end section is going to get really challenging the longer that we continue running throughout this afternoon. We're down to 13 minutes on the clock. At the moment, it's been Howie out in the lineup. That's winning this heat, but it's been Wei that's winning the sideline interviews all week long. Let's go down to him once again.
Thank you, Shannon. So we're here with Rep 2 Heat number 5, representing Denmark, Alex Wolters. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Finally, number 1.
Yes. And we saw it about 2 heats before, windier conditions, a lot of bump out there. It really looks quite difficult. You managed to get some very, very nice rides. I wanted to ask, how much time have you spent practicing here to really get to know the wave?
Well, I got here 2 days before the contest, and I actually never longboard on big waves like this. So it's pretty hard, actually. Like with the side bumps and all that, it's difficult for sure.
I see you've got a beautiful board, Deus Marcelo Carbone single fin. How long have you been on that board?
I've been on this board for like a week now. It's a guy from Brazil, Marcelo. He's son of Neco Carbone, and it's an amazing board, having fun.
It looks beautiful. And so coming from Denmark, you guys have coastline in Bogens and Hasmark in that area. It's not known for having world-class waves. So the rest of the year, where do you do your practicing?
So I actually live in Brazil. My parents are both Danish, but I spent like 4 or 5 years in Denmark, and my roots are Danish, so I go back and forth for sure. And there we have the cold Hawaii, which is on the west coast of Jutland, and you actually get some pretty good waves there.
That's where we've held our international SUP contest.
Perfect, yeah, it's amazing, it's good.
And in Brazil, where are you surfing?
I surf in Marizias Beach, same beach as Carlos Bahia, so yeah.
Beautiful, so a good spot for longboarding, good place to prepare yourself. And finally, do you want to say anything in Danish to everybody home?
Jeg vil bare sige tak til alle sammen, der er i Danmark og i Brasilien og håber, så let's go.
All right, we'll be seeing you in Denmark at the end of the year with the SUP contest. Exciting stuff.
Nice, you're always welcome, for sure.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in the next one. Back to the booth with you guys.
Thank you, Ben. And now, awkwardly, I have a new place I need to go and visit. If there is a Waikiki of Denmark, I have to go there.
I have heard many a good story about that place. It sounds like an incredible location to be, you know, a water person, to be able to just be in the ocean and in quite a different environment maybe to what you're used to in the real Waikiki.
Well, it's interesting. So, long story shortened, I was born in Germany, and I have photos of myself on the beach in Holland, in Scheveningen. So the first time I was ever touched salt water, I was 2 years old in Holland, and I've spent years in Holland and Belgium, France on the coast, working with O'Neill for years and years. So now I realize that I missed an opportunity. I could have gone to Denmark as well.
Just head a little farther north, and you'll be right there. As we look at Dong Yun Kim from Korea, the Korean contingency has been putting together such incredibly good surfing. The Asian longboarding crew itself is probably the fastest growing and developing across the globe, and we're seeing so much of that evidence in surfing like this from Dong Yun. As he comes through to the inside section, great use of that board, great use of that footwork. He's already had some nose rides, some solid turns out the back, so with that, he's going to kick out and keep that control. He's got some work to do in front of him. This score is going to help a lot, being that he only needs a 2.84 to take away that advancing position from Ben Howie. But Ben is sitting with priority. He's got that 4.33 on the board. He's now going to be looking for a backup wave to try and take out the leading position from Rafael Cortez. And Rafael is a surfer to keep a big eye on throughout this week because he took away the silver medal at the Santiago 2023 Pan American Games, which is a huge deal across the American continents as far as events go in that Olympic conversation.
Very much so. And I want to give a special shout out to Min Song, who is the captain, coach, father behind the Korean surfing movement. He has worked so diligently, studied so hard, and worked so hard to get the Korean surfing world to where it is right now.
Well, Ben Howie up and riding. He's just found himself down into third because Dong Yun dropped a 2.93. But Ben, with these outside nose rides, is going to be very helpful to him growing that score. Setting it up through this section, this is going to be a challenge. Can he hold on to it? 5 to tight 5, back to that 5, pedals off with ease in one of the bigger, heavier sections that we've seen throughout today, Wingnut.
Getting a little, even almost a little cover up right there. You could see that lower double up starting to really form, and how much power and how smooth that face is. There's so much opportunity for fun to be had, and I'm glad that Ben was able to take advantage of a bunch of it. Let's see how he finishes this wave safely on the good side.
Very, very safely. It was crazy how when that double up came, you said like the face of the wave got so clean, it also got really steep and really critical.
Steep and heavy. You could sense how much power there was in that face, and we're going to see if anybody's going to be able to find, you know, a section that actually throws a bit of a cover up out there.
We've seen a little bit of that throughout this week, but that's the kind of section that you don't want to be on the inside paddling out and have that break right in front of you. Board gone as we take a look at it here.
Look at the line he draws. He's just going to stay in the high part, right? So you can see he's just at the top of the double up there. Beautiful nose ride, staying on the nose through that white water, right? Very tricky there. He runs a little ahead, finally comes back, and look at that little hollow section right there. He senses it, he feels it. You know, could he have dragged a little hand there and tried to get a little cover up? I think now that he's seen it once up close and personal, I think he'll be able to get himself in there if that opportunity presents itself again.
Now, Ben Howie has had some amazing results at ISA events in the past. 2 fifth-place finishes, which means he's one spot away from walking away a medalist, as the top 4 competitors for men and women will walk away with a medal at each event. 2018 and in 2019, he was able to find himself into that position with a 5th-place overall end. So this week, he's going to be very focused on digging himself out of the repechage rounds, making it back into that grand final.
Perhaps Fernando needs to come up with aluminium as the next medal.
Well, Ben Howie's got a few aluminium medals to his name as we take a look at that quick wave just in and out for Rafael. And
I guess aluminium would probably be the pint can that he's handed when he comes in.
A little commiseration more so than anything else.
That version of an aluminium medal.
Also, I don't think I've ever actually said aluminium. It's always aluminum.
I just wanted to, just in honor of Sam Bleakley, the professor.
It would likely be how Ben would say it, so there we go.
I try to keep my linguistic skills sharp.
You're doing a great job of that. Now, Ben Howie's dropped in a 6.77. That's what we love to see. That surfing, the critical nature of those sections that he was nose riding for, well rewarded. It takes him into the leading position over the Pan American silver medalist in Rafael Cortez of Chile, down into second. He would need a 5.28. But it does put slightly bigger requirements on both Korea and Spain, chasing a 5.41 and a 4.67 to get back into the advancing spots.
And I think those numbers are very, very attainable with how much power there is on those waves when they hit that inside section.
So much power. We haven't seen any broken boards yet in competition.
Don't say that.
We've seen a lot of broken leashes, I was going to say. So hopefully that's just what's happening instead. As we take a look now at Nicolas Garcia, he's got some work to do in front of him. Doing well to stay with this one so far. Love the green board, green jersey combination out in the green ocean. Couple steps forward, couple steps back. Little shuffle there as well. And this wave is really small. It's kind of lacking the energy that he needs, so he's doing a little bit to create that energy moving forward. Now finding that high line. Beautiful, quick cross steps up into that hang 5. That little check of the board throws a bit of spray off the rails and then runs back to the nose. That was a really nice combination. Just smaller sized wave. We'll see how he goes finishing off here on the inside section. Probably the only negative would be the size within it in comparison to what we've seen from the other guys.
The size and the footwork that he was doing was pretty far out on the shoulder. That really a low potential to improve on that score that he had. He's got a big number he's got to reach, that 7.43, if he's going to get himself into second place. But look at the score that dropped for Rafael Cortez. He has now swiped the lead away from Ben Howie.
Yeah, and that's put a huge requirement on both third and fourth place now. Out of that 5 and 4 point range into the 8s and the 7s. A 5.33 was that last score for Rafael. Howie now up and riding, chasing a 4.39. As he cross steps forward, gets those toes hooked over the nose, now racing behind the section, and he's going to drop knee, smooth, whips it back around right underneath the foam, starts to climb up the face of that wave into a second drop knee. That one may be more dynamic as he drops a little farther into the flats, back up into it, possibly pushing it on that one.
Just slipped a little with that drop knee there.
Slip on that last one. But some great surfing overall. Looks like he's having a bit of fun out there, feeling maybe a little bit more at one with this wave than the way that he found himself in the repecharge round.
Right, but also on that one, he seemed to be surfing slightly more calculated, like adding that drop knee there because, I need to show variety. You can kind of feel when a surfer is thinking, not just surfing. We saw that with Natsumi Teoka in her heat where she had kind of that shocker going and she really needed to come with a big score, and the first half of that wave was a calculated surfing experience, and then once she made it past that, she relaxed and flowed through the second half of that wave.
And sometimes that's what these surfers need to be doing in order to snap them back in. Like we're saying, this is a competition.
Yeah.
You've got to surf in that competitive mindset.
I need to get these points on the board, and now I have enough. Now let's finish it. Let's put that money in the bank. And now there's a challenge out there for our young Korean surfer. He needs to get an 8.17. He needs to drop a couple of scores, and we're under 3 minutes left here. There's a set coming on the outside, so there's an opportunity. He has priority, so he's really going to have his pick of the litter. Let's see how well he picks, and will that cost him priority? There was a lump in that wave that he was paddling for, and that kind of caused him to pearl, and it flips the priority back to Rafael Cortez.
Rafael with priority, 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. You can see a lot of those white caps out across the surface of the ocean this afternoon. I think by the end of competition today, we're already going to see that glass off starting to come back, but it's only 2 p.m. We'll likely be running till about 5. That's how much extra time we tend to be adding on to the end of heats. We're supposed to be done at 4.
My schedule said 4.
Yeah, you'll be here till 5. Just forget about that 4 o'clock. But that's because these waves are so long. At the end of so many heats, we've got to look at replays. Judges have to, have the way to iron things out at the end of a heat to be able to put in those final scores. And sometimes that means about 4 minutes of replays if every surfer has had a set wave on the way in.
I've petitioned the Broadcasters Union, and we're going to actually cut off 5 minutes of every heat for the rest of the day so that we can get off at 4 o'clock.
Get in the water, get a couple of waves ourselves.
And actually the beauty of the end of the day is just jumping in for a quick body surf right out front in that horrible shore pound. But it feels so good to wash off the broadcast AC by jumping in the ocean.
It's a great call. Just watch everything else. Get it literally pounded out of you. A lot of the surfers also, we've been talking about that body surfing element to being a surfer. Knowing the water. Being able to just get out there and get a feeling, even for a break, if you're, a strong enough swimmer, if you've put a pair of fins on, to be able to swim out here and try and catch a few good waves body surfing on the inside section. It's a great way to know what's happening in the lineup out in these waves.
And it's a life skill that I think is very important, especially important for surfers. You get a lot of new people involved in the sport of surfing, and they're paddling out with a giant flotation device, but how good of a water man or woman are they? How comfortable would they be if that was taken away 100 meters offshore?
Now the opportunity in front of him for Nicholas just to quick in and out, noting that wave wasn't going to give him a near 8-point ride that he's chasing to take himself into an advancing position. Both Nicholas and Dong-yeon, they've had a couple of fun waves, but they just haven't had the explosiveness that we've seen 2 times from each Ben and Rafael, with those 2 waves to their name that have given them decent heat totals. Rafael now up and riding, uses his priority on this wave, cross steps up, gets that tap to the nose, but he'll go for a full flip off the side of the board, controlled of course, and elegant.
Will that wave count for Dong-yeon? It was right at the buzzer. I couldn't hear it up here in the booth. He found a very clean one. I don't know if it's a good enough one to score an 8, but beautiful nose ride, nice composure. Whether or not this wave counts, it's going to be a great display of his surfing skills. Look at him negotiate all those ledges and bumps. Let's see if he cuts back and gets into this one more time. Will he get over it? He does not. So even if that wave counts, I don't think there was enough scoring potential there to get him to advance.
It would have had to be the highest wave of the score by 2 points, but that was incredibly dynamic surfing. Those hang tens from the South Korean, phenomenal, and one of the reasons why we would say that Asian contingency, that South Korean contingency, is up and coming, some of the best longboarders on the planet. Unfortunately,
not in time, didn't get to his feet in time. That was the captain of the squad, Min Song, on the beach. Great performance, though. Really strong finish. Just the wind conspired against you, did not give you the opportunities. Congratulations, Rafael and Ben. Ben taking the nod in that heat. Great performance as you drive through this Repecharge series of heats.
Into the medal rounds, no more aluminium. Well done, Ben Howie, Rafael Cortez. Into the next round. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more action from men's Repecharge round 2.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Out in the water, we're into heat number 7 for Repecharge round 2 on the men's side of the draw. 20 minutes on the clock for each of these Repecharge round heats, which I've got to say, I'm really stoked to see that extra 5 minutes because sometimes with ISA events, there's so many heats we need to get through. They've got to be 15-minute rapid charge rounds, and that is gnarly.
I can't imagine it with a paddle out like this.
It happens. I've seen many heats here at Sunzal with a 15-minute rapid charge, and that's in shortboarding.
Oh.
You're literally talking one wave per surfer often, unless they get a wave in that first 3 minutes.
It's usually the juniors. They're a bunch of kids. You know, let them burn off that energy. Okay, we're going to get a quick replay of Rio Donaldson's wave to start off this heat. It's a little bit wild and woolly out there, and he seems to have negotiated it well. It's a little bit more bounce than you want to see in a surfboard in a classic longboarding approach, but there he is finding his way over those ledges. Look at the speed that he's able to maintain through this. Just because you fall down doesn't mean it's over. Kept his hands on the board and finished. We'll see what kind of number is offered for that, but look at the overall surface condition. You can see those lumps and ridges. This is one of those big wide sets. See how it's really starting to swing over towards the black buoy? I wonder how that's going to shape up on the inside.
Paddle now for Rory McDonald, Pan Hai Sin out of Chinese Taipei. Rory as his English name. He's a surfer that we've seen competing for so many years, shortboarding, longboarding, and being able to spend a lot of time in the ocean in the Jersey, but he took some time away from it and did an incredibly good job to just stay on his board through that section.
Really, and I was hoping that was going to open up for him, but it didn't. But Sam Christensen found one that has cleaned up. It's got some white water on the face. It's really going to be a challenge to successfully nose ride with that much foam in the face of a wave, but he's staying in control. He's staying really smooth. That was a clean drop knee cut back. This wave is going to open up for him a little bit, see if he can get a finishing section as he cleans up on the inside. See how it slows down right there, all that push. He's actually going left, heading into the beach. I don't know whether I would continue to focus on this wave that far with how long that paddle back out is. Gets a nice wrapped 5 there right at the end, so we'll see how that, what number shows up for that ride.
He'll have a long paddle to get himself back into the... Oh, he's doing a board change. This is why. He's just taken... Explains it all. Nice to fill it out that early. With 15 minutes on the clock, he'll have plenty of time to get back out into the water. But I think would be maybe...
Well, it's interesting that he has to run all the way back up to the locker room to get his board. Where's the rest of the team?
But also, great decision on staying right here, right in front. I mean, you couldn't have a locker room any closer than that.
And at least it's high tide. He could ride virtually all the way to the steps.
So true. As we see Matt Nudick from New Zealand now quick steps up to the nose, finds that 5, carves back to try and make that connection. Can't quite get there.
Didn't anticipate how that double up was going to keep him on the wrong side of it.
We've got a 3.57 on the board for Rory in the blue jersey. We've got a score to drop for Sam's first wave. He's now changed boards. He's paddling back out on something different. He's run into the locker room. Now he's back out and swinging as the crew is taking a look at his board down on the beach. I wonder if it's buckled somehow because they're having a good examination.
That's a really good question, because I don't think you'd be pretty confident in board number 1 that you've been riding this entire time.
Yeah.
And just because it's lumpy, you wouldn't think, oh, I think I want my squash tail. Sorry. That's a horrible accent.
No, it's a horrible South African German
I wasn't
accent.
even going for South African.
Oh, you're just going for something different.
Bad.
Interesting, but I would say there's likely damage to the board because we could see the crew running down there and really having a good look at it, not just grabbing it to make sure, if a rogue set comes through, it gets swept up against the wall. So Sam on his way back out now, he's going to be putting himself in a position where he's not going to have the best time to his favor, but he does have the best results globally to his favor out of this pack. He's a surfer who's competed on the World Longboard Tour for the WSL. He has competed for the ISA a number of times, so he knows the format. He knows the feeling of these events. He's held the weight of representing his country and wearing that green blazer multiple times in the past. So he's well-rounded with solid achievements at this stage of the game. He'll be tapping into moments like that and previous success and heat wins as he's now sitting with his back up against the wall a little bit. Although straight out of it because he just dropped a 6.17.
Pulled a great score as we expected. He was one of those surprises that got bounced into the rapid charge rounds. So here's a strategy thing that now we've seen it happen in person. why wouldn't you have a signal to your teammate, I need to swap this board out? Maybe we'll see that coming future. So
that's right. Well, he's going to be out to backline once again, and it sounds like we do have Ben Way ready to go down on the beach with the winner of that last heat. Take it away, Ben.
Yes, Ben is ready. You're ready, right, Ben?
I am ready.
Okay, so we're here with the winner of Rep 2, heat number 6, representing England. This is Ben Howie. What a great performance, bud. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So a few heats earlier, we saw the wind come in. We've got that backwash kind of putting some warbles and wonk in the surf. But you seem to be so in rhythm and so in timed with every warble on the face. You were fitting in beautiful drop knee turns. How did it feel out there to really kind of connect and be in that rhythm?
Yeah, it's I was talking to everyone before, and Ben particularly, and it's just like my home break. I surf onshore waves like this all the time. So connecting in with those sections and just getting those nose rides in the pocket, and then just cutting back and trying to keep my flow going was, yeah, just getting me going.
The second wave that brought you into advancement was a beautiful wave, some big warbles. We saw you get that 5. I was watching it live with Sam, and Sam goes, oh, get the 10. And I'm like, I don't know. And then you saved yourself from a very risky situation right there. But beautiful drop knee turns. Tell us a bit about your board. You've got the double scoop. We've got a lot of double scoops winning heats, but that's the OG. Tell us the difference between the OG and the dynamic.
So the OG is like the original one that Ben made, and it's slightly closer to the cherry picker. It's sort of got nice traditional lines, but you've still got that brought-in tail so that you can drive those turns a lot more than on the cherry picker. And then you've got the dynamic model, which has got a slightly harder edge and a slightly narrower in the tail. I think Ben will correct me if I'm wrong there, but I'm pretty sure that's right. And that just means you drive it even harder in conditions like this.
And I'm sure you have the availability of the Thunderbolt construction, but in this windy, wonky stuff, I think the weight of the poly might help things out to smooth out your style.
Yeah, I quite like having a bit of weight, especially when you're on the nose, because it can hold you in on the waves. And you got a bit of Ben's craftsmanship in the board as well there.
So you're a very smart dude. You've got a PhD in ocean science, and I just want to know how all of that knowledge about the seas helps you in surfing and your performance in the water.
Yeah, so I think it helps a little bit with knowing like timings and watching those longer periods between the sets and sort of working out roughly when that next set, if you've got time for 2 big sets in a heat or not. Sometimes you get massive long lulls out here, so it's good to know that if you're only going to get 1, you've got to make it count.
You may be retiring into a coach position.
We'll see.
Well, any words to anyone at home who's watching?
Sammy, my wife at home, little Flick, she'll be asleep right now, but hi Flick. And Max and Emma, my sister and her husband. I forgot to mention them the other day, so hi guys.
Well, great job. We wish you the best of luck in the next one.
Yep, cheers guys, thanks very much.
Thank you, Ben. Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Checking live action now with Rio Donaldson. He had a spill on his last wave. He quickly found himself into this one as he maintained priority. Now he's on the inside section, just whipping it around, couple steps moving forward, looking for this inside section, or this next double up, just to give him enough of a critical section to be able to get a nose ride on. He'll kick out. He really needed to get some work done there. And Sam Christensen already out at backline, 9 minutes to go on the clock. Quick kick out here about halfway through that wave, and he'll be putting the backup score to the 6.17. Matt Nudick out of New Zealand had some incredible style. We got to watch that wave as we listened to the interview, and he has scored a 7.40 to take away the lead from the South African.
This is going to be an extremely competitive heat. Considering the bump and wonk on the waves, those two especially have found some beautiful opportunities to score in the nose rides and turns.
8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Requirement for Rory McDonald in the blue jersey out of Chinese Taipei, a 2.61, and a 3.18 for Rio Donaldson out of Puerto Rico. Now, one of the things that was touched on in that interview with Ben, it was just the idea of needing to be able to surf all conditions well, right?
Right.
And I was thinking about that as we saw the first wave from Rio Donaldson in this heat, where it was just so lumpy and bumpy, and remembering how different it was this morning, how challenging it is this afternoon, and that reminder to surfers that want to pursue competitive surfing. you need to be a surfer that's paddling out in every single condition. Every week you need to surf a variety of conditions to really become the best well-rounded surfer.
You can go all the way back to the original surfer magazines, and they had surf tips, and Phil Edwards' tip was surf junk surf, because junk surf makes you a better surfer. Anybody can ride a clean Malibu Rincon wall, but when you get a wonky onshore beach break, especially trying to negotiate and navigate your way through a wave, let's say you're not trying to, master a perfect hang 10 in those conditions. Right. You're trying to maintain speed, maintain some flow through those, and that knowledge will help you in conditions like this.
And within that, if you have that speed, if you have that flow and that level of comfort in those conditions, you'll be able to find those opportunities when a hang 10 is right in front of you.
Yeah, it's teaches you so much. It keeps you so active from ankles all the way through knees, and you'll be able to adapt and flow and handle all those bounces, much like Matt is doing right there. Do they have abalone here?
Well, I think he's about to find out.
That would be a full ab dive in Santa Cruz.
Sounds pretty tasty right now.
You'd get one stuck right on the tip of the longboard in Santa Cruz if you ended a wave like that. So, but again, he was trying to replace just a 2.90. He's got the strongest opening wave so far of this heat with that 7.40. So he's in a comfortable position to really go for it. He's got 6.5 minutes left. It looks like Rory was able to put up a great score and move into second place, putting a little pressure on Sam. We were waiting for a score for Sam to show up, but I don't think that was one of the longest waves ridden, so it'll be a little touchy, but again, 6 minutes remaining.
That's right. We only caught the tail end of it, but it was a pretty decisive kick out, so maybe he got something worth it, maybe not quite, and decided, all right, this time around, I need to get out of this. We now understand that the last time, the reason he stuck with that wave for so long was because he needed to do that board swap. And we can see, I think that might be him even now, having a flip of that board over. Yep, just checking out that fin, as it's a board that he's just grabbed right off the rack. It's happened more than once where a longboarder has paddled out and that fin hasn't been screwed in properly and it's gone missing. As we take a look at, the idea of LA 2028 Olympic inclusion for longboarding, Wingnut.
So shortboarding is officially confirmed for the 2028 as a core sport for the Olympics. And the ISA and Fernando, it was all his push, has submitted for longboard to be included in surfing for LA 2028. The decision on longboard we'll find out very early. They're hoping for a January decision for that in 2025 to see if we will be included for 2028. And that's such a fun topic of conversation with all the young competitive surfers out there. To be, Ginger's age and thinking that just in a few years you might be in the Olympics representing Italy would be fantastic.
It's incredible. I mean, thinking of, there's a number of interviews. We've heard Carissa Moore, the Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo 2020, saying that she never dreamed of being an Olympic surfer because that dream wasn't a reality. There was nothing, her entire childhood growing up, there was no substance to that ever even being a thing. So she was never thinking, one day I'll win an Olympic gold medal. It just happened during her adult years that she suddenly found her sport was being accepted to the Olympics, and she was then going to be able to qualify, and she's walked away a gold medalist. And I feel like that's what's going to be happening with longboarding for a lot of our older surfers. They're just one day going to wake up and be like, wow, I could qualify and try and win a gold medal. And then we're going to have this whole new generation like what we're seeing in the shortboarding world, where these groms are growing up going, I want to be a world champion, but I really want to be an Olympic gold medalist.
I wonder if there's going to be a whole lot of money spent on 23andMe trying to figure out the genetic backgrounds of various older surfers to see if they could compete maybe for Iceland or Greenland. I could be on the Greenland surfing team if there happens to be a 2% of a Viking in me at some point.
There's certainly enough of that that's going around in the surfing world. We've seen lots of surfers kind of chop and change those nations that they represent. Of course, you have to have nationality and actual citizenship to represent a country. It can't just be residency from there. So whatever that way is, if you were born and raised somewhere, if your family has heritage and you can get a passport that way, there's a few different ways of maintaining or having that citizenship as dual countries.
Can you do it with Bitcoin?
I mean, In El Salvador, maybe. El Salvador is the land of Bitcoin.
What I would say, I think El Salvador has enough native-born El Salvadorians that surf so extremely well. They're not going to let that happen. Look at the scratch that's going on from Rio Donaldson. This has to be one of those sets pushing everyone back out to the shoulder, spinning around. I think that's Matt Newdick on the very end. He was coming out from one of his last waves and was in the perfect position to swing around for this set, and
wow,
manages to get over the ledge.
That was unbelievable. I mean, he was stuck on the nose for a while, but he was like so at the top of that wave, more with the weight hanging out the back than the front, that I can't believe he was able to make that drop. Also, with a board that has relatively a little rocker in that nose, to be able to make a steep drop in like that. Now starting to feel a little bit more relaxed coming through the inside. He has dropped down into second. If he gets a 4-1-0 on this wave, he'll be back into that leading position. That was a dynamic turn, keeping himself in that top half of the wave. Couple quick steps up and back from the nose, and looking for this finish on the inside section. Grabs that rail, mostly to pull that board out and make sure that fin does not get damaged. Now Rio Donaldson putting in some great effort here. He's a lifelong longboarder, and he believes in that dream for longboarding to get into the Olympics. He's so sure that he has a goal to qualify for the Olympics in longboarding, and we could see that happening in the next couple of years as Rory McDonald now up and riding on his backhand. One step forward, steps back off of it again. He's chasing a 6.80 at the moment, though we know there's another score to come through for Matt Newdick, and so with that wave, it's just not going to be enough to keep Rory in that position. Sam takes a heavy fall at the back as well. I think this is really starting to just showcase the moments of lack of control from each of the surfers in this heat is speaking to those conditions.
Yeah, it's that bump and lump, and that was one of those wipeouts that always worries me, where you can see that the board's coming up underneath the surfer, and it's one of those where it hits you in the shin, hits you in the thigh, hits you in the chest. Protect the face and send it around. I mean, he'll have a few bruises from that, but it looks like nothing serious occurred. Looks like we got a pizza run happening.
Gio, our director behind the scenes, getting himself a little treat. 50 seconds on the clock. Sam Christensen sitting in the lead. A 6.17 and a 5.33. Matt Newdick with a score to drop. He would need a 4.10 to take first away. Last couple scores that have come through have not factored into the top score lines for any surfers. The only one we're waiting on now is that of Matt, and that's going to also dictate what the requirements are for the last 30 seconds on third and fourth place positions.
Yeah, that wave that Matt had, although it was one of those set waves that swung wide, didn't give him much of a chance other than just trying to stay in that wave, get himself back into the wave until the very end of it, where he was able to wrap the toes over a little bit. So we'll see how that score comes through. But so far, Sam Christensen with the board swap has maintained a strong control. It'll be interesting to find out what happened with that board, and we'll dig into that after this heat finishes.
Sam up and riding. This may or may not count at this stage. It's not going to be necessary for him for a score, and it won't matter anyways as it fizzles out. We are still waiting for that last wave of Matt Newdick, as the judges are just having a look through the replays, likely also keeping their eye to make sure there weren't any more scoring waves coming through before that buzzer sounded. They'll now have that opportunity to reassess. And there it is, just shy of a 4-point ride, a 3.97 for last of Matt Newdick. It's not enough for him to take the win. It's definitely enough for him to improve his situation in second, and well surfed all around. Sam Christensen of South Africa advancing through alongside the Kiwi and Matt Newdick into the next round. More action to come when we return. It will be Sam Bleakley and Megan Godinez on the call, and out in the lineup we will have the Australian Clinton Guest and a local from El Salvador, Amado Alvarado.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to heat number 8 as we continue Repecharge round 2 on day number 3 at the 2024 ISA Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championship, as our local sheriff Amado Alvarado, a legend here at El Sunzal, learned to surf in La Libertad at Punta Roca. He is representing his home nation of El Salvador in blue, surfing against Antonio Pagan from Puerto Rico and Clinton Guest, the stylish regular footer from Australia, and Wilbur Victor from Nicaragua. Sam Bleakley back in the booth, joined by Megan Godinez.
Yeah, how's it going? I mean, this wind's starting to pick up, huh?
Well, I'll tell you how it's going for me. Is after my last confusion of the Nicaraguan and El Salvadorian flag, I Googled the difference between those flags, and the similarities between Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua and Honduras's flags is pretty close. So you can appreciate, that they're all a celebration of this beautiful Central American region. But right now, representing Puerto Rico, the regular footer there, up to the nose, getting a 2.5 and a quick start in these bumpy conditions. A quick start can settle the nerves, Megs.
Yeah, and it's good to get that wave under his belt, just so that, he's got a pretty stacked heat as well as the rest of the competition. At this point, every heat is going to be stacked, especially with Sheriff here from El Salvador, Amado Alvarado. But yeah, it's very interesting how different and how much we rely on the wind and the tide here.
Big shout out to Amado Alvarado, of course, multiple El Salvadorian champion and also a Central American and a Caribbean Games champion, beating Roberto Zawi Pao from Mexico. So that was a big result recently. A good friend of shortboard legend Brian Perez. Of course, Amado will be looking forward to watching the world's best junior shortboarders coming out very soon to start their campaigns to go for under 16 and under 18 golds at the World Junior Surfing Championship, kicking off 3rd of May. But let's switch our attention to the heat in the water. 16 minutes remaining. Clinton Guest in red for Australia. Clinton, 5 times Australian logger champion, winner of the Nose Rider division at the Noosa Festival of Surfing, and a big shout out to his wife Victoria. And Clinton, the regular footer, perhaps one of the favorites in this heat, but with these bouncy high tide onshore conditions, it's not going to be easy. And somebody who reads this lineup better than anyone is Amado. This is his local patch. He knows exactly where to be at exactly the right moment.
Yeah, and I see that he's sitting far well on the inside, and I think it's because he knows that, as we saw in the last heat, a lot of people were getting stuck behind, just sitting a little bit too deep off that point break, and I think that local knowledge might pay off for him.
Antonio from Puerto Rico works as an agronomist, which is an expert in soil management and crop production. The 39-year-old has already progressed through the original repechage round for the men's this morning. He's sitting out there in first position with a 2.5, a small score for Amado, just popping up, kicking out. That's a 0.43. Clinton Guest with a great team. He's got Declan Whiten, he's got Tully White, he's got Kira Monar, he's got Kim Monar on the beach, and Donna, the mum of Tully White, also with Berlin Kimball coaching. But with that, let's go down to the winner of our last heat, a multiple South African longboard champion. Sam Christensen is on the glass with Ben Way.
Thanks so much, Sam Meggs, winner of the Rep 2 Heat number 8, representing South Africa, Sam Christensen. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
So, interesting. We saw a little bit of a tense moment. You did a little board swap in the middle. We just wanted to know what happened there.
Couple days ago, I creased that board. It had a small ding on the rail that I fixed quite quickly and obviously pretty poorly. And I creased it in one of the free surfs, got it fixed, and then I think it happened now when I was paddling out because I sat up on my board, and as I sat up, I felt something nick my leg, flipped it over before the heat even started, and I could just see the crease. So really nursed that wave in, did the board swap, and back out there.
You know better not to repair a wet board.
Yeah.
So the board that you switched, I was just kind of eyeing it up. Tell us a little bit about that. I see a really narrow nose. Looks like almost like a 16-inch nose on that thing. It's a really wild-looking shape.
Yeah, I made that board around the similar time to the other one, specifically for J-Bay and the wind. I had a board with a wider nose, and I just found as soon as the wind was picking up there, which it often does, I was getting blown off the back and had a lot of swing weight through turns. So I really cut the nose out, and it seems to work. I enjoy it.
So more aerodynamic. You reduce the size of the sail that you had up there, huh?
Yeah.
Right on. Well, I'm glad that you've got that, and it's great going into your next heat feeling confident on your backup.
Yeah, stoked. It's a good board.
Well, finally, I'm going to let you say some things to people at home. I'm sure they're super stoked to see you go through.
Yeah, thanks again to everyone for the support, especially after yesterday. I had a bit of a nightmare heat, and all the messages and like kind of get back on your feet, keep going, really lifted the spirits. So thanks, everyone.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to you doing great in the next one. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks, man. See ya.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Big thanks, Ben Way. Congratulations, Sam Christensen, taking the win in style, a multiple South African longboard champion. But what about this? A multiple logger Australian champion, Clinton Guest, styling all the way through to the inside, riding his Mitch Sermon Electric Lady model there, and then just floating through the Papusa section and landing coolly.
Yeah, very beautifully beautiful wave ridden. He definitely navigated that inside very well. That was getting kind of sketchier. I went down there, and there's pretty much no beach anymore.
And Amado Alvarado had a fantastic locked-in committed 10 as we were hearing that post-heat interview from Sam Christensen, where he just lent all of his body weight over that nose ride.
Yeah, and even his turns were very much using that body weight. He wasn't adjusting the top half of his body too much because he knows that if he really leaned a little bit too much, what would happen is that board would pop right under his feet and would let him to fall. So that was a really good read on his part.
And of course, riding the Barahona surfboards based there in Hermosa Beach, California, South Bay, up and riding right now. Antonio Pagan there, up to the tip, gets the 5, walks out of the nose ride. Can he lock himself onto a rail turn? He can. Widens that stance, sets himself up carefully for a couple more cross steps. Here's the bounce, there's the chop, little ollie, and again drops back down into the middle of the wave. Puts that board on rail. Things starting to clean up now, but he's just got to choose the right line to stay with this wave. So he will drop a second score. He's got a 2.5, but expecting something big for Clinton Guest for Australia, and expecting something big for Amado Alvarado for El Salvador.
Yeah, very good exchanges from all surfers in this heat. As you can tell, that the surf break almost looks like an entirely different surf break now, huh?
Absolutely, but not only is it high tide, but we've got really that onshore slight decrease in swell size as well. I think that's favorable that the swell has tapered off a little bit, because if it was still really maxing out like yesterday with this wind at high tide, some of those chops would be well overhead.
Yeah, and it'd be more of a survival mode than actually trying to surf to win a heat. I think it'd be a little sketchy.
It would be the Papusa section from takeoff to kick out.
Yeah, exactly. It'd just be called Papusa section.
10 minutes remaining. Antonio Pagan there, out there in the lead with the 2.5, waiting for that second score to drop, but we know the situations will change because Amado Alvarado is going to drop a really strong score, as will Australian Clinton Guest. As we move into that last half of the heat, those scores are going to really set up this second half of heat. Priority is not yet deemed with any of the surfers. Amado drops a 5.5, moves up into first, waiting for that score to come in for Clinton, and the priority judge has recognized that none of the surfers are out in the lineup yet to put that number for first priority next to whoever is first into the lineup.
Yeah, and I think it'd be smart of them to turn around and look back, because that is really going to give them an advantage if they have priority. They're going to have the pick of the litter for this set that's coming in pretty soon, and yeah.
Just saw Henry Salinas make it through his heat in second position earlier in this round. We saw a great performance from Cindy Portillo from Las Flores in the southeast corner of El Salvador yesterday. That was one of my highlights of the day, her post-heat interview, the emotion, you know, the pride. She really was kind of touched by her performance and the support of her home nation.
Yeah, and really thanking everyone. You know, it does take an actual village to try and get here and make it on this tour, as we see Blue paddling for this wave.
Amado has a look. Priority situation will change. Clinton Guest drops a 6.67, so that's the priority board. Tell our surf fans at home what that means, Megs.
So right now, because everyone's kind of on the inside, they haven't established priority. They haven't established that power ship over that break. So no one has really gotten to that point. Everyone seems like they're really on the inside right now. And yeah, as you can see, White just established his first priority. He is a little farther out and a little deeper, so he will have the pick of the litter for the next set.
So whichever color comes next, there it is, it's green. That's second priority, and then blue third priority. And if Clinton Guest is going to be out back, then that will go red for fourth priority. 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Clinton Guest carrying that one score of a 6.67, the highest score of the heat so far. Amado Alvarado has got a 5.5. So it felt like that wave of Clinton's did have a little bit more scoring potential. It had more of a wall. Amado's wave, you put everything into it, but it was much more of a peaky wave, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you can tell there wasn't really a face, as you said. It was very peaky, so he kept kind of doing a lot more turns and a lot more, almost more radical. It didn't look as controlled as Clinton, and that's why Clinton got that 6.67.
Clinton Guest, the 31-year-old, also works as a building site safety officer, so he's not only had a really accomplished career as a competitive longboarder, but also established a long-term sustainable career with his work back home in Australia.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, as we said, these longboarders, we all still have jobs back home.
Wilbur up and riding, stretching out for a 5, cross steps out of that first section, then shuffles back to the tail, but unable to keep control on that cut back there, so he bounces off. He's got a 2.43 and a 1.23. He's going to have to roll under this wave. As we can see, Antonio for Puerto Rico streaking down this wave with a high line. He's got wall ahead, big scoring potential on this wave, but a lot of bounce and chop to deal with as he stalls it with a wide stance, but so much acceleration, and then he just gets swallowed by one of those choppy sections.
Yeah, unfortunately he just gets undone there, and it's because of this high tide, these winds, it's creating this surface chop that is kind of getting a little harder for the surfers to navigate.
And this will be a big message for the surfers who are coming up in the next heats, to recognize that control is going to be a key thing, that having that wide stance on rail is going to be important to get through this chop. But great choice from Clinton Guest there. He chose a smaller wave, and it looks like it has a nice steep wall and offers some scoring opportunity for his opening 5, puts that board on rail twice, down carves again, and then sets himself up here, eyeing up an opportunity for a stall. There it is, slowing down a little bit on his Mitch Sermon built surfboard and locking in another nose ride. This is the Electric Lady model, so if you like the look of it, you can get a custom order from Mitch Sermon from Noosa, Australia, as Clinton moves through to the shore break, puts a drop knee turn there, climbs and kicks out, and that is a strong bit of surfing from the regular footer.
Yeah, and you can tell even when he took off, it did look like a smaller wave, but because of the winds picking up, it's pushing all this surface water. So in the middle of that ride, it actually got even a little bigger than when he actually took off. So that was a really good choice and a really good wave selection.
Down into the last 5 minutes. Clinton Guest will solidify his lead when that score comes in. Just on one ride alone, he's already out there in first position. Amado Alvarado will look to replace that 0.43. So sitting with that 5.5, he's in a good situation, but up and riding right now, it's Wilbur Victor for Nicaragua. Big roundhouse turn there. Looks to be wearing some strapping on his right hand, a little bit of hopping and flapping and bouncing then, and some strapping on his back knee. So clearly sporting a few injuries here, Megs.
Yeah, I know yesterday he was actually wearing a knee brace, but it may look like he's using kinesio tape, which is probably more comfortable for him.
Here we go, the Sheriff, Amado Alvarado, local legend here, up to the tip. There's the 5, there's the 10. Composure walking cleanly out of that big steep section there as he carves off the bottom, sets a stall and walks crisply into another 5 as I can hear the El Salvadorian fans on the sand cheering. Amazing composure to deal with this chop and walk in and out of those nose rides as he attacks the pupusa section with a hang 10 and just widens that stance to stay in control and puts a big statement on the board, Megs.
Wow, talk about local advantage. The way that he read that wave and really knew that he could race to the top to get that hang 5 and then pump and almost do like this little hop. I know the judges don't like that, but he knew he made up for it on the inside and really got that hang 10 going left, which is so rare in a right point break.
So considering he's already dropped to 5.50, this might well go higher than that. It depends what score Clinton Guest drops. So is it going to be enough potentially for Amado, the El Salvadorian, to go into the lead, or will Clinton have a really strong backup score?
It'd be very interesting. With Amado's wave, he was very fluid. Every turn and every maneuver led up to the next one. It didn't look like he was really thinking too much. There wasn't a lot of stalling. So that fluidity might get him well above that 5.5, but we'll see.
You can really see how the watercolor there has changed, because with this big high tide, it's washing a lot of that sand out into the lineup. So that kind of diesel green chocolatey color has almost got more stirred sediment in it right now.
Yeah, and this wind is so interesting. It's just so crazy to me how different this wave looks. I mean, this morning it looked like Cardiff, it looked like J-Bay, and now it looks similar to I don't even know what, to be honest.
You can really see how the wind is affecting La Bocana as well, just down there from El Tunco Rock, as we can see Henry Salinas in the black cap to the left there. You can just see Cindy Portilla furthest across there. She got that big win yesterday. It's Henry Salinas looking at his phone, keeping an eye on the scores. Tense moments for El Salvador. There's that iconic flag, the upper blue stripes representing the sky, the lower the ocean, and the central white piece. And in the center is a coat of arms with 5 volcanoes that rise from the ocean. And these also represent the 5 united provinces of Central America, which were Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and El Salvador. And what's really interesting here for historians and geographers is San Salvador is Central America's first and oldest capital, established in 1524. But don't forget the Mayan legacy that goes back 2,000 years. And that is really the heartland culture of El Salvador, the Mayans.
Man, where were you when I had history class in high school and in college? Like, I could have just called you instead of having to open my history books.
1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Clinton Guest gets a 6:07, so he's in a commanding situation. Interestingly, Megs, Amado's wave, it's a 5.5, the same as his other scores. So he's in a strong second place situation now, meaning that our surfer from Nicaragua up and riding right now needs an 8.23, and our surfer from Puerto Rico needs an 8.13 as our Nicaraguan Wilbur Victor jams out off the top but comes unstuck.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I mean, this wave on the inside looks like there is that double up that could have offered him another nose ride and maybe even another really big off the top turn. But unfortunately, that chop really got him.
Yeah, and what a great performance, though, for Clinton Guest. Just 2 waves ridden, and it puts him in the lead as Amado in second position gets a smaller one, recognizing that we're moving into the last 20 seconds, staying busy. He's got some chop to deal with here, but he gets that high line, and this probably is not going to go into his top 2, but with that 5.5 and that backup 5.5, there's the 10 through the inside. He's looking pretty safe in second.
Yeah, I think that was the victory wave on in as we see the teams on the beach there.
So Clinton Guest looks at the moment to be the one that will be doing that post-heat interview as the winner, unless Antonio for Puerto Rico here can get a big score in the excellent range up in 8.13.
Yeah, this is going to be hard as it doesn't offer him an inside again with those chops. It looked like there was actually 3 waves combined into that, and with that space, you really have to navigate how to get over that and that control.
Big shout out to Mitch Sermon. If you're tuning in, you would be pleased to see your board under the feet of your team rider, Clinton Guest. He has taken the heat win. He has booked himself a spot in first position, moving to repechage round 3, but finishing in second and also staying in the event. Massive moment for El Salvador. Amado Alvarado stays in the competition.
Yeah, exciting. And you can see they're all very, very, very excited, and they're all celebrating him, and he's so stoked to be into the next round in repechage. And that's the beauty of this, right? That repechage, you still got that second chance.
And there's the side bite fins, so it really gives him a lot of drive, those side bites.
Yeah, you're right. I thought he was on a single fin, but yeah, that he has that progression of that longboarding style. So that makes sense for his style of surfing, that 2+1 favorably my favorite way to surf a longboard, but maybe Wingnut will say something different.
Big congratulations to El Salvador progressing through to repechage round 3. We're going to take a short break, but stay with us because real soon we got Ireland, we got Costa Rica, we got Mexico, and we got Wales.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, longboard fans. The final heat of repechage round 2 for the men. We have Tom Breen for Ireland, Anthony Flores for Costa Rica, Jonathan Gordo Melendres for Mexico, and Evan Rogers for Wales. This is a big one. Of course, we got 2 Europeans represented. We got 2 Central Americans represented. Flores, Melendres, Rogers, Breen. It's going to be a good one. 20 minutes as usual. Those top 2 waves combined, sitting right now on the high tide, and we can really see the chops and the bumps and the need to have control and flow through these challenging high tide conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what makes the difference between the top surfers and the ones who sit at the bottom. It's because they have to adapt. That's what surfing is, right? We're at the mercy of the ocean, so it's constantly adapting.
Looks like our surfer in red, Tom Breen for Ireland, blasts that one off the top and stays in control. He's already got a low score of a 2.5, so a busy start for Tom Breen. Is it worth him staying with that wave? Clearly not. Decides to kick out.
Yeah, smart move on his part. Just because if he had to keep fighting that whitewash, it would have put him in a position to have to paddle out way longer. And you don't want to have to spend those minutes constantly paddling and having to duck dive these waves, because you can really tire yourself out.
On the high line, on that blue board from Jaco, Costa Rica, Anthony Flores up and riding, hits that 5, unable to ride out of that nose ride. As you can just see Tom Breen there, he's just going to get on the shoulder of this wave. He's going to have to pick his line now. You have 2 options here. You either just take it on the head, or you do what Gordo's doing and you just try and get across that shoulder.
Yeah, and just punch through those waves as much as you can. And it's actually a good thing that they're paddling over, because that will get them into the position of the next wave, hopefully, or the next set.
Evan Rogers just carefully climbs over that one. So he's going to be sitting in a good position there, Evan Rogers, with priority 1. He's got a 0.83, so he's going to get the pick of the next wave that comes through. Evan Rogers, we've been talking about him, his dad Gary Rogers, who founded the Saltburn Surf Shop back in 1986, and now Evan's just taken over the reins of that surf shop, which is pretty exciting for him.
Yeah, I think I met him down there while you were watching Lola surf, and super great guy, super great energy, and yeah, we'll see what he can do in this heat.
Yeah, he's got a kind of really nice drop knee off the top. That's one of his trademark maneuvers. All of these surfers capable of taking the win here. Tom Breen gets a 317. The level of improvement from Tom Breen, he's been representing Ireland as a shortboarder and a longboarder for the last number of years, and every time I see him on a longboard, he improves massively. He's now become a Ben Skinner Skin Dog Surfboards team rider. Really nice new board under his feet, one of these double scoop models, a 9.4 that's being ridden by a lot of the competitors. We just saw Ben Howie take a heat win riding that board. Also riding the Skin Dog surfboards in this heat is Evan Rogers, but up and riding right now Tom Breen, straight to the tip, locks on the 5, walks out that nose ride there, just widens his stance, takes a high line, back up for a 5, good risk, high degree of difficulty, getting that nose ride right under the pocket into a drop knee turn as Evan Rogers out back climbs that section with a big float and lands cleanly as Tom Breen dags that rail and comes unstuck, and Evan Rogers does a arcing, effortless but powerful drop knee turn and then just comes off the foam here. If he can get a nose ride section through the inside, this is going to be really exciting for Evan's score.
Yeah, I think so. And you have to remember, some of these surfers, him and Jonathan, have already surfed this morning, so this is completely different to what they surfed this morning. It was clean and glassy, so their adjustment, they're having to change maybe equipment, even the way they approach waves as it gets into that pupusa section. But yeah, I bet they're tired.
Put everything on the line there, Evan, and he did get the nose ride section through the inside there, so this is going to be a strong score. Jonathan Melendrez still waiting for his first wave to be ridden. Tom Breen now waiting for his third score to come through. As it stands, Tom's got that 317 that could be an important score for him. He'll look to replace that 2.50. Scores waiting to come through for red Tom Breen. Anthony Flores kicks off with that low score. He just dived the nose on that opening nose ride, so we'll find out what those scores are real soon, because right now we're going to go down to the glass with our Australian representing the Irukandjis. It's Clinton Guest with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam Meggs, winner of the Rep 2 Heat number 8. Clinton Guest representing Australia. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Ben. Stoked to get through.
Yeah, I bet, especially in these conditions. We were just saying that some of the chunkier, more wobbly conditions. I just want to ask, how do you maintain your composure? How do you time your maneuvers and read the wave when it's this bumpy?
Yeah, I think every wave you've got to judge it on its merits, and I guess we free surfed a couple of the early days before the comp in these bumpy conditions around that lunchtime, so I think that definitely helped. And I think just dialing it back 10%, you know, not trying to rush anything, helped out there.
And I'm curious about what you're riding out there. I didn't get to see your board, and I'm always kind of sniffing out what people are riding out there and what's catering to their maneuvers. I want to know what you're riding.
Riding a board from Mitch Sermon. It's called the Electric Lady. He's a good mate from back home. We've known each other for 20 years. Amazing surfer, good friend. So yeah, really happy with how it's feeling out there.
Well, good thing you didn't have a shocker on the Electric Lady.
That's right. Not today anyway, yeah.
Well, let's say some words to people at home that are cheering you on.
I like to say hello to my beautiful wife at home and my daughter Bonnie and Blossom. Got a big shout out to the McNabb crew. Thanks for supporting me. I know you got it on the big TV, on a few of the sites. Ado, J-Mac, Monty, Luke, thanks for all the support. Stoked I got to give you a shout out. Also the Alex Mal Club crew, thank you. And Belly Longboard Club, love you guys. Catch up soon.
I promise you cleaner conditions in the next one.
Sounds good. A morning heat. Come on, let's do it.
Back to the booth with you guys. Thanks, Clinton.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Clinton. And very important the way he talked about how he has done the free surfing through these bumpy conditions. And that's what counts, because all of these surfers know there is going to be a crunch heat in these midday high tide conditions. So getting that experience is key.
Yeah, and I remember being coached when I used to surf this ISA and also WSL when it was ASP back in the day. Is my coach at the time, like Jason Shibata, Kikoa Uemura, they always told me, you can always surf a perfect wave. Go for it. Anyone can surf a perfect wave, but I want to see you surf a choppy, really confusing wave. So they would have me paddle out at like places like White Plains or even on a choppy day when it's onshore winds, they would make me paddle out, but it made me a better surfer.
Kikoa, what a great surfer, the Goofy Footer, of course, a legendary family. I got the opportunity to compete with him man on man. I remember him smoking me on a last exchange in 2002 in Zippers, Baja. I was in the lead, and then I think he needed a high 8, and in the dying seconds I'd already got in, and he got that high 8 and took the win. And that guy, a fantastic longboarder, a good friend. I hope he's tuning in and listening.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, and thank you for coaching me through all those times, because apparently I really needed it, because all I wanted to do was surf perfect waves.
Up and riding right now, Anthony Flores representing Costa Rica. He won't drop down into that wave. He's gonna add potentially a small score. If the judges they would have deemed that he took off on that wave. Probably not, because his hands wouldn't have left the rails, so it won't be a score for Anthony Flores. But right now, Evan Rogers moves up into second position with a 4.83. Tom Breen stays in first with a 3.17 and a 3.13. So as it stands, Ireland first, Wales second, Tom Breen just lost his priority there, stood up, took that wave, so priority potentially can switch unless the other surfers are not currently in the lineup.
Yeah, and I think that's why he also didn't really push to get that hang 10. I think maybe he got priority and got out there quick enough. We'll see. I think no, it does switch.
It does switch, yeah. So Tom Breen in second priority. Anthony Flores representing Costa Rica from the fantastic beach community of Jaco. Likes to surf at Hermosa Beach, rides Magic Mushroom surfboards, a 5-time Central American longboard champion, 5 times Costa Rican champion. Started surfing age 8 with a friend from the USA, Chappie Bunch, who really inspired him to get into surfing and became a big mentor. So I know that Anthony Flores wants to give a big shout out to Chappie Bunch and the Bunch family, who have supported him since he was a young kid getting into surfing, and they're very proud to see him here representing Costa Rica with Tom Breen from Ireland out there in first. I can see Wesley Hannigan and Gavin, the team manager there, listening, watching. Wesley Hannigan had a great heat yesterday, didn't get through, but remember that nose ride to switch stance re-entry that he did. I need to congratulate him next time I see him, because it wasn't a big score, but it was a cool bit of surfing.
Yeah, I think that's where I was kind of resembling him to that Rusty Kealana era, and kudos to him. He definitely fought to the very end.
Tom Breen stays out in the lead. In second priority now, though, so Anthony Flores chasing a 4.51 for Costa Rica. Evan Rogers has slipped down into second because Jonathan Melendrez has dropped to 5.83, as we can see Anthony Flores charging on this section, using his priority wisely, setting himself up with a high line, strikes the 5, walks out of the 5, grabs that rail just to stay in control. There's a lot of chop to deal with, goes into that down carve, that wave getting really soupy and bouncy, as he's just now got to stay on the tail to navigate this section. As we can see, Tom Breen currently still out there in the lead on that section behind Anthony, who locks in a 5, gets a little quick touch of a tight 5, and then just readjusts his stance there, wide off the bottom, low, arms out, stalls it, sets himself up with a cross step turn, back down towards the Papusa section, slips off the front, but watch out, because Tom Breen has got his toes on the nose with a swooping smooth down carve, setting up a high line right on the inside here. He's still got control, and he's currently winning the heat with Anthony Flores chasing a 4.51.
Yeah, he just kicks out, and I'm pretty sure he's going to want to race out there, for that priority, as we see Blue Anthony Flores from Costa Rica really striding out there, along with Tom Breen. They really want that
Here we
priority.
go, Meg. Paddle battle. Who's your money on, Tom Breen or Anthony Flores?
I don't know. Anthony's got a good lead, but Tom is picking up speed.
My money's on Tom Breen. He's from Tremor in Southeast Ireland. They paddle quick over there.
Wow, yeah, and he's closing in on him. He's right on his tail.
Is he going to make it, though? He's got like a few board lengths to catch up on, and he's going to be feeling the heat, but you can see that he really wants to get the edge on this paddle battle. 6 minutes remaining, 2 scores to come in, waiting for those scores. Here they are, coming nice and quick. It's a 4.9 for Tom Breen, goes into his top 2. He stays in first. It's a 3.07 for Anthony Flores. Is my money still on Tom Breen? I'd say it is, and I think he's going to get the edge.
I would
have
definitely, I don't know, yeah, I might lose this bet. Good thing we didn't put money on it.
Wow. Well, I did put some cryptocurrency on it, actually, just on my phone quickly there. So you're going to own some Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm going to be waiting for that request as it comes in.
Oh, look at that, mate.
Wow.
Tom Breen on the outside edge, Ireland versus Costa Rica, and Ireland's getting the edge.
Yeah, and this is the time where these paddle battles are going to make a difference because there is less waves to pick from, right? So they're going to want that priority. Wow, they are arm in arm. I don't know. This is
brilliant.
This is getting active.
I mean, it's not over yet. This is like a full paddle race. So Tom, early 20s, Anthony, early 30s. So youth did get the edge there, and Tom Breen looks to have done the business as we see Jonathan Melendez, Gordo's toes on the nose. This guy, the Bing rider, on a new model there, not getting phased by the bounce, just keeping it cool. I love the way he stayed composed there. That was really smart surfing from Jonathan Melendez, having already kicked off with a 5.83 megs. What do you think of this moving through to the
Oh my
inside?
gosh, this is the beautifully ridden wave. Oh, beautiful drop knee as he just misses out on the pupusa section, which was the smartest thing he could do.
But that was composed, mature surfing from Gordo, and you can see that he's hungry to get out for more. As it stands right now, Tom Breen in the lead with a 3.17 and a 4.9. In second, Jonathan Melendez just on one ride, waiting for a score to come through. So if it's a low score, he'll still get into top position. Evan Rogers in first priority, chasing a very low score of a 1.0 as we get Gordo on the replay.
Beautiful hang 5 out the back. He read that so well as he had a little fall down. This might hinder his score because
absolutely
that almost doesn't even complete the wave, but he makes up for it here as he finds this double up. Beautiful stretched hang 5 up there for a while. I think that might have been the longest nose ride we've seen, and you see how he's really stable on that board. That's him really pushing that board into the water, not letting the water buck him off.
So interesting, because do the judges reward this wave from the second time he stood back up, or do they consider the whole ride to really have lost its scoring potential from that fall early on?
That is a good question. I mean, he did a lot of damage on the inside, so it would be interesting to see what the judges are going to score on that.
And it could be an important ride for him because there may well not be time for him to get another set because he's going to come back out into the lineup in fourth priority, Megs.
Yeah, and I think that especially with the waves, how slow they're coming in now with that swell kind of dropping, he's going to have some, he might end up wanting to stay on the inside.
Is it possible for the judges to create 2 scores out of that, or not really because it was the same wave?
It was the same wave.
Yeah.
I mean, we can only wish and hope that it was 2 scores, but no, unfortunately, it's 1 wave.
Because it's so interesting because he fell so early and he did literally have to get back up. And of course, we saw on the replay, he surfed the rest of the wave brilliantly, but there's no denying there was a fall early on and he had to pop back up.
Yeah, but before that, he stood up right away and got the damage done on the outside.
Okay.
So that hang 5 was in the most critical section of the wave. And to be honest, I think that might have been the most critical hang 5. So hopefully they reward him for that.
Tom Breen stays out there in the lead while we wait for this score to come in for Jonathan Melendez. Priority with Evan Rogers, second priority with Tom Breen, so he did win the paddle battle. You can just see Tom sitting there next to Evan. Those 2 surfers in first and second priority. In third priority, Anthony Flores, and Jonathan Melendez gets a 6-2-3, so the judges rewarding the good surfing that they did see.
Yeah, and I wonder if he didn't fall, that might have even went up into that excellent range. But now he knows that's that confidence booster for that next round, to be able to be like, you know what, I did fall, but now I know how to control the wave as much as I can and really stay strong in my legs to get over those chops.
I feel good about that because I feel as if he really did demonstrate a high degree of difficulty in his surfing then, and He's been rewarded. He's out there in the lead. Jonathan Melendres, Gordo, as he's nicknamed for Mexico, has got a 6.23 and a 5.83. Tom Breen for Ireland has got a 4.9 and a 3.17. Tom in second priority. Evan Rogers only chasing a 3.25, and Evan is in first priority. Anthony Flores in third priority, chasing a 5.0. As Evan turns, he's on the shoulder here, but he's up and riding, chasing an attainable score. It's a big drop, comes off the bottom, sets himself up, 2 cross steps, walks back to the tail. There's a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of the young Welshman Evan Rogers, but he knows he can get this score. Walks into a 5, walks out of that 5, keeps his composure, cuts back. Tom Breen answers out back. So Tom's score could be important as well, because this could be an exchange for second in the dying seconds, as Evan gets some open face, comes off the bottom, nice swooping down carve on the drop knee turn, and then this wave stands up as he keeps active on his drop knees, cross steps forward. He's going to attack this pupusa section for sure. There's the 5, walks out of the 5, and then he's going to give this something heavy on the inside, Saltburn style all the way, representing Team Wales. Evan Rogers going to feel strong about that.
Wow, beautifully ridden. Oh, as we see red up and riding, Tom Breen, who needs to get into that defense mode.
Wow, Megs, this is all going to go down to the wire, because Tom did get away before that, but this is obviously a big set that he's managed to grab. So if Evan gets a 3.25, he moves up into second, but can Tom replace his low score of a 3.17? But it's a really difficult to handle big wave, but he has locked a 5, and he would have covered a lot of ground on this. So one of the important factors to recognize as he moves all the way through to the inside is speed, distance covered, and the judges can really see that. Sometimes on the screen, we don't really get a sense of the scale as he attacks this shore break, goes for the float, goes for the land, and hits that pupusa section. 100% commitment from Tom Breen from Ireland.
I'm going to have to pull my anti-card and have a debrief with all these surfers to not make me hold my breath like that, because I don't think I took a breath for the last minute.
What a heat. And the heat is ended, so we'll be waiting for scores. It looks like Gordo, Jonathan Melendres, already got a wave as well. But I really feel like Gordo is doing okay. I think that he's going to get through this heat. It's going to be about who comes in second. Surely consequential scores will be dropped for Tom Breen from Ireland and Evan Rogers for Wales. Megs, wow, that was a big one, massive, and you know, heartfelt performances. Tom Breen going for the paddle battle, taking the win in the paddle battle. Has he done enough? Evan Rogers under pressure, surfing coolly.
And that's what I mean when surfers know their offense and defense. He knew he wanted that priority, because had he not, I can almost guarantee you he wouldn't have been able to catch that wave.
Absolutely, and he was a long way back. Evan Rogers drops the score. It comes in at a 3.8, so it's enough to put him up into second position. Now Tom Breen chasing a 3.77, Megs. Over
now
to
this
you.
is probably the biggest wave that has come, and he's just trying to figure out how to get past this really sketchy section. He had a very steep drop, so that was a good read on him. Had he ran to the nose, there was a high possibility he would have fallen. And here we are, he's just kind of trying to find this double up, and he does. Really critical section. His board, most of his board was in that whitewash, so he's just redirecting his board, reading this, gets into that really steep section for that quick hang 5, and beautifully navigating this pupusa section. I think this is where he figures out if he wants to hit it or not. And he does, and I'm going to have a talk with him so that he doesn't have to make me hold my breath again.
Well, he hit that in the way that he protected his board. He went more for the float, you know, and that's often the good way, rather than just that kind of nose first kind of re-entries. You can see that high tide hitting with Ruby Knox and Wesley Hannigan and team manager Gavin waiting for that score. Body language, you know, says that nobody knows. You know, right now we've got a 4.4 for Jonathan Melendres' last wave, so it looks like Gordo is safe. Mexico look to be progressing. Evan Rogers currently in second. Tom Breen waiting for a score to drop, chasing a 3.73. It was a big wave. He had to take it wide, but he did a lot of damage, and he gets the score. It's a 4.63, and that is a massive moment for our surfer from Tremor. Moore, representing Ireland, based there in Southeast Ireland. I'm almost in tears, Megs, because he put his heart into that. He went for the paddle battle, he won the paddle battle, and he did the business at the end.
Yeah, and I've got chicken skin at the way that he surfed that wave. He took that drop. I can guarantee you he knew in his head. And again, how we said that you put money on Tom Breen to win that paddle battle, and it favored him.
That was brilliant stuff, and the action will continue as we move into women's repechage round 2 after this short break.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back as we move into repechage round 2 for the women as we continue day 3 live from Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Championship as Alexandra Zaid from Guatemala is up against B. Greenberg from Ireland and Luquan Husan from Chinese Taipei and Amelia Huminsky Canals from Puerto Rico. So full spectrum of nations represented: Guatemala, Ireland, Chinese Taipei, Puerto Rico. We have just seen the Irish shining with Tom Breen getting that second place finish. So that will inspire young B. Greenberg here, flying the flag for Ireland as well.
Yeah, absolutely. After knowing that win, being in the channel, probably she was just holding her breath as well as we were in this booth. But yeah, we're gonna see how she does in this heat.
So our surfer from Chinese Taipei, also known as Tiffany, the goofy footer, born in Taipei, now based down in the south of Chinese Taipei, works as a freelance videographer and video editor. Only started surfing age 17, but has lived in Byron Bay for a couple of years while studying film, so has got a lot of inspiration from the Australian longboard community. She is in the green vest, 16 minutes 50 seconds remaining. One of the women in this heat with a lot of local knowledge will be Alejandra Zaid from Guatemala, a regular out here in El Salvador, spends a good deal of the surf season here. Someone who charges, very well positioned in the lineup, always a good beacon of positioning on sets. She knows this wave very well, so she could be a favorite, but B. Greenberg has been doing a lot of training out here, so the Irish surfer B is definitely feeling fired up, particularly after seeing her teammate Tom Breen take that second place.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. She's probably out there just having, and that's the thing, right? After a fellow teammate wins, you still need to be composed. I know you want to celebrate, but right now these 20 minutes are yours. So she's going to have to regroup, recenter herself, and hopefully get the win for Ireland.
And a big opportunity for Amelia from Puerto Rico, just age 15, based in Rincon Surfs, that lovely right-hander at Dome. So we've seen, of course, Ginger Kaimi, the 11-year-old. There's a few 16-year-olds as well, but at age 15, one of the youngest competitors, Amelia, representing Puerto Rico, surfing since age 6, but only started longboarding 3 years ago. Rides WRV wave riding vehicles, iconic East Coast American brand, as we can see our surfer up and riding, taking the fall in blue. It's B, so she will get a little score there, but it won't be something that she'll want to carry forward.
Yeah, I kind of read that when she was paddling for that wave, I saw the the wave almost start to double up, and in my head I was like, oh, I don't know if this is a good one, and unfortunately she does get stuck behind that double up, and it kind of just kicks her off that wave.
So here we have Alejandra looking for this little peaky wave there. You could see how she recognized the scoring potential of that one, but B on the inside looks like she's able to get this here, but this got bounce in it, and it's going to be so difficult now for the rest of these surfers coming up, because we're sitting right on the high tide, and as the tide starts to go out as well, the conditions are going to change heat by heat, so there could be a few really challenging takeoffs and big bouncy walls to navigate.
Yeah, and this is where the girls are going to have to decipher if they're going to sit on the inside for that double up or sit on the outside. And being on the outside, there's so much more chop, so they're going to have to dig deeper to get into those waves.
B. Greenberg from Donegal in Ireland also rides a Skin Dog surfboard. She's a multiple Irish junior champion, and last year in 2023 she became the senior champion. She has been studying a degree at the University of Ulster, but with that, let's go down to the winner of our last heat. From Mexico, it's Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez with Ben Way.
Thanks, Sam. Megs. Rep 2 Heat 9 winner for Team Mexico, Jonathan Melendrez. Congratulations. Felicidades.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy. And it was a tricky start, but I could make those 2 waves, and I'm so happy to be here with this interview and winning this contest. I mean, this kit.
So they call you gordo, pero eres bien flaco. Y si tú eres gordo, soy gordísimo. Me da vergüenza.
I mean, in Mexico, it's the opposite. You know, like for a fat man, it's skinny, and for for a skinny boy or something, a person, it's gordo.
So let's get back to business here. You were down to 8 minutes in the heat. You only had 1 score. And at 5 minutes, you got that second wave. There was a little kind of not really a fall in the middle, and you were able to connect it. But you were only needing a 2.24. Were you pretty sure that you'd gotten the score that you needed?
Yeah, I was like, I need to do something, you know? Like, I was starting like so late. I was losing a lot of time. And then when I got my first wave, and I was like, yes, I have to do that one was I know that I was a good score, and I was like, just thinking like I need to do something else, like grab like something in the inside, or should I go to the top of the wave? And I got all the way out, and finally I got my second one, and yeah, I was like try to be like realized and calm, because you know the conditions right now is a little tricky, it's a little bumpy, but yeah, I got those waves, and I'm so stoked for that.
Perfect. And last, tacos de pastor o tacos de camarón?
Tacos del pastor, a huevo.
Oh man, me diste hambre. Okay, so I'll let you go. We're gonna get back to the booth with these guys to see what's going out in the water. Muchas gracias.
Thanks to you, I appreciate it.
Back to the booth, guys.
Food talk, and meanwhile Alejandra Zaid for Guatemala gets a really nice clean wave, but up and riding right now representing Ireland is B Greenberg. Big shout out to the family tuning in. I know they'll be hooting and hollering. It's late over there in Ireland, but not late enough to watch your daughter charging on this big bouncy wave here. Of course, control so key with these challenging high tide conditions and onshore winds, but B dealing with this very well. She's got an opportunity now to mix in some footwork, some cross stepping. She's going to be able to swing back into the open face here, sets herself up. Can she find an opportunity for some footwork up to the tip? There's the stretch of the 5, gets out of that nose ride and delivered some good variety on that wave. So I feel it could be an important score for B.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell she really understood how many chops there were, so she wasn't really that far back on her board getting into those waves. She was more in the middle, and that kind of having that center of gravity, as we talked before, is it's going to be really important in the upcoming heats, because there are a lot of chops on these waves.
And she's been working recently in Peru, teaching surfing and English with Waves Lobitos, and she's been here for a while as well, surfing at El Sunzal and getting a lot of support from both Henry Salinas and the Sheriff Amado Alvarado. So she's got the practice in. You know, this is a big moment for her to shine and use the local knowledge she's gained from working with local surfers Henry and Amado.
Yeah, I think that's really important, as she showcased in that last wave how she didn't let any of those chops bump her off, as we see all the teams on the beach supporting their fellow teammates. There's still some sand, so that's a good sign.
Yep, I can see Kira Molnar going down there for the next heat. We've also got Inish Martins. We've got Lola Bleakley, my daughter. Lola's going to be paddling out for Team England in green there. You can see her with the Skin Dog surfboards. And we got Claire Parsons for Canada. So this is the bit where the combination of being a professional commentator and a dad blur, and I get extremely anxious.
Yeah, I bet. Did you have a chat with her before she got down there?
She's in the hands of a brilliant team. So this is my role as a commentator. So right now she's got the brilliant support of Ben Skinner, Skin Dog, of course, the team captain team, and she's got the team manager Robert Minnow Green, who runs the British Longboard Tour back in the UK. She's got teammates Emily Curry, Ben Howie, so she's got all of their support, and that's all she needs. And she's got herself. She's 16, so what a great opportunity to be present.
Yeah, it really takes a village, huh?
Up and riding right now, we got Amelia, the 15-year-old representing Puerto Rico. She's got a 0.67 to her name. She's hoping to drop that low score as she walks up to the tip, but unable to stay trimming out of that nose ride. And what we're seeing now are the challenging conditions. I expected that as this tide sat right on high, some of those bouncy walls would be very difficult, not only to nose ride, but to take off on.
Yeah, and it's almost like they now, with the conditions that they are, it's almost like they want to stay in the whitewash almost, because that's going to help them get some sort of stability. I feel like almost it's so weird to say, because the whitewash is actually the most constant thing that's happening.
Yeah, absolutely, and control and flow. We saw that with Ben Howie, actually. That was a great example of flow and control. We saw that with Amado Alvarado. We saw that with Jonathan Melendrez. People dealing with these bounces by not overworking it, over rushing it. If you stay in control, you are going to have those moments where you can walk in and out of a nose ride and go into a rail turn.
Yeah, and that was really smart. As you said, the examples, they really stayed in that whitewash area, just really bouncing, using the wave to really work for them.
Interesting situation for Lola there. So she's got some taping on her knee. It's simply caused from the chafe from wearing the leash so much. She rarely uses a leash whenever she's surfed in the tropics, and the long paddle and using a leash all week has caused some pretty bad chafe on the back of her leg.
I bet, and the heat hitting it, and probably just the sunburn and the tan line. So good call on her.
7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. A little roll under that one. So as we stand, B. Greenberg takes the lead at 2.43. She's got to replace that 0.2. So far a low-scoring heat, so everything could change with these next exchanges. Alejandra Zayed, one of my favorites going into this heat, because I know she's got a lot of local knowledge here. She's got a 2.33, but up and riding right now, it's Tiffany representing Chinese Taipei. Gets that 5. Can she walk out of that nose ride? She's holding that rail, and she does sit down on the board. So what do the judges do when the surfer sits down on the board? Do they deem that an incomplete nose ride?
I would say that they would, just because there was no control, and it makes it almost like they were scared, right? That's the opposite of having that composure. So yeah, unfortunately she had that. She was so close, but those chops really got her.
So as we move into those last 6 minutes, 20 seconds, B. Greenberg sitting out there, having been inspired by that massive result for Tom Breen. For me, that was a highlight of the day. I mean, we have been here together, Megs, with lots of exchanges and buzzer beaters, but that was a special one, wasn't it? Because both Evan and Tom put everything into those last rides, and they both surfed them very well. They didn't make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's so crazy is when he had that paddle battle, and that really put him in the lead. And even having that mental capacity to be like, I need to get out there first so I can have that pick of what wave comes to me. And it definitely paid off.
As we can see, our surfers paddling out Portugal, Australia, England, Canada for that next heat, which will be kicking off pretty soon. 5 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. This is really going to come down to that last set, because all of the surfers are carrying low scores right now, Megs.
So it's a really, really even playing field right now. So it could be anyone's game, you know, as we see everyone's kind of still on the inside, and I think they know time's running out. So a lot of them just need that backup score. So that's what they're going to be looking for.
Big shout out to Iski Britton, one of B. Greenberg's great heroes. I'm not sure if those listening in have heard of Iski, but you know, pioneer big wave surfer, first female to tow in at Mulligamore, a big wave spot in Ireland, which got her nomination for Big Wave Award. Also an academic, ocean scientist, and fantastic writer, and a multiple Irish shortboard champion. So B's grown up with this Irish surfer Iski, and Iski's hero was Rel's son.
As she is mine.
There we go.
Yeah,
bringing
Rel's
it
son.
right back to the roots.
Oh, and wingnuts as well.
Puts my hair on end.
I know. She you know what's so crazy is I've never met her, but I've known a lot of people that grew up with her. With one of my best friends, Jennifer Van Giesen. She basically was like a second mom to Jen. So, and I feel that through Jennifer. So it's really interesting to watch that legacy still live on through everyone that's encountered her.
Absolutely. The spirit continues. B. Greenberg there, 2.43. She needs to replace that 0.2. She's sitting with first priority. Sitting there in second position, and third priority is Alejandra Zayed. She's in red, representing Guatemala. Ireland out there in the lead. Amelia, the 15-year-old from Puerto Rico, in white. She needs just a 1.34, and she is in second priority. 3 minutes 40 seconds remaining, so good time for waves to come through. And it's Tiffany from Chinese Taipei with a 1.14 required for her to move up into second, as we see an opportunity for Tiffany to have a ride. She's not able to catch that, but sitting in fourth priority won't be too bad for her. Having a look at that wave.
Yeah, and she's on the inside here, and knowing that she only needs a 1.14, basically all she needs to do is really stand up and get a maneuver in and get that score.
That's a very good point, Megs. At what point do the women recognize the need that it's only a low score required and you might be worth coming further inside?
Oh, I mean, I think she realized that after that fall. She probably looked up at the score, looked up at the priority colors, and then waved to the announcer, because I did hear them have to re-announce the scores. And yeah, if I were her, I'd sit on that inside with 2 minutes left. And this is the time where I was saying, like, B is probably hoping this 2 minutes is the fastest 2 minutes ever and time runs out. And then for Tiffany, it's just hoping that time still stands for her.
Wow, it's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of both B and Alejandra, knowing that they're carrying these small scores, a 2.33 for Alejandra and a 2.43 for B, as we see Tiffany staying active on the inside. This is going to be a difficult wave to catch. She's not able to catch that, but in fourth priority, she's got that freedom to stay nice and busy. A bouncy one there for B. Will she lose her priority having paddled for that wave, Megs?
It looks like that wave had momentum under it, and I think she does, yeah.
She goes down into fourth priority. So first priority now with the 15-year-old Amelia from Puerto Rico. B, does she know she's lost priority? She's got to be careful here. She's still paddling for it. She's lucky.
Yeah,
because
she's very lucky.
She didn't have priority, but the other women couldn't catch that wave. So B really getting the opportunity to add to that mid-range two. She cross steps to the middle there, and she's just going to get a chance here to add to that scoring potential. So she's going to attack this Papusa section, and she will drop a score and may well increase her lead, because she's only got a 0.2 for her low score to add to that 2.43.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to add, and that was a smart decision on her. She didn't stand up quick because she knew she didn't have priority, as we see red up and riding here.
Alejandra from Guatemala, a regular here at El Sunzal, El Salvador. Nice carving turn, one of the best turns we've seen in this heat. 2 cross steps, 4 cross steps, walks back to the middle, widens her stance. 1 minute 3 seconds remaining. This looks like a really nice wave for our Guatemalan, as she just keeps that Stewart surfboard in control and kicks out, and she's looking to replace a low score, so she could well move into the lead with this. As we can see, Tiffany up and riding, and it's all feeling like it's going to change in these last exchanges.
Yeah. Oh, and she just gets stuck behind that double up.
Ooh, that was a nasty wipeout for Amelia, and it looks like she might have broken her leash there as well, because I got the feeling that the board kept moving. Let's see if she pops up safely. Do you think she's going to be okay?
Yeah.
She seems to be okay. Board and body together. That would have been a bit of a shake-up. 20 seconds remaining. Scores waiting to come through. Alejandra moves into first position with a 2.83. Now in second is B. Greenberg with a 1.97 and a 2.43. It's not enough for Tiffany. She stays in third position, and not enough for Amelia. She stays in fourth. So unless somebody can pop up in the dying seconds, which they can't, B. Greenberg has done it, and Alejandra Zaid has done it. Guatemala takes the win. Ireland takes second.
Ireland is on fire, let me tell you. With 2 back-to-back wins, this is amazing for that nation.
Wow, what a fantastic performance. Congratulations, Alejandra. All of that experience has paid off, and congratulations, B. Greenberg. Stay with us, surf fans. We've got Shannon and Wingnut coming into the booth to call the action.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championships. The conditions have really started to deteriorate through the afternoon. It's making it more challenging, but it's also making those special moments with a good wave stand out that much more, and it's bringing the excitement. As we're into women's rapid charge round 2, heat number 2. Out in the lineup, we have Portugal, Australia, England, and Canada tuning in from around the world to celebrate the surfing from each of their women, hopeful that they'll end up in the top 2 positions. Ines Martins out of Portugal, Kira Molnar from Australia, Lola Bleakley of England, and Claire Parsons from Canada in the water. The top 2 will be remaining in competition, the bottom 2 eliminated. As Kira Molnar is taking off deep behind the section on this wave, couple of clean steps as she's now taking steps down the face of this very bumpy section, Wingnut.
She's definitely working her way down the ladder of the face of that wave. She's done an incredible job hanging on until there. That final curb going up the face caught her.
That was some serious ribs up the face of that wave.
Yeah, that, great takeoff, surviving all that distance, but I really don't think there was any scoring opportunity on those ledges that she was navigating. Seeing Lola, that's Ines turning around right now.
Having a paddle now for Ines as she's unable to get into that wave. No priority established yet between red, green, and white as they haven't caught that first wave. Kira now will have the paddle back out. She got those first 2 nose rides connected together, so she'll have a score on the board against the rest of the field.
Absolutely. It's good to get in rhythm, and hopefully she'll be in rhythm with the sets now with her working her way back out. And she's got a feel for it now, right? She's had to negotiate the lumps. She can kind of process how she got bumped off on the last one. She made it through 14 other ledges. So it's like, all right, well, which one, how did that catch me, and how can I avoid that happening again?
That's so true, because she held with it for a really long time. It wasn't that first bump where she fell off, which is really impressive because a lot of surfers today, that first bump has literally thrown them.
And I had a quick conversation with Ben Skinner before he sent Lola out for this heat. And he's like, this is the bread and butter at home. this is like a nice day.
Yes.
So Lola, I know, is feeling perhaps maybe the most comfortable with the conditions, and maybe Claire as well, facing the waves that she does in her home.
This is, a huge advantage to being a competitive surfer. There's a
Yes.
reason Kelly has 11 world titles coming out of Florida, of all places.
Because he left as soon as he could.
'Cause he left
Let's
you-
be honest.
But he started surfing in not the best location.
Junk surf beach break makes you a great surfer.
Exactly. Now, someone like Kira Molnar, she's had a crazy amount of success with that great style coming out of the point breaks of the Noosa region. Someone who has had to force herself to surf less than average waves because she has literal perfection as her front yard.
We used to call it the Malibu curse. The kids that grew up surfing Malibu owned that place. You could not beat them in a contest. They couldn't surf anywhere else. They just did not have the understanding of the shifty beach breaks, a wave that went left, let's say. They just didn't have it. So I think I was really fortunate. I grew up surfing Blackies in Newport Beach, which is a very average to sub-average beach break wave, and before I ended up moving up to Santa Cruz. So I'd kind of sorted out how to deal with the shifting conditions and all that, and I got to kind of work on my finesse as I moved up to a very clean point break.
What a dreamy side of life that has been for you.
It worked out fine.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock, really quiet from that opening exchange. So Kira's first score hasn't yet dropped in from the judges. They're still, kind of debating what to do with how many ledges there were within that. And there it is, a 3-point ride. So 3 points for those first two nose rides.
I think that's great. I think that's a very fair place to start this, the scoring for this heat, as we look at the upcoming events on the ISA schedule.
Yeah, it's been a big year for the ISA. Of course, we already had the World Surfing Games, which was in Arecibo in Puerto Rico, currently running through the ISA World Longboard Championships here at Sunzal in El Salvador. And just in about a week and a half here, we're going to have all of the world's best juniors, just about 400 of them, heading into the lineup between La Bocana, which is just to the west of where Sunzal is sitting, 2 great breaks. And then at the end of the year, already announced on the calendar, is going to be the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships in Copenhagen, in Denmark, at cold Hawaii, of all places.
Cold Hawaii. Ugh. Yeah, Ben will be looking forward to going back to cold Hawaii, and we're going to join Ben right now as he interviews the winner of our last heat.
Thanks so much, Wingnut. Here with the winner of the round 2 of the women's division, heat number 1, Alejandra Zaid, representing Guatemala. Congratulations, felicidades.
Gracias, Ben. Thank you.
So, we mentioned before, you've got local knowledge. You spend a lot of the month here, every month, here in El Sunzal. In conditions like today, in this heat, with it being chunky and bumpy and really hard to read, do you think that local knowledge really helped you out?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, Sunzal is such a funky wave when it's like messy like that, and it's also high tide. I still didn't get to show my surfing on a glassy day, which I'm looking forward. So I was like, no, I need to pass this one because I wanna be able to surf Sunzal by myself with 3 other girls.
It was amazingly close. I was actually prepared to interview B. Greenberg for Ireland, and your score came in after the end of the heat and popped you up top. How did that feel?
Oh, that felt really good. I knew I only needed like a small wave because they said I needed like a 0 point something to pass to first place. So I knew because I only had that one score. So, but I was confident that I was gonna get it, and the girls surf really well for how ugly the waves are out there. So.
And you're basically a product of Surf City. You and I did tourism stuff for ISTU last year, and just how much of a part of your heart is Surf City in El Salvador?
I love El Salvador so much, and I feel like the people make it so very special because, that's what makes it alive. Like how warm the people are and how welcoming they are. And yeah, I just love this place.
And a lot of people that are happy are the people in Guatemala watching you live. Así que una palabra en español a toda la gente en Guatemala, por favor.
Saludos a toda mi gente en Guate, gracias a todos los de la ASO, Comité Olímpico de Guate, CDAG. Gracias por apoyarme y por seguirme apoyando. También muchos saludos a los de la Cambucha, Ticonel Farms y a todos mis amigos que me ayudan a seguir adelante.
See you later at Ix's birthday party.
Woo!
Back to the live booth with you guys.
Ixa's birthday party?
Thanks so much. Happy birthday to Ixa. She's our great beach announcer upstairs. She's been doing an incredible job with the ISA for so many years. And please, everyone around, give her a big hug today because it is her birthday. As we're down to 11 minutes on the clock, we saw a nice exchange go down there. First wave of Kira, as we know, was that 3. There's a 1.5 on the board for Claire Parsons out of Canada. Now for Ines and for Lola, they're able to get their opening rides in. Lola with a couple really smooth turns, thrown in a slightly smaller wave, but offered her some potential. And then we saw a second ride from Kira Molnar as well. So there's some scores to come through, and now this heat's going to be, in a good position coming into this back half.
And by looking at the heat that Kira is putting on for her paddle, I think she's going to try to get ahead of Lola. But what a beautiful wave that Claire has found while she was alone outside.
The Nova Scotia local, unfortunately, just gets those feet in that parallel stance, which can be a really cool thing in longboarding. But not
while
when you
you're
need
back
some
pedaling.
balance.
Yes. So the Cotter, and look at Kira. She has put on the heat and has passed up Lola there on the way back out. But Lola has put up the highest score so far in this heat, although we're still waiting for the score for Ines and for Kira. Great start for the young surfer from England.
Yeah, great start. 3.67 puts her up into the lead. Waiting for that second score for Kira, so Kira will definitely bounce back up into first. But now there's going to be a good little rhythm set between first and second. Claire Parsons with a small score to drop for that takeoff, and then also Ines was able to get a piece of the action in the red jersey, and she's going to have the longest paddle out of these 3 on her way back out, kicking off a little bit closer to that shoreline.
You know what I really like is the wind has laid down. We're not seeing as many large sideways wind chop waves coming into the break. It's that kind of magic time as we get close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunset's here a little after 6 o'clock, and so, as is very common, the last hour of the day can go glassy or even offshore, and we're starting to have that effect.
Surfers getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. We're going to run through just 4 heats of this women's main round 2. We'll save the last 4 for tomorrow. So that's going to be our surfer in green, Fanny Vial from Ecuador. She had some great waves earlier today. Put herself into the 7-point range for her highest, and she'll be paddling out in slightly different conditions. But like you said, it's actually starting to clean up, which we knew was coming, and it's nice that it's coming a little bit pre-4 o'clock.
Yeah, it's great that the last few heats of the day will have some fun conditions, and it's really nice for the competitors to be able to go out for the last couple hours of daylight and kind of reacquaint themselves with Sunzal.
That's right. You get maybe an hour, hour and a half if you push it in the mornings to be able to get a free surf in before the beach announcers like Ixa start to clear you out of the lineup and go, all right, how many times do they have to continue repeating that? And then that little bit of time in the afternoon as well.
We are so lucky staying here at Sweet Sunzal that when I crack my curtains, it's still dark out, and there's already bodies leaving the beach, heading out in the dark, wanting to be in position when you can finally see that first set and take advantage of the first, 1 or 2 sets in the morning before the lineup gets really busy.
Yeah, just kind of working their way out into the lineup based off of what they're hearing rather than what they're seeing for the start of the morning like that. And we've got a good score that's on the board now for Kira Molnar. A 5-point ride has set her up back with that lead. It puts her in a commanding position given the context of the heat as we're down to 7.5 minutes wing nut.
And she's still sitting with priority out there, which is nice for her. Lola Bleakley out there, second priority, very comfortable. I think knowing how consistent this spot is, knowing that when a set comes, there will be multiple waves. So being in second priority with 7 minutes left, I think gives you a lot of opportunity. But again, that just hurt my brain for a second, realizing there's only 7 minutes left.
I know.
We've only seen a couple waves ridden.
It's gone so quickly, and you can see everyone just trying to, kind of figure out the start of that heat was a little bit funny, and then there was that really ribby wave from Kira, and everyone else had to then wait for a really long time. So Kira, even just getting that 3 on the board early, has set her up in a great position now to go, okay, she's got the 5, she's got a 3, she just needs to build on a 3 in order to put more pressure on the field. We've also got a 4.67 that's dropped in for Martins out of Portugal, and she's now back into that priority rotation as well. Claire Parsons sitting just on the inside of the pack. She's got those couple of 1s, and unfortunately, though we've seen her find her rhythm through her earlier heat today, she hasn't been able to lock into that yet.
And she doesn't usually find it till the back half of the heat, usually fairly late, which is kind of where we are right now. And I like the way she's fourth priority once she finally gets out. She's hanging on the inside where maybe she can take advantage and pick a couple of smaller waves but cleaner ones under priority.
6 minutes on the clock. Can see the landscape around here is so green. It's so tropical. We had some rain overnight. We tend to get those little showers that will sprinkle through, which cools it down. But the moment that sun hits, all that moist, those water droplets everywhere need to heat up and cause the humidity to continue to rise. Sometimes walking out of our booth here, it literally is like you're hitting a wall of water.
If you had glasses that you had inside the AC booth and you tried to wear them outside, they're immediately smoked.
It literally happens to me every time I walk outside, Wingnut. I've got glasses on. It's a challenge.
I wasn't going to point that out. I was kind of going to go
I have to kind of wipe them across. Okay, so here we go. Lola Bleakley tapping up to the nose, a little bit wobbly and can't hold on to the balance.
I really thought she had found a really clean line that she was going to be able to live with. And here is Kira Molnar again showing why she was the favorite going into this heat.
That's right. She's got some great accolades. She took out that win at Queen of the Point in the Philippines this season in 2024. So that's a great nod to the amount of wins that she's had in the past. Coming into the World Championships, she's also got that shaky section. That was very impressive, one-footed surfing, back to 2 feet. Now into that cross step and resetting herself coming down the line. Looking to see if she's going to be able to just kind of check up into that nose ride section and that clean, swift kick out, looking stylish, showing that control as well.
I'd love to get a freeze frame of that one particular moment. I mean, my knee hurts just remembering how off balance she got. But there's that commitment, and this is a surfer that oftentimes will not surf with a leash. So you're kind of in the you always try to make it. We don't give up until the board is out of our grasp. As long as you're still connected to it one way or another, you have a chance to successfully ride out of that wave. And that was really done, hanging on to that from Kira at the end of that ride.
Kira at home, among the many things that she does, works as a surf coaching trainer. So she works a lot on the physical training side with athletes. She's one of the best when it comes to having that personal knowledge of how to save and keep those knees working for the long term. I feel like she's one of those stronger competitors that really has her body in tune to be able to handle the longevity of the career that she's already been creating.
I think we're lucky as surfers of this generation, let's say from the last 20 years going on forward, at how much more thought is given into the maintenance of the body, treating ourselves more like athletes, not just casual weekend warriors, because you want all these body parts to work. I have friends that have been, the legends of the sport, right? They were accidental legends, right? Robert August didn't plan on being a surf legend. He just wanted to be a surfer. And I'll get back to that in a minute. Let's look at Kira's wave here. She negotiates that drop, being cautious to make it around this first section. Now the wave's going to clean up for her, and I like the way that she's positioning herself back still. She's waiting. She's not forcing this wave, and as that face cleans up in front of her, she gets out to the nose, gets the toes in those bumps. There's that one-footed save. Did a great job. That so many lumps and bumps here at the end of that wave, and she's going to actually smartly exit this wave as it gets into this kind of fat section before anything untoward can happen. So really well played. That was a good little bump into her scoreline there with that 3.83.
So it's just narrowly increased the requirement. Lola Bleakley is still holding on to that second place position for England, the 3.67 as her opener, a 1.33 behind it, just to give her enough in that heat total to pass Ines out of Portugal, who's sitting in third. But Ines only needs a 0.33.
But we're running out of time.
We're running out of time, but with 2 minutes on the clock, what would your strategy be if you're sitting in, Portugal's shoes, in that red jersey, knowing if you're able to hear from the beach announcer you need less than a 1-point ride? What are you actually surfing for right now, Wingnut?
You're looking just to get to, at the very least, get to your feet, but also realize that Lola Bleakley's got priority on her. So if Lola wanted to play, maybe I'm reading that wrong. Sorry, I was looking at a different sheet. So Ines is second priority behind Claire, and Claire is going right now, which, again, a smart move. That's a clean wave for Claire.
Great wave for Claire. Sets herself up with that high line, steps up nearly to the nose and goes in for that full sit style on this wave, back up to her feet. So much composure, cool and classy as she's back up and riding now. Smile on her face and looking to just ride this wave all the way through to the inside. Couple steps here. She's going to try and get herself to one more nose ride. And again, we can just tell how